Hey, everybody, what is up? Good afternoon. Hope you are all doing well. It's Friday. You made it to the weekend. Good job. And you made it to the start of another stream. Thanks for jumping in at the beginning. We're going to play some more Hearts of Iron today. And hopefully, finish up this campaign. I expect we'll finish it up today, but we'll see. You know, you never know with these things. Sometimes you get bogged down, or sometimes you just want to go to 1950 something. If you get that itch to paint the map. So we're continuing the campaign from yesterday. It's part 2 of our Spain campaign. But howdy. What up? I'm ready to rebuild. Make infrastructure. My favorite part of Hearts of Iron is coming up. Logistics. Planning. Building a massive army, hopefully. Or ahistorical screws all my plans and does whatever the game wants to do. Hello, Umbra Moon. What's going on? Real Lupos. Pure Lizard Milk says, hey. Oh, hey. Tetraregaton, thank you for 19 months. I appreciate the beginning of stream, Slub. Thanks for the tier 1 and supporting the stream. The post-subathon slubs are starting to come in. Slowly. Pump it, Carl. That's right. Hello, Flyspec. What's up, Lonely Swineherd? People arriving. Piplup Union's here. Fine Chuck Up. Craspu. Hello, Fronald. Pal World? No. Not really my thing. But if you're playing, I hope you enjoy. But I don't have any plans to play that. Not really of interest to me at all. Secret Warrior chillin' Sicilian. Yo, what up? And Gatsune Nome. Thank you for 20 months. Also, there you are. There you are. People arriving for 20 months. Say hi to the VOD watchers, everyone. But thanks for sharing your Prime. I'll take care of it for the next 30 days, Gitsune. Thanks for sharing. But yeah, Power World is a new game that appears to be doing numbers, making sales. It's just, you know. How do I put this in a nice way? Dude, my brain's not working right now. Tuber game? No, okay, let me put it like this. I'm not playing Power World for the same reason that I don't really want to play certain, total conversion mods of other games, because to me, Power World looks like a total conversion mod of, a Pokemon and early access survival game. It doesn't have, okay, let me put it like this. I like Pokemon, but I'm not desperate enough for Pokemon to play a Pokemon imitation. And I like survival games, but I'm not desperate enough for a survival game to play a survival game imitation. To me, Power World is like a really good impersonator that you hire to go to your birthday party, you know? They're really entertaining while they're there, but eventually you want them to go away. But I feel like that's how I'd feel. You like Pokemon? Name every Pokemon. Right now. Bulbasaur. Squirtle. Charmander. Oh, wait, those are all the old ones. I only know the old ones, man, by name. I recognize some of the other ones. Like, if you show me a Chikorita, I'd be like, that's Chikorita. If you, that's also old. If you showed me, okay, can I name, I played, here's the thing, here's the problem, right? I played through and saw the credits of, Pokemon Arceus. I didn't do the after credits, which is still a lot of stuff to do. I apologize for not 100%ing that game. And I also played Pokemon Ruby, and I don't remember a single Pokemon's name. Visually, I could identify them. That's not really fair, though, because I can't remember anybody's name. It's not just Pokemon. Like, I can remember visuals, but words do not... I cannot recall words. You know this. How many times have I been like, chat, I love this game. What's it called? Help me out. It's the one with Picnic or something. And you guys are like, oh, are you talking about Yogi Bear, the official licensed video game for Super Nintendo? We're like, yeah, that's exactly what I was talking about. Thank you. But yeah, I remember stuff after somebody says it. You don't remember Mudkip? I do now that you said it. I'd be like, oh yeah, that's Mudkip. You're right. But I don't have a pocket in my brain. There's no file cabinet there for names. Or there is, but it's locked. And only when somebody else tells me the thing, I'm like, oh yeah, no, you're right. I would never, I always struggled with memorization-based exams in school since I was a kid. Like, if I had to recall a list, like, you know, biology or something like that, you'd have to know, like, phenotypes for something, or you need to know what the powerhouse of the cell is called, and all the different names of the things in the cells. And I'd be like, I don't know, dude. I know mitochondria, and that's it. Ever taken an accounting class? Nope. Not once. But yeah, memorization was one of my weakest points. Which, to be fair, memorization is impractical knowledge anyways. You can't really do anything with it once you've memorized it. I'm really good at practical knowledge. Like, you know the stupid but accurate phrase, I have the approximate knowledge of many things? Like, that is extremely accurate for me. If I need to figure something out, I know 75% of the answer already, and I know enough to solve the rest of the 25% via... Like, I could tell you something that is factual, but not have the, like, actual stat to back it up and be like, hold on, let me go get that. And I could, like, find the statistic or whatever that backs up the thing and then prove it that way. But I can't pull it out of my pocket. I have to do, like, a third party to get the rest of the info. Okay, name 75% of the Pokemon. Wait till you get older on the stuff they taught you is out of date or wrong. I mean, it's already happening, but just in video game form. Like, I've been really into Tarkov, and the maps that I spent all my time actually memorizing a few years ago had been updated since I last played, invalidating the knowledge that I had acquired. And that's not even like real world information. That's just a video game from a few years ago that I had to try to commit to memory. So, it's already happening. The times are changing, dude. What Pokemon will be best to have a beer with? Snorlax, because dude be sleeping, you have his beer too. That's 2 beers. Which is more than 1. Migwar, thank you for the 43 months and Algaradalana sub. Thanks for the $5 sub. Migwar, welcome back. Hello, Altazure Electroraptors here. Good Smiles back. Coral! What's up, Dunk Slide? Mary Skipper Mod Squad. Hey, everybody. But yeah, we'll probably play some more Tarkov. I just want to finish this campaign because I know I'm about to be chilling for Saturday and Sunday. I got plans this weekend to be back on Monday. And I don't want to leave this Hearts of Iron campaign open-ended because I was having fun yesterday. It was going well. And I think we will do a lot of fun stuff today, too. So I figure let's just go back to back and knock it out. But I'll probably play some more Tarkov next week. And also, I think that there's some new releases next week that I'm actually interested in. If I'm not mistaken. Like, I think we'll probably check out Enshrouded. That'll be, like, middle of the week next week. So we'll probably peep that one. I'm just going to skip Pal World and play Enshrouded instead, which is another survival crafting game with fighting. Hopefully, it looks better to me. It looks more interesting to me. I looked up some info on it. It looked better for me. More my style. So we'll try that one. Something new to look forward to. And then, like a day later, there's going to be some kind of reveal, I guess. Like the Hearts of Iron YouTube posted like a teaser video teasing like South America. So I suppose there's going to be an announcement for a new expansion DLC. It'd be crazy if they just hot dropped it and was like, it's out. I'd be all about that. But it's probably going to be more like, here's a release date trailer, or here's some information. Something coming down the pipe. Hopefully soon. I don't know how long is usually between their like announcement of a DLC and the actual release. I feel like it's at least a few months. I'm praying for some hot drop games this year. Because like a couple streams ago, we looked up most anticipated releases of 2024. And it was so funny because there's like a handful of games until March, and then there's no confirmed release dates for anything like after March. Everything is just hopeful 2024/TBD 2024 or beyond. So we have like no firm release dates for anything this year past March. They know about the asteroid. Like if I go, let's see. The 50 most anticipated new games of 2024. The problem is, all right, let's scroll. I'm gonna scroll all the way down. Yeah, they get to TBD real fast. Like I don't trust that it's gonna be. You can't write TBD and then tell me it's an anticipated release. I'm allergic to nondescript release dates promising hype. I'm not gonna blow my nose. Okay. Anyway, I'm sure there will be some great games that we don't know are currently releasing for sure. I'm sure there will be. But you know, it's hard to pin your excitement on any one of them because you don't know which one is going to be the one that actually comes out and which ones get delayed indefinitely. So Yeah, Final Fantasy VII Part 2 is like the only one that I'm interested in. I won't even say that I'm excited for it because it's been so long since Part 1, I genuinely would have to watch a recap video. I remember enjoying the game a lot and thinking it was one of my favorite games that came out that year. And we streamed the whole thing. I did a full playthrough, which is unusual because it's a big game. Indiana Jones got a teaser. It actually looks good. It looks nice. Why do I always, like, try to compliment? I start my sentence trying to compliment something, and then I pause and change the structure of my sentence to make it sound like I don't like the thing. Because I can't lie. Nah, it looks fine. I just don't care. I am apathetic. Let me tell you why. Let me tell you why. Because, first of all, part of it is a skill issue. Me problem. This is a me problem. I don't really care for, like, the last handful of Wolfenstein games. Just don't care. I tried them. I think I even made a YouTube video on a couple of them, and I was just like, meh, not for me. So I'm pretty sure it's the same developer of the Wolfenstein games, right? I like the old Wolfensteins. I like the OG. I don't really like the most recent ones for some reason. So, to me, the Indiana Jones game kind of just looks like a Call of Duty campaign with a whip, which is fine, but I don't know if it's something that I crave or need. Like, people are like, this is a bold new design decision, and it's got like a cutscene of Indy jumping on the side of an airplane wing, catching it, holding on. The plane doesn't even wobble. It's like completely static, solid surface, which bugged the hell out of me. And it's just like a cutscene game, which is fine. I just don't think it's like the bold new decision design philosophy that everyone's telling me it is. They just put a whip in it, which is cool. The whip is cool, but I don't know what else I'm supposed to get out of it. I really like the Indiana Jones up until I haven't even watched the newest one. Like they jumped too far over the shark. But I like the original movies. However, I've never liked Temple of Doom. And I would only rewatch it for historical purposes. Nobody likes Temple of Doom? I'm being booed right now by Chow. How can you say that after someone just booed me for saying that? But yeah, I do like, I guess when you cut it down, I really only like Raiders of the Lost Ark and the other one, who I get it confused with Chat, what's the other old Indiana Jones movie? Last Crusade. Yep. Thank you. See? I already forgot a thing that I really like. I was just talking about how I keep forgetting things I really like. Last Crusade, yeah. Like, those two are all-time classics. Raiders, that was the first one I said. I did say that one. You just weren't listening. But anyway. Okay, here's the biggest problem with the new Indiana Jones game. It's going to cost like $70. That's my biggest issue with it, and it's going to be like an 8-hour Call of Duty campaign. Or like a 14-hour Call of Duty campaign if we're really lucky. I could watch Last Crusade every day for the rest of my life. That's dedication. All right, gamers. Let's load in. Let's load in. Me problem? I've got those. Me too. Are you a Dragon's Dogma enjoyer? I think the combat's fun. I feel like every single game that comes out now has a giant asterisk near it. Where it's like, this game is great, but here are all the things that are wrong with it. And I don't think it's too much to ask. I just want a game that is well-rounded and good on all of its sides. You know, is that too much to ask? Just for a good game with no butts? There are butts everywhere in games these days. So Minecraft, lol. Nah, Minecraft has a lot of butts. Minecraft Alpha has Notch as a butt. Okay. Poor Notch? Nah, he got what he deserved. Alright, chat. We're probably gonna get botted again later, but I'm gonna start with follower only mode off. There's been a lot of bots lately. So we've had follower only mode on a lot. I'm actually gonna change my default settings. There we go. I'm always one button press away from stopping it. And then we just have to ban all of them. It's easy. Just ban every single bot on the Twitch platform. Okay, welcome back to the Kingdom of Spain, everyone. It is August 1939, and things are heating up on the world stage. The last thing that happened was the German Reich has declared war on the Kingdom of Poland after Poland declined ceding Danzig. So Poland has united under Karl Albrecht I of the Habsburg House and is making a stand right now. Another Karl. Another Karl rises to the throne. Our potential ally, actually, because, you know, the kings got to work together for all this. Now, on the eastern side, the Soviet Union is a little busy right now because Kazakhstan has declared independence and is at war against the Soviet Union. The Soviet Union also happened to be at war with Ukraine and some other places that include, of course, the Provisional Russian Government, who, in their infinite wisdom, has joined the Greater East Asian Prosperity Sphere. So they are joined by Japan, Minkakuo, against the Soviet Union and China, Xinjiang, Communist China, and some others that might be joining a mutual assistance bloc in the near future. Though I think that's most of them. So it's getting a little brutal out here. Then we've got the Kingdom of Norway. I didn't notice this yesterday. Uniting under Peter Caaaarrrl Jarsberg. It's a great name. Sweden still under Per Albin Hansen. And we have the Republic of Finland, Democratic Finland, who hasn't really made any moves yet. Soviet Latvia has been carved out of Latvia somehow. And then we have the Republic of Belarus, who is at war with the Provisional Russian government, but not the Soviet Union, which is interesting, even though they took the land out of the Soviet Union, and they're now bordering Poland. So yeah, it's been a little chaotic. Romania has been also carved up by Hungary and Bulgaria. Hungary, true to the name. Tommy was grumbling and took a bit of Romania as a treat. And Poland is being guaranteed by the United Kingdom and Denmark, so I'm expecting both of those two to go to war with the German Reich soon too. And then over here, we have the Dominion of Canada, so they are free from the reigns of Great Britain. United States, just under FDR. And then we have the Mexican Soviet Republic, who's declaring war on Central America, currently at war with Guatemala, El Salvador, and Honduras. They had their own civil war, Second Cristiada, and that was resolved, and apparently the Mexican Soviet Republic formed out of regular Mexico, who defeated the revolutionaries. Oh, let's not forget that the United Kingdom is kicking things off, actually declared war before the German Reich did, on Iraq and Iran, who have joined together in the Confederate Middle Eastern nations against the tyranny of the British Empire, actually. Because now Iran's being invaded from the British Raj, and Iraq is getting invaded from basically Jordan straight over into Iraq. So times are tough. UK declared war on both of them. Turkey's also gone socialist. So, like, strong communist factions this time. The democratic nations are being extremely hyper-aggressive. And yeah, it seems like an interesting campaign so far. I don't know if there's one faction that I would say is winning right now, because everybody, like, the German Reich, we'll have to, like, once they take Poland, they're going to be doing pretty good, because I don't think France is even at war with them. But we've got our own plans and designs that we'll be working toward today. So, our first step is to continue to unify the Kingdom of Spain. So even though we won, and the dust settled, and the King Javier I, the sacred king of Bourbon, what is he? What was his second title or location? The King of Karl. Of Bourbon something. Someone in chat knows. They'll figure it out in a second. Either way, music is distractingly loud. Bourbon Parsa? Sounds right. He's bringing stability to the realm. Plus 10% stability natively from our ruler. We're still recovering from the Civil War, which is a big debuff. We're currently focused on rebuilding and less willing to join factions. So we have debuffs to factory output and construction speed, but we have a crusade against democracy, which is boosting our political power, attack power, defense power, recruitable population by 3%, and the division recovery rate and organization. So we're in the process of mobilizing some manpower. We're at 2.74% of our eligible 21 million pop, and we're going up to 5.5%. So we're about to do massive recruitment and pull in another, like, close to 200,000 manpower, which is solid. And then we can actually start training some new troops, because we have decent logistics right now. We need to rebuild our artillery, and we're going to go hard focusing on line artillery. Big time artillery. But we have 6.9 thousand spare infantry equipment. Nice. Some trucks, some support equipment, and we're making some trains. We're trying to make some armored trains. We just made our first armored train. And then we're going to have to start working on the Navy. The Navy is going to be very important for our campaign, actually. So we're going to make some dockyards. And there's going to be a lot of just chilling, industrializing, and trying to establish control over Spain, because there was a huge civil war with 4 different factions fighting for dominance here. And we came out on top after a long, hard-fought campaign yesterday, because it was like playing as Caaaarrrlll is especially intensive, because you have the outbreak of the initial civil war, and the Caaaarrrlists are born out of the fascist faction. So you have to play as the fascist faction and stop the Republican Spain from winning, but not so much that you make the fascist faction insanely powerful. And then the anarchists are born out of the Republican faction, so it fractures their power base a bit. And then we had to like fight as the fascists and then spawn in as the Caaaarrrlists, and we had to like keep establishing sleeper cells, basically, of different regions of Spain that we were going to have armies pop out of. So it was very, actually, hands-on, I'd say. But I think we pulled it off very well. Only a couple of mistakes that didn't cost us the war, and that just shows you it's not pre-recorded, you know? But now we have to bring everyone together, because not everyone in Spain recognizes our rule. We lost cores on all of the yellow portions of Spain because of the civil war and the Caaaarrrlists rising to the top. So these places up here in like Leon, Burgos, Salamanca, they recognize us as the true king. So we have cores on those territories, and now we're working on rebuilding our cores. The way that we do that, basically, is by building compliance with each of the regions. And once we get 35% plus compliance with each of these, like the Catalonian Free Republic and Morocco, not Morocco, yeah, the ones that are actually here in the Kingdom of Spain, right? Once we have cores there, we have decisions that are going to require a hefty amount of resources, namely army XP and 40 political power per button here, and we're going to core each of these one at a time. And what that's going to do is give us their full host of manpower is going to be available to us, all their resources are going to be available to us, and all of their factories are going to be available to us. So until then, they're kind of like annexed, more or less, and we're getting a good amount of those things, but not all. So we're not getting the full stock, because effectively there are guerrillas that are waging a guerrilla war against us to try and use. They don't accept our rule. So that's what we have to work on first. And to do that, we are just going to kind of be patient and wait, because I've already outfitted our garrisons and our garrison template. We got 6 horses and military police to maximize suppression, and I think we're even researching military police tier 2 for even more suppression bonus. So that is keeping resistance down. And we have a local police force, which is the next best thing after civilian oversight. So once resistance goes down a little bit more, we'll switch to civilian oversight, and then we'll start building even faster compliance. So that's also being augmented by a new political leader that we just picked, Luis Hernando de Larramendi, who gives us no, wait, that's the wrong guy. Sorry, it's Martin. He has 0.05% daily compliance gain, so he's boosting our compliance. He's sweet talking all the rebels into chilling out and working with us instead of against us right now. All right, and that's pretty much where we're at. I don't think we have, like, anything. We need one more military factory to build the armor trains, and we're currently in military factory building mode. We got 3 more coming out, so we're starting to hyper-industrialize. We've got 20 civilian factories that are building these other factories. The rebels are occasionally destroying some infrastructure, which we'll repair. We got 4 research slots right now, and we're going to work toward a 5th. So we have chosen the a Great Spain side of the focus tree. There was a whole... This is only half of Spain's focus tree, believe it or not. And there was another giant portion over there, but once we chose to go down this path, it eliminated the other side. And now we're going down the Caaaarrrlll specific side of things. And we have some spicy decisions to potentially make today, but we're currently in the process of getting some modifiers for our Civil War recovery that are really going to help us out here in a sec. So let's go ahead and unpause, chill out at 3 times speed for a bit, and then observe the Kingdom of Poland struggling. Yes. Build a certain number of new civilian or military factories. 500. Okay, cool. Thanks, bro. I'm getting Chivos, but they're not even Steam Chivos. They're like in-game Chivos. Italy? What you doing, Italy? Why is Vittorio Emanuele III here? What happened to Mussolini? What's left of communist... The Anarcho-Communist Union of Africa. What's left of Ethiopia is selling equipment to the Soviet Union. That is an interesting one. Okay, back to the... You know the drill. Start the music over. I think Poland's not going to last very long. Because they got Slovakia and Hungary... They have to defend many different front lines here. Poland, who put your capital so close to the German border? What were you thinking? They're like, well, it wasn't that close when Czechoslovakia existed, sir. World War I Peace Conference. Why did you guys decide to give Danzig and Dynia to Poland and isolate Königsberg and Allenstein? Okay? But you don't understand. There's so many ethnic Germans in Königsberg. We couldn't take it away. We just decided to piss them off by driving a wedge right down the middle so that Poland could have access to the sea. Yeah, we got a lot of kingdoms in this campaign. We got Kingdom of Livonia as well. Look at this hat. Mindaugas the Third. It's a great hat. Why did the World War I Peace Conference do a lot of things? True. I thought I was on pause this whole time. Poland has joined the Allies. Okay, well, that certainly makes things spicy. I don't know why France is suddenly at war with Germany. Oh, they might have been guaranteeing Denmark. Wait, they're only guaranteeing the independence of Romania. So why? They're not in the Allies. They're in the Nordic... they're in the Nordic cooperation with Denmark. Okay, well, that's the ticket, chat. Because, listen, this is confusing. So Poland got declared on by Germany. Poland was being guaranteed their independence by the United Kingdom and Denmark. So Denmark got dragged into the war with Germany, which in turn dragged France into the war because France, for some reason, joined the Nordic Cooperation Alliance. And the United Kingdom obviously gets pulled in because they were guaranteeing Poland, but they're also at war with Iran and Iraq right now. But yeah, now it's like the weird allies. Welcome to the start of the show. Yeah. I mean, that's really good for Poland, though. That is very good for Poland. Adoption of modern vehicles and experience from our advancements in construction can be applied to make repairs vastly quicker. 10% bonus construction speed. And we're caught up to 1939 tech. So we do have a 100% ahead of time bonus from a previous national focus. So sometimes we'll get these lovely bonuses, which can get you something extremely useful very quickly. In my case, I think the most important thing that we can get probably... Right now we're doing a lot of factory building, and then having more space for factories is very important. So I'd probably say concentrated industry 4, because we get space to build and we get output. But do I want to go ahead and just eat the 1.3 year ahead of time penalty? I think let's go ahead, because we have 4 research slots. So if we just dedicate one of these to like a slower moving research, we still got 3 more to play with. So I think that's fine. Are we going to have any allies this time? I don't know. We'll see. Maybe, maybe not. Spain, your allies will change depending on what path you go. Caaaarrrl is not a friend maker, I don't think. They're like, they see themselves as the last defenders of Christianity. So they don't have a lot of friends. Poland is losing mad territory right now. The Republic of Turkmenistan has declared war on the Soviet Union. Yeah, Poland. I respect your dedication to not ceding Danzig, but 1939 comes at you fast, and you have a lot of border to defend. But you don't even have to worry about the Soviet border. So, like, I think I could have pulled this off. No offense, Poland. Engineer Company 2. Got modern equipment, high explosives. Engineers can go beyond their traditional task and surprise the enemy with ingenuity. Dozer blades and flamethrowers. This is for tanks, if you have the tank DLCs, which is No Step Back, I believe. And then light flame tanks. We don't really use these ever. But we're here for the plus 50% entrenchment bonus. And the fort attack and defense bonuses. So we're going to need to get some more support equipment so we can actually use all of these different companies. And we're currently in the process of updating our companies. Caaaarrrl Spain is both unaligned, and we have a few colonies in and around Africa. But it's North Africa, basically. We just camp out both sides of Gibraltar and shake our fist at Great Britain, you know? So, haven't done any tank research yet. We're a little behind on artillery as well, and this is going to be one of our chief endeavors, is to have good artillery. So, we want to start pumping out level 2 artillery, because this is just, you know, look how small that is. Just kidding. I just love doing that. You can just look at the graphic. This ain't going to hit anything. 50% more defense. Mostly the defense for artillery, actually. But you do still get a little breakthrough bonus, a little soft attack bonus, and you unlock some new specialty pieces for tanks. We're going to use our artillery. We're using our manufacturers now. That's just going to siphon a little bit of our political power per day, but we're getting some crazy good political power, like 1.5 per day, even while pursuing a national focus. And so sometimes when we use those military organizations, which is the most recent DLC, we will get upgrades for the different companies. In this case, this is our first upgrade for the support manufacturer, support equipment manufacturer, I believe. So we have a tree here. And the tree will let us choose various benefits. This is production resources needed for support equipment down. Get a faster military industrial organization research bonus. I actually don't know what that means. Does that mean we get a flat 5% research bonus, or what is this even contributing to? And then we have plus 10% piercing. Yeah, I actually have no idea what that one does. Because it has a weird, like, quantifier. Military Industrial Organization research bonus. You don't research military industrial organizations. So is it just a flat 5% to all research? To their research. Okay, this is just not well articulated in the DLC. So if we look at the funds, whenever we get a full fund meter, we get a point to spend on one of these perks. Because we're using this organization to assist in researching Military Police 2, it's giving us 750 funds in 45 days. Then I'm assuming that you get another another plus 5% to any research that you can also assign this organization to assist with, as long as you have assigned them, which is convoluted, but I think I understand it now. So for example, since we are using that organization to research military police, it's the Llama org. This is going to be done in 45 days. However, if we buff the research bonus, then it will actually be done. Okay, it didn't change. It didn't change at all. Huh. I have no idea. We did wait a day. That's why it went down to 43 days. It went from 45 to 44 to 43 to 42. It's just going one at a time. The 10% did change to 15 though. What? I mean, like on what page? Yeah, that didn't do anything. Okay, I think it only updates on the next thing you use it for. So it won't retroactively apply. It'll apply to the next thing that we start. I would expect. Too confusing. Sometimes Hearts of Iron be like that though. And you just have to use context clues and some assumptions. I am almost positive that the last thing that I said is correct. Poland, you gotta last longer than this because you're just gonna give Germany a huge chunk. And then Italy, well, I guess the good thing for France is they don't have to worry about Italy, potentially. I don't know what Italy's gonna do. I guess we'll find out, because they went kingdom as well. Poland went kingdom. But we still got a very strong fascist force, because we have historical Germany. The Soviets are really not having a good time now. So it seems like it's going to be two different fascist forces, because we got Japan, Manchukuo, Minkakuo, and the Provisional Russian government in the Greater East Asian Prosperity Sphere versus the Reich, versus the Allies, versus whatever we end up joining or turning into. All right, we're up over 100,000 manpower. Looking good. And we just need to start building some more. Ooh, we've already built like a few more military factories. Okay, that's solid. We're starting to industrialize. Soviet Union annexed Georgia. They have capitulated. Okay, so we need to start putting some more military factories like so. That'll be our next 3. I'm gonna queue up a few. Military factory here. And then another one here. I'm not really worried about filling these places up because they are going to get more space with research. Oh, man. Poland, no, you only had to defend against the Reich. You're not even getting Molotoved. This is so sad. It's only a matter of time before the Reich goes through the Netherlands, who, by the way, the United Kingdom already declared war on the Netherlands, defeated them, and released their holdings in the Dutch East Indies, and I believe puppeted them. Yep. The United Kingdom puppeted the Dutch East Indies. Dios, Patria y Rey. The rallying cry of the Caaaarrrlll echoes through history and exemplifies the beliefs we hold to be true. It serves as a reminder that we all play but a small part in the defense of Catholicism, our local communities, and the Spanish nation as a whole, and the ultimate sovereignty of our King. God, Fatherland, and King! There's a lot of good stuff in this one. We get 5% stability. We're up to 80% stability. So our dockyard factory output's great. Consumer goods factories are down. Political power gain up. We get war support up to 100% now. Modify recovering from civil war. That's our negative debuff on our national spirits. Consumer goods factories factor down 5%. A little bit faster construction speed and some factory output. So, we have a few choices here. We can do Restore the Empire, which is 3 military factories. Pretty good. We have to have 50 factories to do our final research slot, which will also be very good. And then we have Claim the French Throne, which here's the problem with Claim the French Throne. I will be declaring war on the entire Allies. Well, actually, no, I won't. Actually, no, I won't. Unless someone's guaranteeing I'm only declaring war on France and Denmark. The problem is, then I'll have a border with Germany. That's the actual problem. Is anyone else guaranteeing them? I don't think so. I think they're just guaranteeing Romania. And otherwise, they're on their own. But yeah, we're not ready to declare war on them yet. That being said, there's not a lot I can do if France loses to Germany before we get over there. So I do need to consider doing that. But we got militarize the masses for more recruitable population, doctrine and research bonuses, free infrastructure and more resources. Okay, well, I mean, I would say it's probably time to do Restore the Empire. 3 military factories is hard to say no to. Do you want a little Crusader Kings in your hearts of iron? Just claim the French throne, it's easy. Alright, we got some new guns. We're gonna start making much nicer firearms. Submachine guns, anti-tank rifles, an incredible buff to our soft attack that's like 50% better against infantry, 33% better breakthrough, a chunk of defense, 50% more hard attack, 25% more piercing, all good stuff. It's October 1939. And we're researching artillery. Good. We need to get all of our support companies upgraded. All right, let's upgrade our field hospitals. I'll use the support manufacturer for that as well. So are we getting, yeah, we're getting a 15% research bonus on this. It was 10%, now it's 15%. Okay. So it is working. It just works on the new stuff. And it's time to throw the brakes onto our factories making infantry equipment tier 1. And we're gonna replace with tier 2, which is gonna take our current 83% production efficiency, because these factories have been spooling up and go, and now it's down to 24%, and those factories have to spool up and refit all of their molds and production lines for the new product. And then these will be automatically replaced over time. So our current armed forces are using like 9,000 or so. According to this, I think that's low. It's got to be more than 9,000. But we only need about 8,800, and those will automatically go into the hands of our troops as they come off the line. So if you look in your stockpile, you're not really going to have those weapons, because they got to go to the soldiers who are actively using them first. Now, our soldiers have been exercising, so we're going to stop exercising. I was trying to build army XP. While we're exercising, we're actually burning through those equipments. So I don't want to accidentally burn through the new guns while we're trying to replace them. Exclamation YouTube. We're on Twitch. This is the place. I used to make YouTube videos, but I haven't made a YouTube video since 2018. It's been a while. Going on 6 years now. What else we got? Why is this highlighted? No reason, I think. But what's up, Equimper? How's it going? This is using our infantry weapons manufacturer to do another perk. So in this case, we're actually not going to take advantage of these things. And there's a reason why that I'll explain. I want to work toward production efficiency gain, because I think that one's good. So that requires either of these. I like soft attack and reliability here. If I want to update our equipment variant, I need to spend army XP to do that. So I'm not really ready to spend that XP. Well, I guess don't be greedy. I'm trying to hoard army XP, but I guess just don't be greedy. And then we have to go back to our infantry equipment, and we have to like upgrade it by creating a variant. Actually, we don't. We already did. We already did do that. So I just have to click the new one again, and it'll overwrite. Now it has those little bonuses of that production efficiency caps up 3%, and the weapons that it outputs are going to be slightly better with that perk that we just picked. The fall of Warsaw. Oh, man, already? German forces advancing in the Kingdom of Poland have succeeded in capturing Warsaw. Sporadic fighting continues in Praga and a few other districts, but organized resistance in the city seems to have ceased. The Polish government reportedly evacuated the city as the first German units entered Warsaw's suburbs, and their present location is unknown. Fighting against the German invaders continues in other parts of the country, but the loss of the capital is a serious blow. Poland didn't stand a chance. They're kind of capitulating now. Okay, what do we got? Military Police Tier 2. By engaging in regular police duties in occupied territories such as traffic control and maintaining public order, our military police can minimize the chaos and confusion which partisan movements thrive in. Another 10% suppression bonus. All right, let's catch the current last of our support companies up with Recon Company Tier 2. We're gonna want recon and field hospitals in almost all of our units, so we'll be adding those in time. Let's make only for support equipment, production resources needed minus 15%. That will make them produce faster. We're going to need a lot of support equipment, so I think that is a solid, solid upgrade. All right, I got to blow my nose. Hold on. All right. We're back. What's up, gamers? Hello, KJ. Welcome to stream. iDwarp is here. Sir Whack is already giving the salute for old Poland. The German Reich formalizes the anti-Soviet pact. They have long condemned communism in all forms and has made diplomatic motions to demand other nations oppose it as well. Now, the Reich has offered states under immediate threat from communism a chance to form a pact against the Soviet Union. Any country in the pact will be committed to fighting a war against the Soviet Union should there come a time when a member is attacked. Let them bleed each other dry. But yeah, the recovering from civil war is bad, but we're making it better. Kazakhstan was annexed by the Soviet Union. Well, that's huge for them. But yeah, there's still an all-out war. They need to close out Kyrgyzstan, Uzbekistan, because here's the thing. I'm not rooting for the Soviet Union here, but I'm rooting for them slightly more than the provisional Russian government / Japan, Minkakuo, and Manchukuo. You know? I don't know. It's a little tough to say. Poland is gone. The German Reich is now in control of the Polish home area, and their war continues against France, Denmark, and then the Allies, who are a completely different faction. They did their best. All right, let me see how we're doing on... We're at 26% compliance, so we're actually getting really close to being able to do those. Also, the resistance has gone down. Let's go to civilian oversight for all these dudes, and that'll make compliance build a little faster, but we might see a spike in resistance as a result. But things are calming down in our occupied territories in Spain. And then, once we get 35% compliance, we'll be able to start coring some of these territories again. It's gonna be great. I feel like I turned the music down too far. There we go. But yeah, we need to come up with a Coast Guard. If we want to declare war on the United States, which is actually one of our potential objectives, I believe. The War of Vengeance is our final objective. Annex Cuba, puppet the Philippines, conquer the United States. It's easy. We have Restore the Iberian Union, which is going to give an event to Portugal. Iberia stronger together, and so we will ensure a new claim on the Portuguese throne is discovered. And we can press the Gibraltar claim and just go... This is kind of a go ham on everybody situation. New howitzer designs. All right, that happened pretty fast. We're going to start making the brand new sexy artillery as well. And we're going to start putting artillery in every single division. But look at our production lines. All that red means they're not working so good right now. Okay, November 1939, almost 1940. I say we just get a small ahead of time penalty on improved computing machine and take that 8% research bonus through the rest of the game, because we're going to be researching a lot. The German Reich has clear strategic interest in Scandinavia, both for bases of military operation and for the sake of natural resource import. The escalating conflict has meant that there's a very real threat to any resources ferried through the Baltic or the North Sea. With gradually intensifying diplomatic threats against Denmark and the Kingdom of Norway, an increase in German military operations seems likely. They're already at war with Denmark, but Norway was just declared on and has joined the Nordic cooperation. What's incredible to me is that Denmark is somehow holding this line still. I don't know how long that's going to last for. But they're chilling. Nordic cooperation. I mean, yeah. You don't... France is the chief Nordic. They're the head Nordic. Everybody knows that. That's where it all starts. That's where it all began. Okay. I know we have 159 political power. We have to save it. Italy just joined the Axis. Uh-oh. Oh my God, United Kingdom. Why are you throwing this campaign? Literally just don't declare war on them, and you'll be fine. You just screwed it up for everybody. Because now you gave Italy, they probably weren't going to join the Axis because they're actually Vittorio Emanuele, unaligned. And now that they're in the Reich, they're going to go to war with France, and you're not even going to be there to help fight. Yeah, all of Yugoslavia is in the Axis too. Oh my God, this campaign is getting real scuffed real fast. El Salvador just joined the Greater East Asian Co-Prosperity Sphere. United Kingdom considers continental intervention. The British government today announced its intention to restore the balance of power in Europe, if need be, with military force. Continental European imperialism, quote, is a threat to British national security and therefore must be contained, says Prime Minister Winston Churchill. What this means is unclear, but the nation has mobilized and seems prepared for war. Classic democratic nation that... Oh, the player is not allowed to declare war if you're playing a democracy, but United Kingdom declare war button go burr. Uzbekistan has capitulated. The Mexican Soviet Republic just joined the Mutual Assistance Bloc? What? With China, Xinjiang, and Communist China? Mexico's at war now with Japan? It's popping off, chat. Honduras is in the Greater East Asian Co-Prosperity Sphere. 100% world tension. We're gonna watch the world burn down around us. Kyrgyzstan is gone. Guatemala has joined the Greater East Asian Co-Prosperity Sphere. Central America, more like very East Asia. Just keep going east and you'll get there. You'll get to the rest of it, yeah. For sure. Alright, this is a crazy one. So, we're still building military factories, and we're about to get a few more with Restore the Empires, so we need to decide where those go. We're starting to mobilize. We're recruiting daily. We still got more manpower to recruit. We were giving them top-of-the-line guns. We need that, actually. Yeah, the second one to go to artillery for sure. We need one factory on armor trains, like, around the clock. At least. Maybe two. We only have one dockyard. It's so sad. Our empire awaits! We need but establish the military industry to allow us to seize it. 3 military factories added. 1 in Burgos, 1 in Isla Baleares, and País Vasco. Got free building slots as well. 3 and free, in fact. I'm going to hold off on restoring the Iberian Union. I want us to be a little bit more powerful, a little bit more potent. Ooh, 6 dockyards? A fleet worthy of a king. Hell yeah. And then 2 civilian factories. Wait a sec. Wait a sec. Is this 4 civilian factories? No, it's 2. Okay, 2 civilian and 2 military. Math is hard. Yeah. This is still good, though. So that's like pumping up these islands right here. Currently considered rural regions. Why is that our primary... Okay, is it not weird that the Spanish tree has 1 encourage local industrialization focus that only adds 3 factories, and then multiple focuses that build more than that on like a random set of islands? Like, restore the empire are a couple local places, I guess, and also islands. All right, anyway. 3 military factories is huge, and I definitely think more civilian, more military is the way to go right now. I assume it builds those things there, even if they're not cores. Because, yeah, we have 2 extra military factories. Okay. Infantry equipment. We definitely are going to want the guns. So let's go 4 factories on guns. I don't know. I really need, like... like that, actually. Yeah, we need, like, 5 on guns, 3 on support, and then the last one can go on improved artillery. We're building 2 more here. We're getting some warnings about... oh, yeah, Equatorial Guinea is getting, like, a little too rambunctious. Let's do... secret police there and try to dial that down a little bit. Yugoslavian Confederation joined the Allies? Oh, there's a civil war in Yugoslavia. Those guys are going to be dead real fast. Okay. What was I doing? I got distracted. Why are you guys being so rude over here? Why are you being so rude? A Malabo. An Equatorial Guinea. Like, dial it back. But yes, if you have a place that's got a lot more resistance than others, you can change their oversight independently of your default. Which is a good idea. Probably just going to do military governor until it calms down. Because that's minus 35% to resistance. And we need to keep an eye on this because they will rebel if it gets above 90%. Why is this still going up? It's 58.9. 50. Why is it going up so high? Are there spies? Martial law, I guess. It's like skyrocketing. Are there spies? There might be like spies here from another nation that are increasing rebellion on purpose. 59.4, it went down 0.1. All right, we're just gonna have to leave it at martial law for a bit. And then probably change these. Actually, we're at 32% compliance on the rest. So let's let that continue to build. I don't know why Equatorial Guinea in particular is just like snowballing. What's the suppression efficiency on your troops? It's like, it's not the best, but it's decent. 15.6. We have tier 2 military police and 6 cav for 12 combat width. So it's like, it's reasonable. Denmark, no, they finally broke through the lines. They're coming for Norway. What's weird is that Italy joined the Axis against the UK, but didn't join the war against France yet. Which is really, really good for France. I hope they can keep that up for their own good. He's losing to Equatorial Guinea. Kinda, though. Sort of. Alright, we got 5 factories on infantry equipment. 3 on support. We're gonna get a 3rd on artillery. And then things are gonna start moving forward. Because we're still in the hole on artillery. We could probably go ahead and start training some new divisions. They're going to be a little short on support. Our default divisions are honestly probably worth leaving alone. I need to save my army XP for now because we're going to use it to core some states. I'll be able to use a little bit of it. I can use like 30 to 50. Turkmenistan is gone, because this doesn't have any recon. I would love motorized recon, but we don't have enough trucks for that, I don't think. I only have 1 truck factory. So we're gonna want probably just default cavalry recon and field hospitals. So, something to know about support groups is support groups are awesome. They give you a lot of buffs and bonuses, right? So like right now we have support artillery, which, if I remove, we're losing a lot of soft attack in that middle combat stat. We're losing some defense. We're losing some hard attack against armor. And we're losing some breakthrough, right? But what we're gaining is organization. So, the problem with stacking tons of support groups is you're losing organization. And organization is your soft HP. That's like the green bar in combat that dictates when you rout or when you have to like retreat. So if I add, right, like cavalry recon and field hospitals and military police, my organization tanks to like 47.6. So the way that you build organization is by having actual boots, right? Actual like military troops and raw manpower. So if I add infantry back, you can see the organization goes from 47.6 to 49. So it's actually going up. So we have to make sure that we support... Okay, sorry, let me use a different word. No pun intended. We have to make sure that these support companies have enough total soldiers and manpower to keep our organization from bottoming out, basically. And the same is true for if we wanted to add, like, line artillery. So if I went combat support and started adding line artillery, that also tanks our organization. So you might be asking, well, then what's a good amount of organization? And the short answer is less than 40 is awful, and 50 is probably better. So I would say, like, I try to shoot for, like, higher than 45, and I aim for 50. 50 plus is great. And then there's different, like, what do you call them? These guys. land doctrines. There's different doctrines that are going to give you boost to organization as well. And some of them have incredible organization buffs. But yeah. The other thing you want to consider is the actual combat width of your divisions, which is a whole different can of worms. It's hard to describe, but effectively this is just how much space all those dudes take up. And they will fit into different tiles for purposes of combat. Something we didn't have to worry about during the Civil War that we will have to worry about during future wars, because we're going to be on the border, say, with France here. So we're going to be in a lot of mountains, and those mountains have combat width of 50, and then additional attacks combat width of 25. So what that is telling us is effectively how many troops can be fighting over that mountain tile simultaneously. And we're trying to come up with combat widths that are going to be sort of generically effective against different types of provinces. Like a plains only supports a combat width of 70, with additional attacks always being like half of that. Or an urban area has a combat width of 80. So what that means is if you exceed the combat width, those troops that go above the combat width aren't going to be able to actually meaningfully fight or help your side in any way. And they're going to be kind of like giving you some debuffs because you've overstacked that tile with way too many troops. So if I had 150, 200 combat width and a 70 combat width tile, I have incredible diminishing returns. It's to the point where it actually actively hurts to have that many troops fighting simultaneously. And that takes a little getting used to, and you can probably watch a couple of tutorial videos to help with that, because it is they also need to be recent tutorial videos because they just got done changing within the last year all of the values for the different tiles. So it's something they've updated a lot of times, and I don't think it's gotten easier, but I think you can ignore it a little bit more now than you could in the past. It used to be just some hard-coded metas that you needed to follow. My meta! Now the meta's been chopped up a little bit. You're going to find different responses when people ask for the easy, what's the meta answer? The short answer is it depends on what you expect to be fighting around. Hey, Tal, I pulled off my first PMC extract yesterday. I just wanted to let you know you have enabled what will be a long and abusive relationship. Don't get Tarkov too hard, Cloaking Wolf. But I hope you fist pumped in the air and let out an audible cheer, even though no one could hear you. And GG. Let's do this. The last couple times we played this, I've gone to the wiki for combat width. All right, chat. You're gonna get flashbanged. You've been warned. Flashbang incoming. All right, combat width. So, if your combat width, this is the important part. You have more combat width if you are flanking. All right? And that also depends on the terrain. So when it says like 70 combat width, but then 35 extra from the flanks, that adds on top. So, this is the important part. At the start of the battle, divisions will be added from the reserve to the front line unless combat width has been filled or the combat penalty would exceed 33%. So to calculate the combat width penalty, if you exceed the combat width by too much, you hit that penalty. So for example, in an 80 width battle, so if the tile is 80 combat width, you could have up to 106 total width with a 32.5% penalty to all their stats, but not 107 because it would go over the 33% threshold. So in planes, which are 70 width, the last out of 8 10 widths will remain in reserve. So you could fill 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70. So the first 7 of those 10 width units would be able to go in, but you couldn't get the final 10 width because the penalty would be you didn't have any remaining for another unit to join. So if you had 69 combat width instead of 70, that one remaining would allow another unit to join and just give a penalty to everybody, basically. But sometimes having that extra unit in there gives you more power, which can offset the penalty. So that's the main thing. That's the main thing. But yeah, the wiki is super helpful for this kind of stuff. I'll just leave that page open in case we need to revisit. What was I doing? I was gonna start training some divisions. All right, we got the grunts. Actually, that's not necessarily accurate. Who else do we have? We have mountaineers. These are grunts. All right, this is gonna be the Coast Guard for sure. Give them a new icon. They can have the Sharky icon. That's a classic. These are our Africa Elite Corps. The Raquetes. How many of those do we even have? We have a number of them, actually. They're not great. We should probably just make these guys good. Unfortunately, what that does, though, is if we put more infantry in and mix them up, they will lose their veterancy because we're putting green soldiers in with them. Does that make sense? Like, we're basically diluting their skill. So, you could argue whether that's good or bad. I think it's good because we're never going to want a 6 combat width division to do anything, again, in an actual war, right? So I say we make these the Raquete Grunts, because we're not even going to give them necessarily support groups right now. I'm just going to inflate their numbers to something that's a bit more respectable. This is double their current size, and it's going to take 3,000 manpower per 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18, 21, 24. That's going to take like 30, 40,000 manpower by itself. Just make them all stand really close together in the mountains. You can just reassign them to another division. I don't want to reassign them to another division. What does that do for me right now? I don't want to convert them into another division. I want one division that doesn't have any support, that's just boots on the ground, and then I want to have more specialist groups that use a lot of support companies. This is going to be the grunts. That's why I named it such. Let's go ahead and just give them 16 combat width and let them fill in the rest. Because what I don't have right now is a large stockpile of artillery, which my specialist infantry groups require. So I don't want to put even more pressure on the artillery pipeline. I do have some support, and I think even grunts need an engineer company. Everybody needs an engineer company. That's just I think that's an auto include, basically everything. But I don't even want to mess with that right now. I'm just looking at the potential because I'm gonna spend my army XP very, very shortly. We have free civilian factories. Wow, look at that. All right, we need to keep mobilizing. Military factories. Military factories. Military factories in Madrid. Military factories. Okay, and then we're gonna have to start thinking about oil. We don't even have synthetic research yet, so we're gonna need to research synthetic oil. We're gonna need to start getting anti-air prepped. We're gonna need to start getting some coastal forts to prevent invasions for when we go to war with these naval powers. We got a lot of things. We're gonna have to start training. I would say training some Coast Guard is okay. Just a few of them. So you can see our manpower kind of taking a dip every time we do one of these. We have not hit our cap yet. So let's train like... These guys should be quite easy. Let's train like 12 of these divisions simultaneously and pump them out in Madrid. Because we have a good amount of manpower and they're only really using guns and support equipment. But do you see how quickly that disappears? Even with 4 infantry and an engineer company? Very basic, but an effective Coast Guard unit to defend your ports. And that just drained our resources, like, real quick. Are you improving relations with any countries? No. Why would I be? That's a waste of our political power right now. But I am not. Field Hospital 2s. By establishing the use of portable hospitals, bringing the medical care to where it is needed, we can stop many unnecessary deaths and permanent injuries. So, field hospitals are going to be awesome for Spain, because we don't have a huge manpower pool, and we need to preserve what we do have. So we're going to be using these extensively to regurgitate casualties back into the fighting force. All right, let's start thinking about synthetic oil, which is here. So I'll grab fuel storage. He hates other countries. Yeah, Hearts of Iron is not like Stellaris. You don't need to be constantly improving relations with other countries. That's not really a thing. You only do it under specific circumstances. And it's much more nebulous than it is in Stellaris. Like, for example, the only time I'm planning on modifying my relations with another country is Portugal, because we have this, like, Restore the Iberian Union, and they'll get an event, which I think their response is based mostly on the proportion of our military power, but also maybe a little bit of our relation to each other, but it's a bit more fuzzy than in a game like Stellaris. Stellaris is much more, like, predictable in that way. Reconnaissance missions. All right, recon company getting plus 200% recon. That gives us, if we have better recon and intelligence than the enemy, we'll get a battle. Our battles will have a bonus modifier on our side if we have good recon on them. So we have 1939 tech for all of our support companies. We could also optionally get some more support companies, but I think I like engineer, recon, field hospital to be our primary 3. And then anything past that will be like something that we get in the future, right? How are we doing on raw materials? We're starting to run out of steel because of our export policy, and we're gonna need a lot of steel. So I think it's a decent idea to just stay current on excavation for some resource gain. All right, we got another support equipment perk. We're getting a lot of these because we're using this organization for a lot of research. I don't like reliability down. I don't like either of these, actually. Let's just get plus 10% funds gain. I don't know. Doesn't really matter. I'm not a huge fan of the organization portion of the DLC. I think that the global international market is really cool, but I'm not a huge fan of the military organizations. But that's just me. Your mileage may vary. Oh, it's time! Oh yeah, we just crested 35% compliance with many of the regions in Spain. So it's time to core some Spain. Bring them back. All right, we should definitely go for like Madrid and like Aragon. Yeah. Let's get Madrid. Eliminate the Madrid guerrillas. Oh no, it's gonna cost 2,000 units of infantry equipment as well. Okay, the Coast Guard training is canceled. We need those guns! That's why you read the fine print. Oh my god, 2,000 infantry equipment. 10 army XP for 70 days, minus 300 weekly manpower. This is harsh, man. I mean, long term it's worth it, but oof. All right, let's start eliminating the Madrid guerrillas. And then the Eastern Aragon guerrillas. And then definitely in Catalonia. All right, do we even have any more guns? I have to wait for this to update. All right, that'll take 70 days for each of those. Weekly manpower is going to get drained while we take care of this. I've been saving up political power and army XP. I didn't know I was saving infantry equipment for this, but apparently I've been saving infantry equipment for this. And I got 5 factories on it. But I didn't realize that was going to be a thing. Otherwise, I probably wouldn't have switched off of the old infantry equipment yet, but it'll get faster over time. We just have to be a little patient because, yeah, we just spent all of our guns. However, it's going to be well worth, because we're about to get the full support of each of these regions, all their factories, their manpower pools, their resources. All good stuff. Strengthen the empire. The fledgling new Spanish Empire's economy is still struggling, and more of the treasury should be allocated to ensuring our industry recovers swiftly from the destruction of the Civil War. There was supposed to be 2 civilian factories as well. Where'd they go? Did we get scammed? I may have gotten scammed. I could have sworn they were... Wait. No, yeah, we should have... It was supposed to be on the Balearic Islands. Because I remember making a whole comment about how these focuses, for some reason, were like focused on Isla Baleares. And this changed to País Vasco. I'm pretty confident. Because this was 2 civilian factories and 2 military factories on Isla Baleares. And now it's 2 military factories on País Vasco. Huh. I don't know what happened there, but I definitely got scammed. Hearts of Iron things. We got 2 military factories though, so let's do a 6th on infantry equipment. A 4th, we're gonna need a ton of support equipment, and then a 2nd one on trucks. We're gonna need a bunch of trucks as well. All right, we'll make do. Prosperity of the Empire is probably a good one, because this is modifying recovering from Civil War in a positive way. Okay. I want to build the military factories first. The civilian factory is still getting built by 6. Okay, let's go 4x. So Italy is still not at war with France. They've got the Yugoslavian rebellion, and they join the Allies. And then Norway is still at war with the German Reich. Denmark is just holding the passages over water. The Soviets and everybody in the East, Greater East Asian Prosperity Sphere, are still at war. Mexico is pushing down Central America. United States is still asleep. And then the United Kingdom is at war in Africa with Italy, and then over here in the Middle East with Iraq and Iran, who are in their own alliance. Lots of chaos. But yeah, it's going to be hard to actually train any of our military when I'm having to spend them all on coring our Spanish states. Devil owes me rent. What's up? Thanks for 20 months, dude. I appreciate the brand new. Well, not brand new, but it's you know, it's your first sub of January. Don't think about that too hard, okay? Don't ponder it. But thanks for subbing. How many trains are we gonna need? Not that many. I think one factory is enough for now. Guns are where we're struggling, so I'll just put that factory on the guns. I use a lot of support equipment, so a 5th and then a 4th on artillery. Karelia has declared war on the Soviet Union. Interesting. But yeah, the initial like push to get production efficiency back up is just we're going 0.2% per day. We're at 33.5 infantry equipment per day. How long until we Carl? I mean, we're already Carling. I'm reintegrating Spain. We got Madrid, Eastern Aragon, and Catalonia are being reintegrated and cored into Spain as we speak. Claiming they are attempting to ensure peace in the Balkans, Germany has presented the Greek government with a demand that they cede territory to Bulgaria. While Greece has protested immensely, the strength of German influence in the Balkans leaves them little choice. The only way to avoid confrontation with the Reich is to allow German diplomacy to dictate their territorial integrity. But yeah, those will be cored in 12 days. Drimbus also subbed. What's up, Drimbus? Thanks for your prime. And choosing to deliver it here, out of everywhere, on Twitch. Chad, I hope you're having a nice end of the week. It's Friday. I'll be here to usher you into the weekend. And hopefully see how this campaign concludes today. Assuming we conclude it today. We're going to be doing a lot of like 4Xing because we're just in industrializing mode. Okay, hold on. Before this completes, here's what we need to do. I want to memorize this. I want to see how much this changes by. Our eligible core population's 5.8 million, right? I want to see what 5.8 becomes. And we've also got 43 factories, okay? 18 military, 2 naval, 34 dockyards. And then once these are cored, what will that change to? Do we just go from 34 to 50 factories? And 5.8 million core manpower to 11.6 million core manpower. This is what coring means. Okay, so this is a perfect tutorial of why coring an area is so valuable. Because all of those places now recognize us as their de jure leader and are giving us 100% of their resources as well. So, unfortunately, the only one here is West. We already had Western Aragon. We didn't get a lot of resources, but there's some steel and some tungsten that we'll be using for different things around the edges. But that's why it is so crazy, right? Because now that we have that extra core manpower, we're going to be recruiting... we have 753,000 total manpower now. So this 226,000 manpower is probably about to update to 522,000. We just doubled our available manpower. Oh my god. Okay, fuel storage. We probably just need to go straight into synthetic. But I'm gonna be safe. We will need improved decimetric radar. And we do need 1940 weapons, but we're not at war right now, so it's slightly less important. Same for artillery. Yeah, I'd say getting some resources, because we're gonna need oil to support an Air Force and a Navy. So it's time to think about that. Now, those didn't have a lot of military factories. We only got one military factory out of that because we haven't been building that much in those territories. However, no, actually we did get more because we just got that 5th support and that 4th artillery, right? Yeah. So we're going to do 8. Let's say like 9 on guns, an extra on support equipment, an extra on trucks. Now look at all the factories that we got for civilian factories going in. We almost got 2 around the clock, so I want to get that up to like 15 each, so we're going to go on a little civilian factory run. Because I like having around 30. So that'll push us close. Yeah, that's good. That's good. And our construction tech is going up every couple years, and we're building faster and faster. Like right now we're at 33% bonus. If we can recover from the Civil War more, that'll go up even a little more, which we're about to do in 3 days, actually. Now, we can eliminate some more rebels. So what's the next most important place that we can go? Let's see. Probably like up here, Galicia. Let's eliminate the Galician guerrillas. That'll take our infantry equipment, and I can spend some political power and some army XP because we're actually just like throttled by weapons and guns. So we've already got war economy, which is perfect. We've already got limited conscription, which is the most we can do. I could change my exports, but we don't really need more resources yet. We're going to. So the next best thing that I can spend political power on is if we have a decision that's useful, which in this case, we have like 81% stability. We could like ban fascism, which would lower our base stability and not really give us any other benefits. Chat, losing 10% stability, how many weeks is 120 days? 17 weeks? So how much would you build it up? 0.7% per week? It's 12%. So you actually lose 10% stability, but then gain 12% stability over time, which I think is worth it. Let's do the raids. Banning fascism doesn't give you any stability back. It just lowers the overall thing, from what I can tell. Okay, other than that, we don't really need this dude anymore, but I don't know. I think we probably just want to get some, like, military high command or just a military theorist for land doctrine to be cheaper. Let's do army logistics for attrition down 8%. And then I'll save the rest of the political power. The Empire's recovery and prosperity is paramount, and through additional focus on improving infrastructure of our nation and thereby encouraging trade and industrial development will ensure this goal is reached in short order. Western Aragon, Leon, and Islas Canarias has gotten 1 infrastructure. And where are the rest of the modifiers? It was supposed to modify recovering from Civil War. which I assume it just did and just didn't say anything. It says it'll be removed in August. Yeah, August 1944, but the it's 1940. These have been modifying it in the positive, like it's been taking the teeth off of it. So I'm assuming it just changed the numbers to be better and more favorable. I wish it would just tell you that information, though. Okay, also, since we just pushed over 50 factories, we're allowed to get our 5th research slot. That was the prereq, is more than 50 factories. So, let's go. Technology time. Kind of huge. Guatemala has capitulated to the Mexican Socialist Republic. It's so sad. So sad. We have incredible manpower. But yeah, we just need infantry equipment to continue coring the rest of Spain. And then we'll be cooking. Big concentrated industry 4. Yeah. 20% more space for factories so we can build more. And factories are just 15% more better. Okay, it's 1940. What do we need? Probably improved infantry equipment is good. Let's use our political power on infantry weapons and start powering up to actually do a little bit of war. The problem is I can't do war because I need the guns. I'm gonna have to I don't think I'm gonna be able to core everything is the problem. I have to choose between coring all of Spain and going to war with other places, which is slightly annoying. I could try buying some guns, but that's just gonna make me build my own stuff slower. Oh my god. It's time. The Netherlands continues the Zuid de Zee works. A large-scale land reclamation project has been undertaken in the Netherlands, continuing a series of such projects known collectively as the Zuid de Zee works. After the closing off of the IJsselmeer with the Afsluitdijk, the reclamation of the Wienergemeer and the Noordoostpolder, the project now focuses on the reclamation of the Flevopolder, the largest area yet to be reclaimed from the sea. Though the full project will undoubtedly span many years, draining has proceeded enough that smaller areas are already accessible, and the benefits to Dutch industry is palpable. Oh, it's funny. Every time it gets me. Dutch land reclamation's really interesting. It is, yeah. I agree. But yeah, I think we're gonna have to, hold on coring the rest of Spain, unfortunately. Because I really need to start training some troops. We actually have positive artillery now for the first time. Improved computers, plus 8% research. Huge. Also unlocks some things for planes. All right, just in case we end up going to war with Portugal, let's go ahead and start researching support weapons. I'm gonna use our infantry manufacturer to shave some time off. Yeah, almost 10 days. We're gonna start prepping to try to integrate Portugal. So to that end, we need to kind of power up a little bit.
Atención.
And by power up, I mean go ahead and just add some infantry to the grunts. We'll just double their size and give them an engineer company to start. which they only had 3 infantry and 6 combat with no support, so just giving them an Engi company. So what does the engineer company do? Lots of things. It allows you... You can see the adjusters and the modifiers for your company down here. So if we remove the engineer company, they have no adjusters. But if we add the engineer company, then they get defensive bonuses and movement bonuses through forest, defense bonus on hills, defense bonus on jungle, movement and defense across marshes, attack bonuses on forts with some defense, movement and defense on rivers, and attack amphibiously. So they're just like Swiss Army knife. And then double their size, you know? These guys are fine. We're just looking at, like, how they appear versus Portugal. I want the Mountaineers to kind of be a little bit more stout, so we're going to add 2 extra units to this division. And give them some engineers as well. They've already got support artillery. This will make the Mountaineers more formidable. And the Mountaineers are much like engineers, but specifically for mountains. So they get huge hill and mountain buffs. 35% more attack on mountains, better defense, better movement and traversal, sizable buff of 20% for hills and that kind of thing. So they're just like the specialists. So we'll lock them in, spend some army XP, and then you'll notice that our forces only have like 33% fighting strength. So over time, reinforcements will disperse automatically and their fighting strength will go up. So they don't automatically get more powerful, but you'll notice that their experience is going down because we're pushing new troops. So it's averaging out the experience between the new green soldiers and the veteran old soldiers, which it is what it is. I'd rather have just more troops than a bunch of tiny baby troops, you know? Greece has joined the Allies. Interesting, because Italy just declared war on Greece. Good luck, Greece. Soviet Union annexed Karelia. There's a lot of those going around. So what I'm going to probably do with Portugal...
Atención. Sí, señor.
I'm going to reevaluate who my generals are. Because we have Jose Enrique Varela. He's an organizer, good defense, good attack, 6 offense. I think he was during the Civil War. And then this dude is also really, really strong. 6-3-2-2. I don't love Reckless because he gets wounded more, but he's got some good stats. And then I'm going to put this dude under a different field marshal. Because I want him to... We don't even have another field marshal. He's going to be my Coast Guard troop. That's where we're going to put the Coast Guards eventually. And then we're going to create a new front line on Portugal. And assign everyone... Oops, hold on. We're going to shift-click a front line. There we go. And assign everybody to that front line. And then we're going to make an offensive line, because you can start planning your offensive line before you ever declare war. And I guess hopefully we just don't have to declare war. Hopefully they simply accept our terms. Do we have an intelligence agency yet? No, but we're getting close to a good time to start the intelligence agency. Because we'll probably have some more good factories once we eliminate these guerrillas. We're short on infantry equipment because we just got done puffing up all of our forces here for a potential invasion. We're sort of amassing on the border with them. Their troops are... If we had more intelligence, we'd be able to tell like how good they are. I think that they have decent division templates, but they're going to be vastly outnumbered by us, as you can see.
Atención.
So another thing I'm going to do, since we have excess political power, which is, you know, something we don't usually have, is spend some of it.
Atención.
Some of our Civil War troops have these little medals or medallions, and what we can do is award them commendations, so we can spend some political power to give them buffs. So I'm going to use my lightning shock troops because they're pretty good. And for exceptional bravery in the Southern Iberia offensive, I am going to give them... I think supply consumption is a great one. But we can also give them multiple things. I'm going to do a division attack plus 5%. I'm going to be very offensive focused in this campaign. And each commendation is... They get more expensive as they go, right? So... I do wish there was like a slightly better UI, but that's okay. Alright, so I'm just going to pick a few of them. Give them the division attack bonus. And then we're down to 100 political power. So we just kind of individually buffed. It's a bit micromanagey. I wish there was a better menu for that, but while they're there, since we gave them an attack order, they're already actually planning that attack. So by the time we might end up going to war with them, they'll get that huge 42% offensive bonus. But we're not going to war yet. I think I'm going to go from our 5th research slot to restore the Iberian Union. And since we're going to try and restore the Iberian Union, I'm going to start improving my relationship with them in case that helps. So, got a little, a few tactics up my sleeve. I might be telling them to join with me or else, but they're amassed on my border too, you know? What if they're planning an offensive? I don't know. Okay, we got a new weapon manufacturer perk. I don't really love these. I'd say production efficiency gain so that we can, like, produce them faster. Because we're still at 50% efficiency, but we went from like 37 per day to 61 per day, which is pretty sweet. What are you doing, Equatorial Guinea? Why are you mobilizing? No, you guys are good. We had to do martial law in Equatorial Guinea. Yeah, I'm preempting their invasion for self-defense. Exactly. Chad understands. We must establish a great center of traditionalist thinking, which may also be used by Carlist thinkers to make new advances and developments that can benefit the new Spanish monarchy. A 5th research slot is now ours, and we are going to be numing through the research tree. So I got both of my infantry buffs here, which are very, very good. We're all caught up on support groups. We just have to start using them. I could do railway guns, but I'd rather catch up on my artillery soft attack bonus and use our manufacturer for that. And then, new national focus, restore the Iberian Union. Yeah. All right, and while we're doing that, hello, Portugal. Let's talk. So I'm going to improve diplomatic relations. It'll cost 10 upfront political power and cost some daily PP. And our relationship will start improving. I'm curious what the result of that event will be. A nation with a reasonable amount of research slots. Hell yeah. Did Portugal go historical or ahistorical? I mean, they seem... I don't know if Antonio de Oliveira Salazar's... I think he's a normal guy. But I don't know. Maybe not. Following the breakout of war with France, Germany has applied stronger diplomatic pressure than ever on the countries of the Benelux. With French and British backing, they are refusing to give in. There's reason to believe that if the Reich is unable to get what they want, they'll take it by force. Luxembourg has joined the Allies. Goodbye, Luxembourg. It's been nice knowing you. A singular German. Are we winning? Well, we won the Civil War, and now we're industrializing and trying to re-core the fractured Spanish states. And we're inviting Portugal to join us. So some cool things afoot. All right, check in me 1 sec. I drank too much coffee, too quick, too fast. All right. I'm going to take just a very quick BRB before the potential, hopefully, integration of Portugal, but if not, then the war with Portugal. Very short BRB. Thanks for watching. Hang tight. I'm also going to change to night mode and shut the blinds in here. Okay. We back. Chat, what DLC do you think is must-have? I would just highly recommend getting the... If you don't have the DLCs, I would highly recommend just going on Steam and grabbing the subscription. It's $5, and you get all the DLCs. You have to pay monthly, but you will be much better off because you won't have to stress about whether you got the right DLCs or the ones that you thought were fun. And if you bought all the DLCs individually, you could have simply just paid for the subscription for like multiple years. Like 3+ years of $5 a month for the same price as getting the DLCs. And then you can decide if you like them or not. Or you can just unsub when you're bored and then resub when you're not, when you want to play again. So it's a pretty good deal, to be honest. All right, we back. The Netherlands joins the Allies. Well, isn't that ironic? The Netherlands is crying for help now. France is starting to panic a little bit, but still is not at war with... Oh, Belgium too. Okay. Belgium as well. But yeah, France is still not at war with Italy, which is good for them. Luxembourg is dead. Excavation 2. New techniques are allowing us to collect resources more efficiently. We no longer taint the resources upon extraction. 10% more. So our resources are looking okay. We could use more steel. Who couldn't use more steel? So we're extracting more, and we're exporting most of it. So those exports are every 8 resources we export, that happens automatically, we're getting civilian factories. So we're actually getting 11 civilian factories from exports. So if we want more resources, we have to close off our exports. But in exchange, we lose those factories. So it's a bit of a give and take. It's a bit of a give and take. So I'm using their factories to build myself more factories. Why does Eastern Aragon only have 1 slot? That's so sad. So you'll notice that I'm trying to sort of fill the interior first before the exterior, because the exterior we're going to need space for dockyards. Now, granted, we're not going to need that many dockyards, but still. So I'm trying to build a few civilian factories, and I can mingle a couple of military factories in there as well. The more factories we build, the more we have to give to consumer goods, because they expect 19% of all of our factories to be used for consumer goods. So every factory we build, some of them have to be donated to toasters, unfortunately. So I'm trying to kind of like spread these out a little bit. I will take a look at potentially doing the international market, which is a new feature from the last DLC, and we can look at maybe buying some basic infantry equipment. Is not the worst idea. And anybody selling for less than 1 production is giving us a discount, basically. So we're also looking to buy all. The way that this works, by the way, is you can sell any equipment you want from your own stockpiles. They won't necessarily buy. It goes up on the market, and if the AI needs that stuff, they will buy it. It's also a good opportunity for me, because we need guns to core our territory, to maybe just go in here and effectively trade our civilian factories temporarily, give them some free production. In exchange, we get their stockpiles. So, for example, this is Livonia, and they're selling at a discount because it's less than 1 production at that rate. And they're currently, if we only give them 1 factory, it'll take 9 deliveries, right? If we give them 2 factories, it'll take 5 deliveries. 3 factories is 3. I typically like to get it over with in like 1 delivery, but that is 9 factories. And it'll be done 2nd of September 1940. I typically like to just give me the stuff now, but you may not be able to do that. And it's pretty expensive, you know? Some of these can be canceled also annoyingly in the middle of their delivery if something goes wrong, for example. But yeah, I'll just go ahead and spend 18 factories for a bit. They've accepted our offer of purchase because it's sort of a short-term investment so that we can have guns. And I could use those guns to try to eliminate some more guerrillas. And therefore core more territory. Like down here in Sevilla, I think would be a great place to start. So we're going to lose some manpower. We lost 2,000 guns. We spent some political power and some army XP. But then we get to core that territory. Why you got to go after my country? I am not going after them. I'm simply trying to restore the Iberian Union and giving them the option to join us as Germany declares war on the Swiss. That does not happen too often. The Federal Council of Switzerland is now at war with Germany. And also, Italy got dragged into war against France finally, so that happened. The Swiss have joined the Allies. Best of luck to all of you. Let's see how Switzerland holds out. Yeah, just gotta hold the river. Also, we've got that 5th research slot that we can play with now. So, it's 1940. We've already caught up on most of our industrial tech. We got both our infantry. Support companies are okay. Got artillery. We are going to need better anti-air. We are going to need to, like, I think I just need 1 dedicated naval research slot, if not 2 at this point. Let's go for the 1940 cruiser hull. This is just a 10% research bonus. They're both 10% research bonus. But this is for battleships and cruisers. And this is like 1940 cruiser hull will get 5% lower surface visibility. That seems good to me. To be less visible. Yeah, we're gonna make a navy, dude. We gotta make a navy. It's imperative. Yes, Equatorial Guinea, do you have something to say? Their resistance is actually going down. Slowly. Slowly. Compliance with Kingdom of Spain is good. We're actually getting more of their resources and factories, and we're going to get more of their recruitable population. Now, if we core them, then that won't be an issue at all anyway. I don't know where the Portuguese soldiers went that were amassing on the border. It's possible that because we improve relations with them, they move, but they probably had interest elsewhere. What's up, CEO Valcorp? Thanks for a year of sub. Happy 1 year. Doesn't come around every day. Welcome back. We're doing Kingdom of Spain things, watching the world around us burn, because I wanted to invade France. And then Germany and Italy did it too fast. It's supposed to be ahistorical, bro. Well, they're attacking Switzerland now. Swiss are having to defend against Italy now, too. Good luck. They seem to be losing some ground, unfortunately. They're going to have to pull back to the bridges in the mountains. Best of luck. Artillery manufacturer gets an upgrade. Let's do production efficiency gained, which is going to help build up these production efficiency caps further each time we change them over, which I like a lot. We're sitting on a nice stockpile of artillery and trucks. We're going to use those trucks for different things down the road. For example, take our basic infantry division and give them motorized recon, which does a lot of things. Number one, it adds some soft attack, hard attack, a little bit of some actually good chunky defense, some breakthrough. And it also gives us some nice movement bonuses over lots of different terrain types. It makes us generally faster because, you know, we have recon, so we know what's coming up ahead. We get prepared. That's like anywhere from 5 to 20% movement speed bonus. And then on top of that, it's going to give us reconnaissance to scout ahead and anticipate the enemy. Increase the chance that this unit can pick better tactics in battle and increases the amount of intel gathered from combat. Big, big, big. However, it will take physical trucks from our stockpile. In this case, it's only going to take 40 because we don't have that many of these divisions. This is going to be the backbone infantry. Backbone infantry. I'll let them stay with the helmet, and I'm going to have... Yeah, they can keep the helmet for now. These are going to be our, like, strong boys by comparison. We're going to start training those. We also have the Mountaineers. Mountaineers could use some recon as well, so I'm going to give them some motorized recon. That's going to take another 40. There's not that many Mountaineers at the moment, but I want to give everybody some recon. They've got Cav recon. We'll change that to truck because it's just mo better. It actually is 0.5 reconnaissance more, which is, you know, not nothing, and much better defense. They will take fuel, though. What's the advantage of motorized recon over Cav? I think it was just kind of, if you just look at the screen right now, they have, cavalry recon has lower defense, lower breakthrough, lower reconnaissance, and worse movement over plains and desert. Their upside is they have no fuel costs, and they're cheaper. So basically those things. North African warrior gang right here. Lots of line artillery. They're actually my strongest troops. They were part of a national focus. And the Requete Grunts are going to get... We need to honestly probably think about field hospitals, but recon will help win battles. And that's going to take more trucks and more fuel. We do have a stockpile of fuel right now, and these are just support companies, so it's about 20 trucks per division, which isn't insane. You can also make actual full motorized infantry as well, which we haven't done yet. But I like the truck recon quite a bit. So they're going to start reinforcing. We have free dockyards. We're just going to have our dockyards all in on convoys right now. And let that fly. Howdy, what's up, Laughing Bear? Welcome to the stream. Randolphski, thanks for the raid. Hope you had a nice stream. Greetings yourself. What were you guys up to? KJ and Crazy Rocco fighting back. All right, let's see what happens here. Almost 4 centuries have passed since Spain and Portugal last shared a fate, lasting but all too briefly. Iberia is stronger together, and so we will ensure a new claim on the Portuguese throne is discovered. Portugal will get the Iberian Union event. Okay, I don't know if this is a great time to try to claim the French throne. It's a little late to try to retake France and the Netherlands because Germany and the Axis seem to be beating us to the punch. And then we would share a border with them. So I don't know. Maybe I should mind my own business. Getting some research bonuses would be good. I say let's go ahead and get the local mining, which give us infrastructure and some new decisions to prospect for resources. First time trying Millennium Dawn. Yeah, I actually haven't played any mods for Hearts of Iron, but this is my first time playing Spain since I did an Anarchist run some years ago, and we've been doing a tutorial campaign because I personally believe that Spain, with the La Resistance DLC, is a great training tool for new Hearts of Iron players in a wonderful place to start. So I've done sort of a tutorial campaign explaining why that is and how to succeed. So we won the Civil War as the Caaaarrrlists, which is actually more difficult than just winning as Republican Spain or Fascist Spain, because you have to do multiple layers. And now we're rebuilding Spain from the ashes of Civil War and preparing to spread our wings and fly. But thanks for coming over. Welcome, Raiders. And yeah, we're playing single player with all DLCs. So we just grabbed support weapons, which is buffing our defense and breakthrough for a whole bunch of different people. Bicycle troops is the thing in the game. Mountaineers, paratroopers, Marines, cavalry. Get a little bonus here and there. And then September 1940, we need to start thinking about 1941 industry. We got this concentrated industry already, which is great. So we could take a small ahead of time penalty on some of these, or we could just wait until some other things are done. I think in my heart of hearts, we should consider starting some airplane research. That would be one. I think radar is also good for even 1% coordination is super useful. So maybe we just do decimetric radar for that 1% coordination. Iberian Union Portugal declines. How dare you? I even amassed on your border. I improve relations. Portugal's rejected any notion of uniting the Iberian Peninsula under shared leadership. Despite extensive negotiations, the Portuguese delegation's position can effectively be summed up as, come get it if you're hard enough. Okay. Their proposal is acceptable. Annex war goal against Portugal. Well, say no more, fam. I will annex you now. The Kingdom of Spain has declared war on Portugal. Let's go, boys. Let's go. I will show you exactly what we're made of. Now, we want this war to be over as quickly as possible. They don't even have anybody on the border, right? So we just want to do aggressive battle plan execution and let the AI go. So we just click that button. We've already got them assigned to an offensive push. They've already had time to plan and prep. And now... Now we watch as the AI decides not to cross into enemy territory for reasons I can't quite understand. So sometimes you will have to do this yourself. If the AI just doesn't move, they're intimidated for some godforsaken reason.
Sí, señor. Atención. Atención.
Go, go, go. Gotta go fast. Don't worry about front lines. We don't need those where we're going, boys. Paused? Yeah, I do this thing called pausing when I issue orders. I do this one little thing. That's the quickest draw in the West right there. All right, chat, give me just a moment. Classic. I'm gonna hook you up. And take care of some business. Yo, I'm ready, dude. I got finger on the trigger. It gets easier every day. Pew, 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 pew. It's nice when they're all clumped together, so I don't have to worry about accidentally getting any friendly fire with regular chat members. Boom. Boom. Bang. Bang. What's funny is Twitch already knows. Because we got, like, flagged for possible ban evaders on some of these. Chad, this is the importance of using two-factor authentication on your account. So you don't become one of these in like 4 years. All right, and we are all done. Easy peasy. All taken care of. Okay, back to work. The war effort must continue.
Atención. Sí, señor.
Where are you guys going? I think they're just like
Sí, señor.
reinforcing. They want to reinforce the whole front line, and I don't need them to. All right, improved artillery update or upgrade plus 10% to soft attack. We're going to be using so much line artillery because I have been going hard into superior firepower doctrine. This is actually the most doctrine that we have by 1940 in most of our campaigns. I'm pretty sure this is canonical. Spain paused in its merciless assault on Portugal to stop a chatbot attack.
Atención. Firme.
I'll be just sliding into Lisbon's DMs here.
Avancen.
Taking the capital.
Firme.
Encircling some troops. And then going to the peace conference. They told me to come and take it, so I did. Portugal has capitulated. Javier I has announced the cowardly Portuguese nation could no longer withstand the pressure from the overwhelming presence of Spanish forces throughout the country. The Portuguese government chose to flee the country and has gone into exile. Their main forces have capitulated and the Kingdom of Spain is now in control of their home area. Though the war continues elsewhere, this is a great victory for the Kingdom of Spain. Great news. Great news. Why, yes, I think I will simply annex all of this. So this is a peace conference. There's not really going to be a lot to explain or tutorialize here, because we're the only person that can make demands. So if there were other people contributing to this war, they'd be over here. We kind of have to take turns bidding in an auction. But since I'm the only one who is at war, I get to decide what to do. So my options are take the states and annex them, which is what I want. I could liberate them, and there are sometimes benefits to doing this. For example, obviously we have Portuguese holdings in different areas as well. Oh, man. So, like, for example, it might be a good idea to puppet a couple of these places and just annex actual Iberian territory, and then puppet the ones that are just, like, carved out of India. Like, they have Goa, for example. And then they've got Portuguese Guinea down here, which we'll probably annex since we already have holdings. But you can puppet places, which basically make them like nations that are yours, but politically they're not, which is a little confusing. You can change their government type. I guess that'll make them like a kingdom. We can also, of course, take their navy, which I'm going to do. They have 90 screening... No, they have 90 points of screening ships. I don't know how much that's actually worth. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. We are going to annex the mainland of Portugal. You can also right-click on places to see where they are, which is incredibly helpful. Madeira, we'll take. Islands, no reason not to. North Angola. The Azores. Oh, man. Like, actually defending all these is going to be real difficult, to be perfectly honest with you. I'm not sure I can watch this stream. Watching my country get completely ratioed. Listen, Portugal. You could have come peacefully. You chose war. That's on you. Do I really want to take Goa? Because if we ever go to war with the Allies, like, that's over, baby. There's no world in which we defend that. Honestly, just trying to defend all of this is going to be a little ridiculous. Oh my god. Portuguese Timor is just way out there. Okay, we'll just take them all. Why not? Let's just get greedy, take the Navy, take all the regions. They're mine! And once you've got everything you want, lock it in. Took 20 states. Portugal was annexed. It will be ours. Okay, and then what we want is to redeploy our front line to probably the French border. Just in case, you know, that's like our weakest point right there. So, what did they give us? What did they give us? Well, now, just annexing them doesn't core those territories. There are ways to do that. That's kind of like an advanced... Or rather, there's ways to get more resources out of them, the same way that we did before, right? Which is... I'd say let's probably start... with military governor and work our way back. British Raj is already very cooperative. And we got a handful of factories. Yeah, we're at 30, 35 usable factories. Because Portugal, I mean, Lisbon is stacked. Porto is stacked. 9 out of 9. They've got a few naval dockyards here as well. And tomorrow, we take over the world. Indeed, indeed. Okay, what did we just finish researching? Artillery upgrade or something? Probably. Probably the arty upgrade. Okay. We're gonna need airplanes sooner or later. We just will. And I always want to build not small airframes, but they are the easiest to produce. They are the cheapest. 16 production cost versus 30. You can mass produce these bad boys. We'll be making 2 small airframes for every 1 medium airframe, or 4 small airframes for every 1 large. It just doesn't make sense with our low industry power right now. We just need numbers. Okay, before we do that, I think we're going to be at a disadvantage in anti-air, so if we just research anti-air, that would be beneficial as well. Because we can start building anti-air, because we're going to get, there's going to be, like, full fleets off the coast with aircraft carriers, and there's going to be bombers coming in from, like, Algiers and Casablanca and Gibraltar, just bombing the heck out of us, and our concentrated industry is going to suffer. So getting some anti-air is probably a good idea. Now the question is, do I really need all these consumer factories? Probably not. But we do need military factories, and we do need naval dockyards, and we do need boat research. So we really need to start thinking about that. We also should go ahead, I think, and go on an infrastructure push. I don't think this is necessarily optimal, but it gives me peace of mind to have at least 4 out of 5 infrastructure on the entire coast for when we inevitably start getting naval invaded. We can have forces move faster along that good infrastructure to reinforce. And then in some places, having 5 out of 5 infrastructure is okay as well. But like getting a nice infrastructure push. And then we're going to have like the capital should be 5 out of 5 in my opinion. Now, if we want resources, you can use infrastructure to buff the amount of resources that you're getting. So in some places, it's worth upgrading the infrastructure just to get that extra steel. So infrastructure does a lot of things. It increases the speed at which you move across territory. It increases the amount of supplies you natively get from that territory. It increases the resources that you're mining out of the ground in that territory. And it allows you to build other things on that territory slightly faster. But a common newbie mistake is you start a new game and you upgrade every single tile to 5 out of 5 infrastructure, and then you start building civilian factories. That is wrong, okay? You should be building your civilian factories before getting to 5 out of 5 infrastructure, because the speed that you get upgraded by having better infrastructure does not exceed just having more civilian factories. And it doesn't really even come close. So you want civilian factories to promote faster building before you want infrastructure to promote faster building. Chat getting down with Ethiopian Highlands. Okay. But yeah, I want to get like some infrastructure around here. Oh, I didn't realize we were getting 56 steel from Spanish Africa. I see why it's so important now. So every time I upgrade infrastructure, we're getting like almost 7 more. That should be our number 1 then. We'll start upgrading that first. Well, not first, but like down here. And we got some 2 free military factories. All right, how we feeling? We have 500,000 manpower. 2 more on guns. 2 more on support. 1 more on artillery. That'll be good. Alright, we are gaming now, chat. We got Portugal up in here. And I can start unifying some more of Spain. Let's get Valencia. Eradicate those guerrillas. How many weapons do we have? 31K? Alright, we golden. We're gonna run out of political power before we run out of anything else. So we're gonna core Valencia, Murcia, Granada, and Cordoba all at the same time. Let's go. Let's go. And we're almost done with Sevilla. We got 62 factories and 490,000 manpower before we finish coring Sevilla. Okay, it's cored. We got 2 factories. And then this number will go up probably. Or maybe it already did. What's the population here? 1.87 million? It's a lot of people. Our non-core manpower is 27 million. Our core manpower is 16 million. That's moving in the right direction. Anyway, that was a really, really nice, fast Portuguese war. Rest in peace, Portugal. You're part of a greater whole now. Personal and crew serve weapons. Soft attack up 5%. All right, we're going to have the most modern military in the world. But first, we need to get that... I think we just need to take the ahead of time penalty on industry and take construction 4, and then we'll take the other industrial one. Mass rifle production. Production efficiency cap 3%, and they're cheaper to make. Yes. More rifles, more better, please. Meanwhile, in France, somehow France has pushed slightly into Italy and has Genova. But Germany is starting to breathe down their neck. Spain big. Okay, we have 40 political power again. We're basically out of army XP though, but we're down to the final few cores. So let's get Guadalajara, and then there's only 3. So we need 120 PP and 30 army XP. So I'm gonna have the army start exercising to try to buff our army XP gain a little bit. And guess what? We can start training now because we have over 500,000 manpower and we have a surplus of guns. Are they good guns? No. But they are guns, and they will shoot. They're like tier 1. They will pew pew. So we have a surplus of support equipment as well. Yeah, 2.2k support equipment and 2.2k artillery. So our backbone infantry doesn't really have the line artillery that I want yet. And it would cost a lot to add it. So we're going to worry about adding that later. I say let's train like 6 divisions. See how much that takes out of our stockpile. Because we got like 2.2k and 2k. It looks good. Looks controlled. And that'll take out of the guns surplus as well. But yeah, it's time to actually start training, dude. Belgium is dead. Uh-oh. Equatorial Guinea, why you cause so many problems up in here? I've had them under martial law forever. I've been enjoying trying to fully mechanize my entire army, but need a ton of factories to buy fuel. Yeah, fuel's tough. Synthetic will get you so far, and I think we're still researching synthetic, and then we'll start building some. Why did my train factory get deleted? I don't know. Maybe we should have 2 on trains then for that reason. "1940s cruiser hull." Okay, it's time to start doing some more boat research. So cruisers are going to be key. Probably build a few destroyers as well to go with them. So let's get the 1940 destroyer hull. And then we're going to start thinking about making some boat. We got another 15 Army XP and 57 PP. So let's core the Ciudad Real guerrillas. And then there's only 2, and then we'll have cored all of Spain. And then we'll be occupying Portugal. Moving in the right direction. That's a huge, huge group of forces. What are we at? 5 point. We're already at our total manpower, but we have another couple ways to raise it. So I think it's all right to. We can train at most 100,000 men, capped by maximum manpower in the field. Okay, interesting. So yeah, we'll just train 10 divisions at a time right now. Fuel is going down, so that's because we have too many trucks. Our industry needs resources and has become complacent in its role as a net importer. We're exporting a lot, actually. We should encourage a drive toward more widespread mining enterprises to make use of the riches of the Iberian Peninsula and reduce our dependency on foreign suppliers. So we got some 2 infrastructure for free. And also we have some new decisions we can make to expand our steel and natural resources in different areas. Tungsten, aluminum, a few others. Okay. What is next? Probably fleet worthy of a king. That's going to give us 6 dockyards by my count, but I'm going to wait because I don't trust you. We also don't want to start building boats anyways. I'd say it's reasonable. All of these are quite reasonable. Yeah, I say all of these are good. Let's get defenses against strategic bombings. 12 regions. Well, I'm worried those regions aren't going to get them if they're not cored. Have they all been cored? It's just air bases, so it should be fine. We don't really need the air bases, but underneath them we have coastal forts automatically getting added to like 11 regions, which is pretty cool. Place 1 fort and 2 coastal forts in continental core provinces with a naval base. So you could actually build more naval bases if you wanted and increase that, but we have a lot. We can upgrade those. Now only Gibraltar is a mark on the Iberian Peninsula and in the way of full reconquista. True. But if we declare war on the UK, we have to be ready for the consequences thereof. With faster reloading mechanisms, anti-air guns carrying large rounds can still maintain fire rates. Okay, we're gonna get better anti-air, but since we need to start producing boats pretty fast, let's start researching like cruiser weapons. Because we're doing a destroyer hull, some cruiser weapons, and we have some other stuff that we need. I don't like making boats until the boats are awesome. Is anybody else like that? Like making cheap, awful boats, I'm just like, eh. I'd rather just wait and not make a single boat until the boat has the high... I love high-tech boats. I don't like just flooding the waters with tin cans that are barely buoyant. They have their place. I just don't like making them. Because then it annoys me when I make better boats, and my fleet, I don't want to take the time to individually upgrade the old ones. Committing to building one boat after 5 years when it'll be obsolete by the time it's built kills me. Yeah, that's how I feel, for sure. Okay, this will make it faster to build towed artillery, anti-tank, anti-air, and rocket artillery. And give us a 3% higher design cap. We've got over 2,300 stockpiled artillery, which is very cool. Honduras has been taken over by the Mexican Soviet Republic? What is happening in the world? All right, we'll do 14 on guns. Then around 10 on support equipment. Then a 6th on artillery. Well, actually, no, hold on. I did want that extra train, huh? Kind of forgot about it. Every time, man. Yeah, France is gonna get killed before we can even do anything here, dude. I'm a little worried about Germany posing a problem, so maybe it's a good idea to go ahead and start fortifying this with land forts. You know the drill. I think level 2 forts or bust. That'll be a 30% debuff to their offense if they decide to invade. Gotta start thinking toward the future because we're not gonna have our 724,000 manpower. Whoa. Synthetic oil exists. Okay, let's we can start building refineries, which we very much need to do now, and I'm gonna make the fuel gain from refineries up 50%. And then we've got decimetric radar. We're currently short rubber, almost aluminum. Radar is good, but it is January 1st. Perfect time to get 1941 assembly line production with another 10% production efficiency cap. 100%. All right, we started building that infrastructure, which will be built faster than the other factories. I want the coasts to have good infrastructure, and then we're gonna need to think about coastal forts. I don't know what happened to that military factory. Okay, we got 2 on trains. It was free, and then it was immediately absorbed. Oh, France. Oh, no. Oh, no, it's gonna be another everyone versus Germany campaign. Who could have seen this coming? Not even ahistorical could save us. So sad. They pulled the World War I and went through Belgium. Yeah. It's unfortunate that, you know, France built up such an intense fortification, and they were let down by their neighbors. What was Belgium and Luxembourg and the Netherlands doing while France was building the most insane series of fortifications the world's ever seen? Armor-piercing medium shells. Okay, so these are for boats. It's just making our boats shoot more better. Let's give them an improved medium battery, I think. We're gonna use some different military organizations so we can start buffing different ones. Because this is a buff for... Either one of these increases our fuel usage, which is kind of bad. Feels rough for us. But the left side is, I guess, better. Because then it's 5... You add 5% fuel usage and then take it down, so whatever. Hello, Gamer Deathbot. How did Denmark get down there? Don't worry about Denmark. Oh, man. Chat. Germany is coming, dude. We might need to build these, faster. Possibly. We might need some fortifications faster. I don't know if they'll invade us, but just in case. Paris has fallen! While fighting still rages elsewhere in Free France, reports have come in of German troops entering Paris. The capital was declared an open city by French forces moments before their last units retreated. Several columns of German troops recreated the Prussian victory parade of 1871 by marching down the Champs-Élysées. I don't know how to say that. The Champs-Élysées. The Champs-Élysées. While the Parisians locked on in stunned silence. How do you say words, chat? Listen, I know everybody makes fun of Dutch, but at least you can pronounce it phonetically even if it sounds weird, okay? Spoken as it's written, let them sort it out. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's the Champs-Élysées. Good job. Thanks, chat. But yeah, like, someone should tell France you can't just hyphenate everything and then put like little asterisks over your E's. And then write it unphonetically on purpose. E. The French government has gone into exile. They lost already? They gave up Paris and then immediately capitulated. Are you serious? There was all of this left. They didn't even move their capital once? That's actually the fastest I've seen them total capitulate. The struggle between the German Reich and France. Okay, we're going to advance the fortification building to, like, right now. That was embarrassing. We're also gonna stop exercising. And we're gonna finish eliminating the guerrillas. Also, we have 750,000 manpower, 75 factories now. We went from like 34 factories to 75 by coring almost all of Spain again and annexing Portugal. I am training 10 new infantry divisions as we speak. We've got a decent little stockpile here. These are the last two guerrilla strongholds. Defenses against strategic bombing. Should we join global conflict, we must ensure our cities are adequately protected from the inevitable large-scale strategic bombing. Chat, is this a bug? Are these supposed to be... Okay, no, it's not a bug. I'm just bad at reading. Okay. Madrid, Catalonia, Western Aragon, and 15 others add 1 anti-air. Okay, that's better than nothing. It saves us a lot of time. And then we get 3 air bases, level 1. Now we're gonna do defense against coastal invasion. So suddenly... we have level 1 anti-air in a bunch of... That's actually awesome. The only places we didn't get it are the 2 places we haven't cored. So you need to core all that territory really before you take those if you want to maximize it. But the timing was good for us to do it this way. And we're already building land forts. Land forts get built pretty quick, but they can also be bombed. Which is, you know, bad. So I think it's worth, like, increasing anti-air to level 2. And then get even stronger forts. And then we do have 6 divisions coming out of the oven, and they'll automatically start training 6 more as long as we have supplies. And we have this on infinite instead of just 1. Shh. Shh. Excuse me, but an English speaker should never criticize another language for how spelling and pronunciation do not match up. You're not understanding. Their problem is that they don't match up with how I read letters. Okay? So logically speaking, they should change it to how I read them. That's all I'm saying. I don't think that's too much to ask. Also, can I just say, most of the words that don't line up in English are because we had to start using non-English words as English words, and that's where it all got screwed up. Like, all the regular English words make a ton of sense. It's the ones that we had to import, you know, that don't make sense. I'm just kidding. Okay, but in truth though, chat, there's this misconception that English is like stolen and butchered all these words, when in reality it's just English has been adopted in so many regions across the globe that other words are being inserted rightfully by non-native English speakers and into it's okay, think about this. When someone who speaks native Japanese says McDonald's, is it because they stole and butchered it and now they're saying it wrong as a joke? Or is it because there's not a Japanese word for McDonald's? There could be, I don't know, I just pulled a proper word. You know, like you have to say the word, so you could just make something else completely random up. Or you can say it that way. So it's that, but in reverse, right? There's a lot of words that just we didn't have a word for in English that another language did. And so we tried to say that word, and if you say that word, but maybe incorrectly compared to how it was originally in French or German or whatever else we've borrowed from, or Spanish or what have you. It's not because the word is stolen, it's just because that was the best we could do. I mean, here's the thing though. We've already got a language everybody understands. And I think if we just use like the cat face emoji more in chat, we would thin out the cultural divide between our various nations. For example. Let's go back to speaking Latin. Switzerland is dead? Uh-oh. Times are tough. The Netherlands has capitulated, and Switzerland has also capitulated. Rip. So sad. Oh, but yeah, there's actually like, Here you go, chat. Here's an actual relevant video. Okay, chat. It's video time, since we actually have started, chat's talking about this right now. Let's be a React YouTuber for 5 minutes.
The most common words that languages borrow from each other are nouns, words for things. Probably, since it's fairly straightforward, to point at an object, say the word for it, and have the other person understand that's what you're talking about. Things like fire or chicken are easier concepts to communicate than, say, awesome or the, and probably more immediately useful for trade and the basics of living. Also, there are so many things that humans give different names to. So if you go through a list of loanwords into a particular language, lots of them will be creatures and objects that speakers of that language would never have encountered at home. That's the first of the two main ways that words get moved between languages, as loanwords. Through most of history, people would go to a new place, ask what the name of a local thing is, get a response, and then start calling the thing that name. Sometimes, though, the word they were given wasn't a name so much as a description of what the thing was, or a category. We don't know the exact derivation, but some North American languages use a word like pacan for any hard nut, but it became the English word for the pecan nut, or pecan nut.
Pecan, actually. You can say pecan as well, but pecan. He did his best. Listen, he's from a different English-speaking place that we don't claim anymore. So, he tried his best. But either way, that is like, I love that this is the most replayed section because people are like, he goes really fast, and I like to break down, you know, chat. I'd say that we have an understanding of the Kree, having played them in the hit classic Civilization game. We've done a full Kree campaign, so I think I understand them quite well.
But it became the English word for the pecan nut, or pecan nut.
That's crazy that a word for every nut just became a very specific nut, though. But there's so many examples of that.
The Arabic word Sahara for deserts became the English word specifically for the Sahara Desert, so the desert, which keeps happening. Matcha tea is powdered tea. The La Brea tar pits in Los Angeles are the tar pits. Timor-Leste is the east. There's even the
Timor! That's our territory now. It all goes full circle. We have to take care of this. This is actually our territory in Hearts of Iron.
There's even the Milky Way galaxy. Galaxy comes from the ancient Greek gala, meaning milk, presumably because it looks like milk spilled across the sky. There's a lot of these. And that's if the translation stays intact. There's a Tupi word, mboke, which describes a way of cooking meat over a fire that was borrowed into French as boucan. Someone who used that method of cooking meat because they were, say, on a long voyage was therefore a boucanier, or in English, a buccaneer. Or the word for king in Persian, shah, was eventually borrowed over and over again across multiple languages over centuries of trading to arrive in English as the words chess and check, and shah, of course. Sometimes we borrow a word that we already have. It's just traveled by a different route and been changed in two different ways. Those are called doublets. Grain and corn both come from the same Proto-Indo-European root, one directly inherited through English's Germanic roots and one through Romance languages. Ward and guard both come from French at different times. And anime comes from Japan, which borrowed animation from English. Often, when a word's being borrowed, the grammar doesn't quite work out. The new language keeps the other bits that are clinging on, called affixes and clitics, and those get baked into the long word itself. Loads of words in English that start with al come from Arabic. Albatross comes from al-gatas, the diver. Algebra from al-jabr, which originally meant healing and resetting broken bones. The term for this is rebracketing. My favourite is admiral, which is said to come from Amir al-Ma, commander of the water, and Amir al-Ba, commander of the sea. So admiral is sort of commander of the, and then we just lost what they were commander of. But English received those long words from French, which might have got them from Latin, so every time they moved language, they got, well, remodeled a bit as speakers adapted them to sound local. Because of course we do. If I suddenly go all Spanish mid-sentence for something like Puerto Rico, I either sound pretentious or foolish or claiming to be a lot better at Spanish than I actually am. I'm also going to use that as an excuse for all my appalling pronunciations of non-English words in this video. I'm sorry to the rest of the world. There's a British sentence. So those are loan words. The second way that words get translated across languages is much simpler, and those words are called calques. This is where a word is divided into its component parts, each of which then gets translated. The most well-known example is skyscraper. In the first half of the 20th century, many languages were suddenly in need of a word to describe buildings that are really, really big. Now, tall sails on a ship were already called skyscrapers, 2 words, and it's possible that's where the word for the buildings came from. It got hyphenated and then combined over time, like a lot of words do. But even languages who never had the concept of skyscraper sails just translated the 2 parts. And that leads to my favourite bit of this whole thing. Loanword is a copy of the German word for the concept, Lehnwort. It has its 2 parts separately translated and joined back together. Calque, on the other hand, is borrowed directly from French. It means to copy or trace, which means that loanword is a calque and calque is a loanword.
Oh, no.
If you want to know more about this, then my co-author Gretchen McCulloch has an entire...
Oh, no, it's going too deep. Okay, but it still boggles my mind that, like, this is so interesting to me.
Where the word for the building...
That people were just like, that is a skyscraper. And then every other language is like, I know the word.
came from, it got hyphenated and then...
Oops, I just went to a different video. But every other word in different languages were like, I know the word for sky and I know the word for scraper, and I will simply combine both of those 2 words natively to make the word skyscraper in my language. But yeah, that's pretty much how it goes for every language. But I love those videos. Chad is already mourning the passage of Tom Scott. He's gone, but not forgotten. Gone, but not forgotten.
Atención!
He's not dead. He's just sleeping. He's just sleeping. For a very long time, potentially. All right, we just got our 6 new divisions with support artillery, engineer company, motorized recon, and a respectable 16 combat width. We need to do better, but it's a good start. So we're gonna plug them in, send them to the new front with, unfortunately, the giant German Reich. So this campaign definitely got a lot harder as a result of that, and we've automatically started training 6 more. I think we're at a reasonable pace. We only have 15k extra guns. We got a lot of factories assigned to making the guns. We've been industrializing. I think doing a good job of it, but we need to start thinking about the Navy, which is exactly what we're doing here. The biggest threat to the Navy is going to be, obviously, other people's Navy and then their boats. So we can help even the odds with some torpedoes. I like having the best torpedo launchers possible. Hit chance is slightly up, but like that damage is just so much more. So throw some torps on there. Yeah, the first Germans just filtered in, which is getting a little scary. I'd like to up all these forts to level 3. And the anti-air up as well, so we'll just start building that right now. Putting those to the top of the line so they get built first, just in case they declare war on us. Is there a friendly way to get ownership of Gibraltar? With our current... I should probably have some troops on that border, actually. Now that you mention it. In our tree, no. In some trees, yes. You can ask them for it and they might give it to you. Where do you think Hearts of Iron 4 is difficulty-wise compared to Stellaris, Crusader Kings 3, or Victoria 3? I'd say Victoria 3 is the hardest to get a grasp on. Hearts of Iron has the most sort of visual information on screen that you need to figure out how to parse. Because you don't need to read everything, right? Like, if I go to the infantry, I don't need to read all this stuff. I know what you need to learn what to look for when I'm adding certain things. So it's the most information dense on the screen at any given time, I feel like. I would say Crusader Kings 3 is the easiest. Stellaris is probably easier than Hearts of Iron, but in some ways, Hearts of Iron is easier. Hearts of Iron has a simpler gameplay loop, but more complexity under the hood, I would say. Like, Hearts of Iron is more straightforward and has less political maneuvering than something like Stellaris. And the resources are a little bit easier to understand, but it's definitely easier than Victoria. But that's why I did this tutorial series. So we started this campaign yesterday, and I explained everything as if you've never played Hearts of Iron before, up till now. I may have missed some things because it's impossible to be comprehensive, but I've explained every decision that I've made, how to play as Spain. If you have the La Resistance DLC, you can do other focuses besides Carlist is kind of advanced, I'd say. But yeah, that was kind of the whole point of this tutorial series from yesterday and today. Hearts of Iron and Stellaris are both 8 years old. Where did the time go? I don't know, man. Where did the time go? We're about to core our final 2 Spanish territories. This is exciting. 10 days away. And then everyone will be united under the same flag, and we'll still be occupying Portugal, but that's okay. Improved medium battery. So we're just researching tech for when we start making cruisers. These are for cruisers. These are light batteries for destroyers, and these are heavy batteries for like battleships and stuff. Torpedoes can go on almost all those boats. And some of these things are lower priority, like detonators. These retroactively buff torpedoes, similarly to how like this medium caliber upgrade will retroactively buff this and future buff this. We're trying to get things that we need to actively put into a blueprint for a ship first. So I'm not getting fire control methods or damage control because these are not tech that needs to be added to our ships. Things that need to be put on the ships are torpedoes, guns. We need the actual like updated hull itself, because the updated hull has more space on it. It'll cost us more to make, more production cost, and more manpower. But what it comes with is usually a small speed increase, a huge range increase. They can go further out and be more effective at range. Hit points up, reliability up, all things we like. And it unlocks new engines, so you can buff their max speed even more. And it usually has more space on the ship frame to add like anti-air and torpedoes and things like that. So this is a tech, active sonar, and this is a tech, depth charge mortars. Both are good. We're gonna want both, so let's just start active sonar. I like high-tech ships, I don't like cheap ships. If I'm gonna build ships, then I'm gonna build them good. All right, a few more divisions. So we're gonna actually put these dudes here. And I'm gonna take, we have 1, 2, 3.
Listo.
I'm gonna take a few Riquetes, put them in this group, and then
Sí, señor.
put this nerd on the Gibraltar border just in case, you know? You don't want to get backdoored without putting up a little bit of resistance. That'd be embarrassing. Construction 4, second last tier. Another 10% to construction speed, super helpful right now. And we're gonna want to start building like synthetic rubber, but before that, let's go ahead and unlock yeah, the depth charge mortar. This is our anti-submarine tech. And what's this? Battleship organization upgrade. I really like the anti-air plus 5% because enemy naval bombers are your biggest threat for sure.
Atención.
All right, we have some reasonable defenses here, like 2 to 3 divisions per. We are going to need more infantry equipment, though. It's hard to keep up with that. We're almost at max production efficiency. We always need more guns. This is all DLC Atomic Ray. I always felt like Hearts of Iron was intimidating until you really learned the inventory system, from research to getting it into the hands of soldiers. Yeah, it's very like A to B to C. You have to research things, you research those things and produce those things. To produce those things, you need to have built factories, preferably military factories, which are built with civilian factories. And then once you've done all that, you have a logistics page keeping track of your inventory and actually getting those things into the hands of soldiers. Very important. But yeah, we have finished coring the rest of Spain under the Carlist banner, so we have maximum factories and manpower. And it was just in time because we got defense against invasion focus checked off the list. Spain's coastline stretches far and wide, and we must do all we can to make the prospect of invasion an unpalatable one to the enemy. Strong fortifications should hopefully make the prize not worth the cost. So we got 20 of our states just got 2 coastal forts and 1 land fort. So that is kind of huge, saves us a bunch of time. We're gonna want more coastal forts in the Portuguese ports as well, and we're gonna have to start planting people in there to protect against naval invasions. We actually can't do retake Gibraltar or claim West Africa unless we went down the other path. So we're starting to run out of things. But it's a good time to get fleet worthy of a king, because that's going to be like 6 naval dockyards. Pretty solid. Germany's got some snow stormtroopers on the border with us. All right, when you start building refineries, we kind of need to start building a lot of stuff, to be honest. Let's get improved oil. And start putting down... I don't know if I want to put it on that border. Here's good. All right, let's move synthetic oil building in Garda up, because we're going to be running out of oil soon. And then I think I'm upgrading Madrid's infrastructure. Somewhere, there it is. So we'll upgrade Madrid's infrastructure and then build synthetic refinery there. What is this? Infantry weapons manufacturer. Hard attack and piercing. And I'll go ahead and upgrade that with army XP. That doesn't change our production efficiency, which is nice. Okay, chat, I need to take a quick BRB because it's been 3.5 hours. I need to take the dog outside. I took a quick BRB earlier, but I need to get like a water and a snack, and the dog needs to go. He's currently sleeping. You might be able to see him right there, actually. Just a little guy. He's not awake, but he needs to go. But yeah, we're moving right along. This is going to be pretty stable unless we get declared on by somebody. And we're just going to have to continue. Japan declared war on the Philippines. Interesting. But yeah, as long as we're having like a surplus of infantry equipment, we can start recruiting. Like, I really need Coast Guard. And I like to train like 12 at a time because they're really small. These are like 4 infantry, 1 engineer. Because these are the guys that are going to go to all... We have all of these holdings. We have our remote Portuguese and Spanish holdings that currently are completely undefended, which is embarrassing. So I'm going to train like 12 Coast Guard at a time and spread those dudes out over all of our islands and along our coasts, right? And that's going to take some weapons. Yeah, that took like 5k weapons. The Balkan Federation of Socialist Republics. The Socialist Republic of Bulgaria has formed the Balkan Federation of Socialist Republics, a revised version of the project proposed in the 1920s that turned out not to be very successful at the time. According to Prime Minister of Bulgaria, Georgi Dimitrov, the Bulgarian government aspires to create a united front in the Balkans to confront invading foreign nations that threaten the region with territorial ambitions. Whether or not this new project succeeds remains to be seen, but certainly support for the Balkan Federation is growing significantly among the population of neighboring nations. When did you get Portugal? A little while ago. We annexed them. Now we got all their holdings. The Turkish Socialist Republic is not in a faction right now. But yeah, here's the state of the map. Soviet Union is still at war. With Japan, Manchukuo, we're trying to bulk. We're trying to build up. Everyone else is going a little haywire. All right, I'll be back in just a minute. By the way, War of the Worlds, thank you for gifting a sub to Chrono Cook, who's back for almost 3 years. Thanks, Chrono Cook. Appreciate you. Chat, just short break. I'll let you listen to this. And I'll be back shortly. Thanks for hanging out tonight. I hope you're having a fantastic Friday. Thank you for spending it here. And I hope you're enjoying some Iberian Peninsula Hearts of Iron. BRB. So. Ooh, I did some stretches. I also got, I forgot, these were in the fridge. Oh, jackpot. How are these still like 99 cents? The only true mark of wealth in this world. Or the... what's the word I'm looking for? It's a measuring stick. Like if Arizona green teas are ever more than 99 cents, you'll know the economy is truly gone forever. The one constant in our lives. A pillar. But they're $1.29 now. Maybe if you live somewhere that isn't free, they're 99 cents, baby. Stores here just charge whatever. Well, not here. We're free here in Las Vegas. They're 99 cents here in San Francisco. Sales tax moment? I mean, yeah, 99 cents plus tax. They literally print the 99 cents on there to try and prevent stores from selling them for more. Because you can see it, the consumer can see what it's supposed to be and see what the store is charging and then decide not to buy it, thereby disincentivizing them. Because I'm assuming Arizona green tea makes the same amount of money because they have to buy stock from the Arizona green tea company, I think. In the past, they've blacklisted establishments who try to sell above 99 cents. Yeah, they're very aggressive about trying to maintain that price. The sugar tax here makes them $1.50, still cheaper than soda. Sugar tax. Do they just charge a tax on every single delicious item on the cookie aisle in the grocery store? 1700s America. Basically. Seattle has a sugar tax. Aimed at improving public health. Seattle's sweetened beverage tax was designed to result in the improved health of Seattle residents by reducing the sale and consumption of sugary drinks. It raises revenue for programs that increase access to healthy food and supports children's health and learning. Here's the thing. If you're gonna tax sweets, you're gonna have to make the tax more than 1 year of inflation. Okay? Because as an end consumer, I wouldn't even know I was paying a tax. I'd just be like, oh, yeah. No, burritos on the value menu at Taco Bell are like $4 now, so this is probably the normal price for a sugary beverage. Like, how would I know the difference for 50 cents, bro? The Mexican Soviet Republic declared war! Stop it! Why would they want you to know they're paying a tax? That's literally the whole point of the tax I just read. It's to disincentivize people from buying sugary beverages. That's literally its purpose. What if I told you that soda has always had a built-in sugar tax because water is free at restaurants and soda is not? That's why I stopped drinking soda at restaurants. Things like that. Costa Rica? All right, well, they're just going wild, dude. They're going freaking wild. Costa Rica's joining the Greater East Asian Co-Prosperity Sphere. We got why do we have 245 political power, and I don't even have anything to use it on? I could add more military high command, or we could just do all of our decisions to expand steelworks. This is going to take some civilian factories, but it's going to give us 8 steel in País Vasco, 8 steel in Western Aragon, and 8 steel in Granada. Boom, boom, boom. It's going to take 90 days. Lock it in. It's a good deal. We still have over 30 factories doing work. Assembly line production. Nice. Production efficiency cap, an additional 10%. Let's start thinking about the Navy. Cruiser and battleship armor. Yeah. And we're trying to pump out. we got a really good amount of artillery, good amount of trucks, good amount of support equipment. We just need more guns. I need more guns. We're about to have 15 factories just on that alone. Panama's next on the list. But yeah, I'm taking like a break from making military factories to make some infrastructure and some synthetic. We've got the border with Germany up to 3 out of 3 land forts and 2 out of 5 anti-air, which could be better, but it could be worse also. We need more guns. Mountains is pretty good defense. Yeah, mountains is a pretty good defense. Like, level 3 forts plus mountains is solid. I'm more concerned with our coastline and our mini islands, which feels like a lot to me. That's why we're starting to pump out Coast Guard divisions. 12 divisions of Coast Guard coming out, and then we got 10 divisions of backbone infantry. I think some additional mountaineers into the mix is also a good idea. All right, come back to that. Hold on. I think we just augment our existing mountaineers with infantry. So if you wanted to continue adding mountaineers, that's okay too, but there's only so many specialist troops you're allowed to have. And that number, I think, is up here, is it not? Is it 12 out of 20? What is this number? If I train mountaineers, yeah, that goes up to 18. So we really can't have, like, that many specialist troops. The number of specialist troops you can have is dependent on the total number of troops you have deployed, I believe. So because there's 6 units of mountaineers, we could only make 2 more mountain divisions because we only have 12 space. So 6 and then 12. So you can augment your existing specialist forces with regular infantry, and that won't count against the specialist limit, while simultaneously giving your troops some more combat width. And that'll boost us up to 60 organization, which is good as well. So let's just do that, and then train 2 more mountain divisions just to max out our specialists, because why not? And I'm clicking on you can deploy them wherever you want that is green. So if you know where you want to deploy some troops so that they're closer to the front line, you can click on that and then choose somewhere closer to your front. I'm just doing the capital arbitrarily because it's just in the middle of everything. And we're only going to want to deploy these two guys once. We won't have room for more. Costa Rica is dead, and we've got active sonar. With modulated sound waves, this system can accurately measure bearing and distance to a submerged target. Mounting this module in an electronics slot on light ships and cruisers will detect enemy submarines mo better, which is excellent. Okay, so we've got almost everything we need to start producing some cruisers, but not destroyers. So let's work on some light guns for destroyers next. And we're starting to get into that micromanagement of military organizations. Let's get the fuel usage down for all capital ships, the big boys screens, which are like your destroyers, and submarines, which we haven't even made yet. Okay, how's the rest of the world doing? Denmark needs to defeat Germany all by themselves. Greece is holding on for dear life. Iraq is pushing back against the United Kingdom. Japan, Minkakuo, Manchukuo, and the Provisional Russian Government are in a stalemate versus China, Xinjiang, and the Soviet Union. Manila, capital of the Philippines, has fallen to Japanese after the withdrawal of American and Filipino defenders. The entrance to the strategically vital Manila Bay remained contested for some time after the city's fall due to heavy concentration of American coastal artillery on Corregidor Island, but the guns eventually fell silent after a concerted Japanese attack. With Manila under Japanese control, the rest of the Philippines are expected to follow shortly after, a stinging defeat for American forces. Who I guess I just didn't realize... Yeah, after the war was declared on the Philippines, I guess the U.S. got dragged into a isolated war against Japan and the Provisional Russian Government and friends. Which makes sense. So, U.S. is involved. There's a lot of different wars going on. Too many, some would say. Too many. What is this? Support equipment manufacturer. I don't like either of these. I don't like the trade-off ones. And I might ignore them. Defense +2. Oh, piercing +10% is fine. For infantry equipment. Alright, recruiting's going well. 6 more divisions about to be deployed, and our navy must be greatly expanded if the monarch is to be able to assert his will across the oceans. We got 6 free building slots created and then 6 naval dockyards to fill them suddenly, which is a huge boon. That saves us a ton of time. We're going to be turning around and using those to start producing our own navy. And then we need to organize the old navy and go hide them in like a broom closet somewhere. Tier 3 torpedo launchers. Very good. Are we falling behind on anything else? We need radar, we need Air Force, we need 1941 artillery and anti-air. We need a handful of things. But I really want to get the Navy spooled up, and that's exactly what we're doing. But I think we've got all the naval tech that we really need to get a Navy going. Like, we just need to wait on the batteries research. We've got the 1940s hulls, active sonar, depth charge mortars. We're going to be lacking in air power for a while. So maybe just some improved anti-air, and we can actually start producing anti-air. And use them as like a support group or line anti-air. Could actually be good. Rebuild the battle fleet. Heavy ship production cost 10% down and a 2x research bonus for battleship models. Press the Gibraltar claim and go to war against the UK. That's a risky one. All for just Gibraltar. I'll get there. I'll get there. I think now's a good time to go back and do arms modernization for the infantry, weapon, and support artillery, research, and then militarize the masses, and then fanaticism. Those are okay. We've done most of the industrial ones. There might be a focus to retake the Philippines? Yeah, you mean the one where we conquered the United States? I'm pretty sure it's that one. You might have missed it. It could be tied into that one, though. Light attack for all cruisers? Sure.
Firme.
6 more of our infantry backbone divisions. They're okay. They need a little bit of love, but they're solid. That's why they're the backbone. To the front with Germany, just in case. Now, since we're going to be stacking potentially so many troops on the German border, we're going to need to worry about our supply lines. So what we want to do is check that we have supply hubs here. We have 3 along the border, which is good. But one thing we haven't done is look at the rail infrastructure of Spain. So that's on the to-do list. We'll come back to that once we've cleared a little bit more of this stuff. We just built our first synthetic fuel refinery, which is awesome. And we're going to start on the second one. We always want to be building a synthetic refinery because we're going to need a bunch. Basic cruiser armor. Let's go to inclined belt. So this is unlocking new types of armor that we're going to be able to use to customize our cruisers. I'm just kind of skipping over some of the tiers. That way we can just go straight to the good stuff. Oh, wait, there are a couple of researches that I forgot. I always forget that there's naval research right here. All right, we'll do that after depth charge mortar. I always forget fire control. It's hiding. But yeah, I'm definitely feeling better about our front lines. The Provisional Government of Caaaarrrl Democratic Republic. Basically, these guys who are currently occupying want to make up a provisional government, and this happens after enough time. You can say yes if you are tired of managing them, or you're tired of occupying, or you need those forces and resources somewhere else, but I usually just click they're not ready yet, and so I can keep everything for myself. No big deal, don't worry about it, don't think too much. Japan declared war on Free France. Where is Free France? In Africa? Okay. All right. Earlier today, the Socialist Republic of Bulgaria and the Turkish Socialist Republic issued a joint statement that the latter has been granted status of the Balkan Federation of Socialist Republics. Okay, Bulgaria and Turkey are communist together. It's time to be sandwiched between Germany and Japan. Okay, the United States joins Denmark. Yes, this is the United States, a member, famously, of the Nordic Cooperation Alliance. Denmark is Copenhagen, and that's it. That's all they got left. Oh God. It's this is excessive amount of World War for 1941, even by World War standards. I think. We're sitting pretty right now, though. Depth charge mortars. All right, we got level 3 anti-submarine tech. Now I want to grab 1941 fire control. You can just skip the first 2 fire control if you don't want to use them. It is much more expensive, but I think much more worth. Because level 1 fire control on the left Gives you a 10% anti-air bonus versus 20%, 5% hit chance versus 10, 5 versus 10. It's just hard to argue with just skipping straight to the new one if you can. It'll take about 70 days. So we'll basically start building our ships in about 70 days. Now, to do that, we need Navy XP. So one thing I should have done, but like kind of just haven't, as Hong Kong falls, is I should have gotten a Chief of the Navy so we could start building passive naval XP, which we're really gonna need. So I should have already been doing that. It's my bad. But we'll get Luis Carrero Blanco. Gives us naval XP daily and buffs our capital ships and screen attack and defense. The fall of Hong Kong. Troops from the Empire of Japan have captured the British Crown colony of Hong Kong after breaking through the gin drinkers' line and landing on Hong Kong Island itself. The situation soon became untenable for defenders, and the governor surrendered in person at the Peninsula Hong Kong Hotel, where the Japanese established headquarters. After a brief ceremony, a new Japanese governor was installed who announced a new Hong Kong to the world free of Western colonialism. Interesting. Interesting. All right, so we have 3.8 thousand extra artillery. That's a pretty solid amount. So we're supposed to be going heavy into line artillery because that is what we chose for our land doctrine with superior firepower. So we get, ironically, you don't actually get, it's for the best. Your first few are gonna be just buffing frontline battalions as a whole, which if you mouse over is kind of everybody, even though it's a helmet. So everybody's strong. But leg infantry get organization, love it. All infantry and motorized and mechanized, which we don't have any yet. They get more defense. And then I decided to try dispersed support for line artillery recovery rate and also signal company defense. So I might actually get some signal companies, but I want to try overwhelming firepower for the soft attack. Thought that was interesting. To take advantage of that, though, we actually need some artillery. So it's going to cost a pretty amount of army XP. 25, just for the first one. That's to create, basically, a whole new battalion, right? This is like a battalion. So you can only have like items in a given column. So if I create a column of infantry, I can't also add line artillery or mobile or something else. I can only add that same style of unit. So if I want this column to be artillery or anti-air or anti-tank, you have to pay that upfront cost, and then everything that you add afterwards, just an additional 5. So it's not 25 per. Now, to add line artillery, we're having to pay, I think it's like 3? Yeah. Line artillery is like 3 combat width per. And we're primarily like in the mountains right now, which have, what, 50 combat width? And in theory, we would be fighting, like, let's say we eventually fight with Germany or something. I think I sort of came to the conclusion that I liked 22 combat width. Though, that's going to be difficult with the mountains. It's not a great combat width for the mountains. And if we do 25 combat width for the mountains, it's going to be really rough in different areas. Like, it'd be bad in urban, because we'd be getting a huge penalty. It wouldn't be that bad in hills. It'd be good in mountains, it'd be okay in hills. And it would be okay in plains. I'm gonna chat, I don't think it's necessarily good, but I kind of want to try 25 combat width and see how I feel about it. And just try to lean into our strengths. I've never done 25 combat width before. So, Wait, I don't want to do... I could do motorized artillery, but there's no reason to do that. I just want to do regular artillery. And that's +3 combat width per line artillery. It's also lowering our organization, so we need to keep that in mind as well. So hold on. I'm going to save a column. I can't save a column. 3, 6, that's 24. Okay, this is probably what I'll do then. I can open these with... Once our doctrine gets far enough, we'll have space down here so we don't have to create another thing. But I'll just make my combat support battalion here. And I can do 2 artillery and 1 anti-air, and that'll be 25 combat width. And 44 organization, which is... It's okay. It's not great. Not great, not terrible. Is it a good idea to give Mountaineers and other special forces a special combat width? I mean, it's not a bad idea. The trick is we have finite amounts of army XP. So if the bulk of our army is infantry, and I'm using 40 of my 51 army experience, you see what I'm saying? I want to use it on where it's going to have the most impact. So if I only have 2 mountain divisions, then I'm spending too much army experience on a tiny portion of our combined armed forces. So we gotta spread it out a little bit. But yeah, we'll actually just come back to this little thing because I'll eventually have these doctrines. And I definitely don't want the... I don't want everybody to go in all at the same time because we just don't have enough artillery for that. So I want to make sure that we spread it out because we have 3,800 in storage. If I add even 1 line artillery, we're going to use 700 out of storage. And as that unit fights, it's going to need to replace artillery. So we need to have some in a stockpile as well. Now, I don't usually like having artillery and support artillery in the same group. If I did 2 line artillery, then we'd be using, you know, like 1,300 towed artillery, which is a lot. And then we're continuing to make 10 divisions at a time. That's going to keep draining probably faster than we're producing them. So I'm just going to go ahead and do a small upgrade with 1 line artillery. It's still a nice upgrade because look at the difference, right? We're looking at... our soft attack, which is anti-infantry, jumps up from 125 to 164 because we're adding 36 artillery units. Our hard attack goes up, our defense goes up by 15, our breakthrough goes up by like over 10, almost 15%. We just lose some organization, and we need to have the artillery itself. 50 org is fine. That's perfectly fine, if not good. And since we are going to have a long-term struggle with manpower for sure, I'm just going to replace the old support artillery, which is 12. This is 12 artillery versus 36. This is like having 3 support companies, basically. I'm going to replace that with the field hospital, which will start taking our casualties and putting them back into the manpower pool. And the higher level our field hospitals, the more. Right now it's like level 2, I think. So it's 30% trickle back. Having field hospitals also gives you war support protection. So when you go to war, casualties lower your war support. So it gives you some protection against that. And they have a recent upgrade where it gives you 10% HP for all of your infantry. So your infantry are just healthier by default, which I think is cool. I think this is a good change. Let's swap all those out. Good change. New question, what's getting us to choose 25 width? Well, 1, I want to experiment, like I said. And 2, I'm trying a new thing to lean into. My mountains have 50 combat width, so 25 division size will fit neatly into 50 combat width. And also, it won't go over by that much in hills, which will have a lot of hill fighting as well, because hill combat width is 70. So we'll be able to fit 3 divisions 25, 50, 75 will be 5 over, but it'll have a small penalty. So you can go over if there's space. There's just a penalty for going over by certain amounts. But yeah, I'm mostly just trying it out. Get some thick units. But yeah, I think subbing the field hospital in and then artillery in, very good change. Very happy with it. We're 18 days away from expanding our steelworks. We're going to have 8, 16, 24 steel locally in Spain. And then we got some more we can do if we research higher levels of excavation. What's the widest you can go? I mean, you can go as wide as there are spaces. It's just there's diminishing returns. You can just fill in all these spaces.
Sí, señor.
Okay, here's 4 more. So we actually have one division that is completely full, 24 out of 24. So what I'm going to do is take the Riquetes and put them under the other general.
Sí, señor.
That way, this group can be all the same divisions. And most of them are a little green. They're not quite trained, so they're getting a debuff to combat. So I want them to train. And here's a pro tip. So you exercise by clicking this button. But it says if you shift left click, they will only exercise until they would not benefit from training anymore, which is very valuable. So they will stop training on their own. So they've already gone up from green to trained, and training can get them actually up to level 3. So right now they have no modifier in combat, and then once they are trained, they'll have a plus 25%. So they'll be fighting 25% better than they actually are. Super useful. Exercising and training is really, really good. All right, refineries giving us 50% more oil. It is August 1941. Like, a signal company might be cool. I say since we're actually using line artillery now, it's pretty important to get our 1941 artillery tech for more soft attack. So that'll be my next priority. Hello, it's Alex, and hello, chat. What's up, T. Stewart? The world is on fire, and we've united most of Iberia minus Gibraltar. That's where we're at. But yeah, things have taken a turn. What is this? Trucks? Let's give trucks 3% breakthrough. But it's almost 1942. We are currently using our... We have cored all of Spain. We're occupying Portugal with no resistance. 0% resistance strength. Oh, they have a military governor. Let's go to civilian oversight. I kind of forgot about that, to be honest. And we can take martial law off of Equatorial Guinea. We'll try a military governor for a while. Okay, basic light battery. That is for destroyers. And we're going to keep researching destroyer stuff. We're getting close being able... Oh, I want the surface visibility for cruisers to be down. That just hides them more effectively. We're getting ready to start making a navy. We only have a few more researches left. And we've already got 10 dockyards, but we're going to want more. What happens when a non-core state reaches 100 compliance? Well, you have benefits all the way up to like 80%, I think, which is they'll ask to have a new regime, and you can make a collaboration government with them, and they'll basically become your puppet if you accept. But what I prefer to do is take a look Like, there is a benefit to releasing them as a subject, which is you can release them as a subject and then integrate them formally into your holdings. But it takes a long time, and it's not always possible, is the short explanation. Alfonso XIII died unexpectedly in Madrid after suffering from severe chest pains. What? The king's body will soon be laid in state in the San Jeronimo El Real Church in Madrid, allowing for the masses to pay their respects prior to the royal burial. While having previously renounced his succession right as a result of deafness, the king's second son, Infante Jaime, has been quick to reaffirm his right to the throne in the hours after his father's death. In the face of overwhelming Carlist support, it is unlikely his younger brother, Infante Juan, will be able to contest the claim. The king is dead. Viva el Rey. But we have Javier. Yeah, we picked Javier. So I don't know what they're talking about. Javier the First is our king, not Alfonso. I think that was a paradox moment. Arms modernization. Our troops may be the most dedicated, loyal, devout, fervent, and best trained, but they still require adequate arms to defend Christianity. We'll ensure they have what they need. Okay, it's time. Let's go ahead and rebuild the battle fleet, which is for battleship research and models and such. Okay, also, sorry, I'm just thinking. Let's get some oil queued up for... Dude, 15, 30, 45. We have 45 factories? Our civilian factories are crazy. We're getting 28 factories from exports. I'm, like, scared to close off exports. That's vaguely terrifying.
Sí, señor.
We also kind of will need a new field marshal. We only have Manuel Falconde.
Listo.
So I might have to lose one of my cool guys. And we're just gonna have to train some new dudes. All right, General Jose is going to be promoted to Field Marshal. That's not what I wanted to do at all. Okay, he's gonna go over here.
Atención.
Manuel Falconde, go back where you were.
Listo.
This guy's a cavalry dude. He's got some cav experience. Old guard. I'd rather have an infantry dude over here. Do we even have any cavalry right now? We're gonna need to promote another general or two. So let's look at the officers list. All right, we have this guy. He's like a gamer god. I can even give him a citation first, which is probably worth. Let's do supply consumption for him and then promote him. Got field citations. Why does he get old guard? Man, I hate old guard, but then he has infantry leader. Okay, 3 attack is pretty solid. 1 defense and 2 supply. Okay, this is reasonable. What I'm trying to do here is get 2 different groups. One for
Sí, señor.
my potential sort of defense of our land, and that's what this right one is going to be. The left one's going to be for like actual field ops. So that's why I'm trying to, like, separate these right now. Since I just promoted him to Field Marshal, he actually can get Field Marshal-specific traits. Since he's planning on being the Coast Guard, I think Defensive Doctrine's good. Max Entrenchment plus 30%, because his defense isn't the best anyway. Okay. So, I do all that, so I can take these dudes, put them in a new group,
Atención.
give them a general. I need... He's just gonna be the Coast Guard general, I guess. So sad. Okay. Now,
Sí, señor.
we can change him specifically to an area defense order where I only want him to currently guard naval bases. So I'm going to unhighlight everything else. And then I want to choose everywhere on the coast. We got to guard the mainland first, and then our other holdings second. All right, so we need 13 divisions minimum to guard these. I may as well include this, because that's kind of an important area. And then also here. Okay. And then we'll extend it to the other spots, but this is just going to be highly concentrated. So they will now disperse and start taking up and entrenching themselves in our ports for defensive purposes. That is a start, and then we're going to start training 12 more divisions. We could probably start training even more if we have the guns for it, because we're allowed to train more now because we have more deployed manpower. So I'm going to go with 24 at the same time, man. Go ham. We got the manpower right now. Why not? Okay, improved anti-air. We need to start producing anti-air. We don't even make it right now. So let's make it. We'll use our artillery manufacturer to produce it. And I want to throw on at least like 3 factories on this. I'm going to take 1 off of trucks just to get them started. And then I'm going to throw up another couple military factories here. Because if we can start making our anti-air, we can make line anti-air, or at least support anti-air, which will give us a nice edge if we ever go to war. Like, we're going to go to war, but anyone we go to war with is going to have a way better air force than us. And so anti-air will at least mitigate that. So it's almost 1942. Let's go ahead and get the ahead of time penalty for supercomputers. The final research buff. What up, Brynjar Bjorn? We're pumping up the military, baby. We went from like 170,000 deployed manpower to 600,000 deployed manpower. So we've been doing some numbers. If we go to war, wink, wink. Like this is what our recruit and deploy tree looks like right now. So I think things are going okay. All right, we just upgraded the anti-air, of course, with a small booth. I know it says we don't have a template for anti-air. We're just trying to get a stockpile right now. We have 600 in stockpile, but they probably suck. It's just... Yeah, they're like tier 1. Better than nothing, I guess. Hungary claims overlordship over Slovakia. The Hungarians have raised claims that Slovakia should once more be a part of their nation, either as an integral part or an autonomous region. An ultimatum to the effect has been issued, backed with threat of force. Who are you threatening? You guys are all in the same alliance. Following the Russian defeat in the Crimean War, The Alanda Islands have been demilitarized and inhabitants exempt from any form of conscription. Though this status has been contested many times, it's still enforced by many of the great powers of the world. Now, however, following the Finnish Operation Kilpapurgidus, the islands have been remilitarized. That's a great name. German Reich caves to Hungary. After ample deliberation, the German government under Hitler has decided to give in to Hungarian demands, and they have accepted control over Slovakia, appeasing Miklos Horthy to preserve peace. Undoubtedly, this will strengthen Hungarian resolve. Okay. Okay. I don't understand. But I don't have to. Alright, so we're waiting on, yeah, fire control, belt armor, and hopefully we have enough Navy XP to start creating some sheeps. And then we're gonna need to start making naval dockyards, but I also need infrastructure for the railways and such. Let's just get both. There we go. Okay, that'll buff our basic attacks for ships. And fire control system is an integral component. Put a ballistic computer on our new boats. Okay, since resources are going to be an issue for us, so is oil. Like, we're barely breaking even on oil. We need to always be trying to get refineries pumped. And then I need the light batteries before we can do destroyers. And then armor belt scheme, so we have new types of armor to put on the future cruisers that we're about to start making, because I think that they're ready. We just have to build them. Okay, we need to think about radar. So let's think. We need a few different radar stations. We're for sure gonna need one that covers the Pyrenees. And I think Western Aragon is a good spot for that, so I'm gonna make max tier radar there. We'll start building it, because anti-air doesn't do much without radar. Radar allows you also to gain intel on enemy troops in nearby states. Higher radar level increases the effective range of the radar. Radar also provides the state with better detection of enemy air forces, giving your planes better chances to engage them. Ha, my planes. In addition, radar increases the detection of enemy fleets at sea. It does many things in Hearts of Iron. Super important. Also, let's create an intelligence agency. Sim. What is... what is the name of our Iberian... Is one of these icons specific to us? Is it this one? Or this one? I think it should just be the Inquisition. This is the Sound Redemption. I didn't expect that. Few do. All right, we're big enough, boys, now that we should have already been working on an intelligence agency. We have to commit 5 factories for 30 days, and we can start our very own intelligence service. And then we need to start actually actively doing it. No one expects the Iberian Inquisition. The Iberian Bureau of Secrecy, or IBS. How dare you? What's up, Pat Marsons? How you doing? Okay, we started making improved anti-air. I need one more military factory. And then another synthetic refinery. Okay,
Atención.
our mountaineers are ready to go. We'll have them join
Atención.
General Jose Enrique Varela.
Sí, señor.
That way there's 2 in each. We also have 265 PP. What do we need to do with that? I guess it wouldn't hurt to go ahead and get an Air Force guy to just gain XP for us. And then after that, we can just save. But yeah, I'm trying to build synthetic fuel as fast as I can. Well, not as fast as I can, but you know. And then it's dockyard time. So, boom, 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 boom. You know how we've been building up the coastline infrastructure? Not you, Portugal. Because we may not get the ones in Portugal since we're just occupying it. But yeah, it's time to go ham on naval dockyards. Improved artillery upgrade 2. Okay, we have 1941 artillery. We could start advanced artillery and get that in production. It's expensive though. Costs an extra steel. Which we currently have, but will we have forever? Who knows? What about boat research? Anything else left on boat? I guess all or nothing armor is okay. Yeah, we'll research that. Portugal, if I could guarantee they were going to give me all of their stuff, then they could have some naval dockyards too.
Atención.
The Inquisition is created. Now, the part of the tutorial where I explain how the intelligence agency works. Here's how it works. You click buttons and hopefully it does stuff. Because there's a lot of buttons. That's pretty much the explanation for how this works. Now, different branches give you different access to information. Like Army, if we want to know, for example, what is the German Reich's current power? I can just right-click on them, Intel Ledger, click on the Army Intel. I have 10% Army Intels. I don't know anything about them. So they could have 107 divisions, or they could have 357. I don't know. So if I want more refined information on my neighbors, then I'm going to want to build specific intelligence branches for the respective information I want. So I like doing these first, because this is your baseline. And then my second priority is defense, so that people can hack us less easily. So let's just start with the basics. Army.
Sí, señor.
And then we got 6 new divisions ready to go.
Sí, señor.
Probably, like, honestly, we'll take half of those
Atención.
and send them to Gibraltar, just in
Listo,
case.
señor.
And then the other half to the German front. Because I don't want to get cocky. You'd be surprised at how many units they'll doomstack around
Listo, señor.
Gibraltar. So having, like, a few forts is not the worst idea. Because UK's been declaring war on, like, everybody in this campaign. For 4 decades after the Spanish-American War has our Navy been lethargic and timid. The addition of new major warships capable of meeting any foe will instill a sense of rebirth in its ranks, as well as allowing us to contest the seas with our neighbors. That's exactly what we're trying to do. So some research bonuses for battleships, and heavy ships are cheaper. And this will be light and heavy cruiser research bonus, which we can use now. And some Navy XP, which we can also use now. So I'm going to take this while it's relevant for us. And we can go ahead and start putting the cruisers together. We have 10 dockyards. That can get us started building a boat. Let's build a boat, chat. I will build a boat now. So we're going to build a ship here, and then I want to make either a heavy or a light cruiser, or both. Now, cruisers are probably the most powerful single ship in Hearts of Iron right now. It used to be that submarines would dominate the seas, but now cruisers are kind of just like the god tier meta, which, if you think about it logically, kind of makes sense. Like, the biggest battleships in World War II didn't tend to make that much of a measurable impact on the war, and you can't win a war with just tiny destroyers. So, like, cruisers being the heart of the Navy kind of makes sense, even if it's maybe a little OP currently in Hearts of Iron. Maybe they're a little OP, but we're going to create light cruisers first, and then heavy cruisers second. So how do you do that? Well, first I'm going to sort by light cruisers. And we have a 1940 hull, so there's already a design here. And you could build that, or could have already been building that, but I want to make my own. So here's our builder. And this is why we've been researching all that tech, so we can go ham. Now, the fewer components you put on this, the cheaper the design cost is going to be. And that's going to result in it being made faster. So the fancy, like, maybe we shouldn't make fancy boats, but I like fancy boats because fancy boats survive longer. So I'm of the opinion that if you have stronger ships, you don't have to build more ships to keep replacing dead ships. And if you build a bunch of cheap ships, you'll build them faster, but you'll have to continuously replace them. I don't know. That's just that's my doctrine. If I had a boat doctrine, that's what it would be. So let's start with the easy stuff, the engine. And I just want to go to the top engine, which is going to boost our max speed a little bit, but also our fuel usage. And then for radar or sonar, we have a couple spots here because you can put sonar in either spot, but I really, really want fire control. That's why we skipped to that tier 3 fire control, because that'll hugely buff our anti-air and general hit chance. And then in the other spot, radar, this is where we're punished for not upgrading our radar faster. I'm upgrading it in the next 50 days. That's kind of too long. So we'll just come back and fix it once we have a better version, right? So we have a little radar 2. It has some surface and submarine detection. And then I want the best anti-air we have, which is tier 3 right now. Provides us with 4.5 anti-air. And then in our batteries, we can do heavy cruiser or light cruiser batteries, or we can do rapid fire guns, which are tiny. And these are the baseline boats. We're gonna have nicer boats in a couple years, but this is where we're starting. So since I want light cruisers, we need to put light batteries that have mostly just light attack on them, right? 6 light attack, 8 light piercing, they lower your top speed, and they have 20 HP. And then we have secondary batteries, which are also light attack and some piercing. They're pretty good. Small turreted mount for rapid fire cannons designed to defend capital ships from destroyers and torpedo boats. So we're not doing so good against other cruisers, but we're doing great against destroyers. Light attack is your anti-destroyer. But if you have enough light attack, you can still damage heavier things. You just have to overwhelm them. I'd have to look at the boat wiki to get all the details, but effectively, you can use a huge amount of light attack to overwhelm their armor, and it'll do the same thing as heavy attack would. I'm simplifying it a lot, but we'll just leave it at that. All right, armor-wise, we just got plus 10% HP. It's going to slow us down, but again, I like going tanky. We're not going to have that many boats. I want to be survivable. I don't love the plus 20% production cost, but I do like the HP bonus. And again, this is not meta. This is just how I like doing things. Okay, and then I like having a little bit more anti-air. And then because of our 1940 hull, we have a few extra slots here. To fight larger ships, we need torpedoes. Otherwise, we are helpless against... Well, not helpless. We're just not going to have enough light attack to really, like, fight back. So torpedoes are the great equalizer at sea. Larger torpedoes have a bigger warhead, doing significantly more damage, requiring the launcher to have fewer tubes, however. So a little bit lower max speed. I don't know why it says that. That doesn't actually have a debuff. It just has a big production cost. So, we're going to want at least... I like having at least 3 anti-air on these guys. Maybe that's too much, but naval bombers are scary. We're also going to need something that takes out submarines, but it's not going to be this. I like having some anti-sub destroyers. Because submarines can be a huge pain. So I'd say probably one more light cruiser battery. One on the back, one on the front. And then another set of torpedo tubes. And this is an expensive lad. This is an expensive lad. But it's going to be the jewel of our Navy for now. This is a good starting design. Okay, so we got the I like to do 1940. Chat, what is a, do we need to go to ChatGPT again? This is how the Kriegsmarine did it. Oh no. I'm in danger. I'm gonna get some names here. Let's get some names for you, chat. Here's some suggestions. All right. All right, hold on. ChatGPT's dumb. I didn't mean that, ChatGPT. I know you can hear me now. All right, here we go, chat. The Barcelona Buccaneer, the Madrid Mariner, the Valencia Voyager, the Granada Guardian, the Bilbao Battler. Okay, do that again, but with fewer location names. The Bilbao Battler. The Basque Brigadier. The Iberian Ironclad. Okay, that's actually a cool name for a heavy. We'll do Bilbao Battler for this one. 1940. The Mark 1. There we go. Save it. Lock it. It is created. And now it's available to build. So we're going to build it using the thing that benefits it the most. So this one gives it better light attack and anti-air. Or on this one, I don't think we get any benefit. So we want to use the battle line shipbuilder. Now, we've been building convoys for a while. We have 500 convoys, which is a lot, but it goes faster than you would expect. I'm just going to stop making convoys because we're not trading anyways, and assign all 10 of our dockyards to producing the first Bilbao Battler. It's going to take 50 steel and 10 chromium. Making a navy is extremely resource heavy. We're down to 8 steel. So as you can see, we're going to have to start finding more ways to gather steel. Some of that can come from within. I can simply change my export to limited and we'll have more steel available. But in return, we won't be having as many trade export funded civilian factories, which is kind of a pain because right now we are boom, 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 boom. We're building fast. We're building real fast. All right. So what do we got? We did have 4 on trucks before. Put that back on trucks. So we have 15 factories on infantry equipment 2, 8 factories on support equipment, which we're gonna need like 2 more of those for sure. And we got 34 infantry divisions, 10 for front lines, and 24 Coast Guards simultaneously. We're starting to run out of manpower, but we have a few things that we can do to build more manpower. Hungary proclaims Greater Hungary. Okay. Having regained the lands that were taken from them in the Treaty of Trianon, Miklos Horthy issued a proclamation yesterday evening. The nation shall henceforth be known as Greater Hungary. It is hoped that this will serve to increase their prestige in the eyes of the world and better describe the extent of their borders. It wasn't great enough before, no. An operative can be recruited, our first spy. Isabel is tough, a safecracker, master interrogator. It's a good one. Counterintelligence is nice, so she's gonna stay at home and do some counter intel for us. And we just got the army department. Now let's get the economy. Civilian intel. We're starting to build up our intelligence. I can't wait until Greatest Hungary. Me too. We also need to be building a synthetic refinery around the clock. A navy is going to need fuel. Okay, so we just finished another one. We went up from 48 fuel per day to 336 per day. So, I mean, that's already a step in the right direction. All right, divide the troops. Again, Gibraltar probably doesn't pose as a threat, but we don't want to be caught unawares. The UK's been wily this campaign. Improve light battery for our future destroyers. And then I really like the dual purpose batteries, but we have to do more research for that. Dual purpose shoots both up in the sky and on the sea. It's pretty sweet, though it's a little bit weaker at both of those things. I wonder if that would work for me if I said I was Greater Jeff instead of Jeff. The world would surely respect me more. But of course they would. Also, that 12 Navy... We have 12 Navy XP, but we're about to get 50 more, so that'll help us make the destroyer model if we want. I'm scared to go to war with anybody, dude. Because guess what? If we go to war with the Allies... I have to defend places that I didn't used to have to defend, you know? All right, so we're making new dockyards. We're just gonna always have a spot for some convoys. You'll notice that Navy doesn't actually have a production efficiency like everything else does, but they do take a long time. So this one ship is gonna take us till the 13th of April. Cruisers don't come out very fast, so our goal is to have tons of resources and tons of ships being made at the same time. But the tons of resources part might be the sticking point. We'll see. All right, we got economy. Let's work on the Navy department and the Air Force department. Also, we're gonna bulk radar. It is 1942. Yeah, let's get our radar max so we can put those on our boats. And also, Navy and Air Force does take from your manpower, so you gotta have manpower to go on the boats, duh. Is there a best fleet consistency? Honestly, it varies depending on your starting nation. Because, like, what's gonna work for me as Spain is not necessarily what you would do as Japan or the US or Great Britain. But the meta always changes. Cruisers are generally just very powerful. Some people still like submarines. Isn't there like another 12 coming? We're out of generals again? Okay, I gotta get a new general. Let's hire another pro. I'll give him a commendation. We'll do supply. Can actually do a different guy. Cause we'd already given that dude a commendation. But you give him 2 accommodations, then he's real sick. I'll give him supply consumption. And then promote him to a general. Harsh leader, division recovery rate minus 10%. 2231. It's okay. All right, he's gonna be in charge of our overseas affairs. Okay, this is where it's gonna get tough. I need him to be in charge of area defense. Of our holdings abroad. Which I might not remember all of them. Can't even see if that one's highlighted or not. Whose is this? Is that mine? How do you... It's in the middle of nowhere, dude. Why did I listen to you and allow you to convince me to take all of these? Is the real question. Okay, then we have this. Is that the only spot here? And then we also have this. Did I forget anywhere? Macau in China? Why did I listen to you guys? I can't believe we have a little Spain over here. Is there anything else? Wait. The Azores.
Atención!
Okay, we did these. Did we do this?
Listo.
Yeah. I did the Canaries, right?
Listo.
Yeah. This is the annoying part of Hearts of Iron. To be honest, I probably didn't do this other side, though. I did both. This is the annoying part of Hearts of Iron. This is why I don't play Japan, because islands are obnoxious and naval invasions are obnoxious. Middle of the Atlantic? Where am I? What? I just did these. This is the Azores. Is there another one? South. That's the Canaries. I already did these. There's nothing there, bro. Alright. Anyway. Their area defense. Further. Do you know where the Atlantic is, bro? Okay. Anyway. We're just gonna do only naval bases for now. And we're gonna assign a whole bunch of people over there. All 24 are gonna spread out and go defend those ports. That's the Coast Guard, baby. I woke up semi-drunk in the middle of the night and Alex is playing Hearts of Iron. Why are you sleep drinking? But yeah, I already got all these. See, they're going the right way. Imperial security. The security of the Empire does not lie in major capital ships, but instead in sufficient quantities of cruisers. Development of new models and trade protection doctrines must commence so we can secure the provisions of supplies to our overseas holdings. Alright, since we're starting to run low on manpower, I am going to militarize the masses now. Recruitable population goes up. Training time goes down. It's pretty sick. Infantry weapon manufacture. I don't like either of those. Defense is fine, I guess. Okay. Well, that's a start. I feel a little bit better. The Coast Guard is not particularly strong. They have 4 infantry and an Inji company, and that's it. Just dig in, get entrenched. But it makes me feel like we're actually making an attempt to hold our overseas holdings. It's a step in the right direction, though we need more. And we need more at home, too. Fuel from refineries up again. All right. We need 1942 guns. They have a shark icon. Yeah, this just scared the enemy away. It's easy. Loud naval department. And then finally the Air Force. Okay, so armor we can upgrade again if we want. We have a lot of things to do. We need to get advanced artillery because that's our whole doctrine is like god tier arty. It is expensive though. And we're building ships. I almost feel like I can't do advanced artillery. But it's only going to cost like 4 extra steel, I guess. Like 6 extra steel. For some decent upgrades here. Okay, alright. Even with 5 research, I still feel like it's tough to catch up. Is it worth it to build battleships? For us, probably not. Unless we have too many resources and we don't know what to do with them all. Which reminds me, I need to be researching excavation and kind of forgot. Because we're almost out of steel. Siam joins the greater East Asian Co-Prosperity Sphere. Manchukuo claims Indochina. The government of Iceland Yoropuyi has declared that the current situation in Indochina presents a clear and present danger to Manchu security. No government in the world, the official statement reads, would accept a dagger aimed squarely at its soft underbelly in this manner. Unless the region is pacified or Japanese authorities replaced with governors more willing to work with Manchukuo, the threat to Manchu interests would continue. I don't know what this means or why. What are they doing? I don't know, dude. What's our intel here? 14%. It's not great. Let's get level 4. Radar. Level 3 anti-air. Since Germany is on the border. We don't really want to go to war. We don't really gain anything by going to war with Germany other than death. Going to war with the UK is only possible if we can build up a navy. Which right now we're making exactly 1 ship. I can get more steel, I just have to give up some factories. But I think it's worth it. We are pumping out some dockyards as we speak. All right, we got dual-purpose batteries, which I love, and we're just gonna skip straight to 1940s dual-purpose batteries. Actually, no, I'm gonna start researching excavation and be good, because we need resources. That's what we need. Must focus. All right, we got all Air Force, Navy, Army, and economy departments. Now it's time to start building our passive defense so that we don't get hacked as much. 1 good ship is all you need. Okay, we also do unfortunately have to go through and condense the Portuguese and Spanish navies, which is my least favorite part of this, is getting the old stinky navies together.
Sí, señor.
It's not that hard, but it's a little obnoxious. Okay.
Atención.
Low manpower. You don't say. We've deployed... We went from about 150,000 deployed manpower to 865,000 deployed. Well, 660K in the field, 200,000 training, which is insane. We're mostly, I feel like I'm training too many Coast Guard, but can you really when you have this much coast? You know how it's going to be if we go to war with the UK. Miserable.
Listo. Listo, señor.
All right, we have almost 2 full army groups on the border with Germany, which is pretty considerable. Some of them are 12 combat width and kind of small, but I might actually just convert the Riquetes into Coast Guard or something. Because I just don't really need them anymore. Boat. Light attack. Cruisers get better anti-air and light attack. Looks good. What's up, Mad Dog Mac? Hello, Waldemar, sub streamer and chat. We are gaming. We did have a war. We went to war with Portugal. Fast war, but then the rest of the world is kind of like, you know, doing their usual thing. Doing the usual thing. This has probably been the longest provisional Russian government Soviet Union war I've ever seen. Poor Denmark. Yeah, Denmark, at least they get to keep the capital, and that's about it. If they can hold out. Okay, what did I say? Let's just clean up the Navy. I'm gonna send every ship in the Navy. Wait, what? No, 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 no. I'm trying to... I want... How do I do this? Okay, we're gonna just, like... click these guys. Click this guy, this band. Group up. And go there, alright? Every single ship in the entire Navy is gonna... Look at our fuel! Ah! Ah! Okay, and that is why we're building synthetic at every opportunity. Oh my god. Tragedy is befalling us. Also, while we have all this industry, we should get infrastructure up to a 4 out of 5 everywhere for sure. No provisional governments, please. Not yet. Move the Navy a few miles, suddenly out of fuel. We also don't have any fuel silos, you know, which is not great either. We're gonna need to build some of those. I like to build fuel silos sort of in the middle. That way we can stockpile more fuel, which is good. Buy us a little overhead. All right, advanced computing machines. We have maximum 8% research bonus for everything now. Lovely, lovely, lovely. And since we're building so much synthetic and we're gonna want planes, probably need to do rubber processing, but we're also falling behind on infantry. And that is the backbone, is it not? So buff the infantry first. Okay, if all the ships have grouped up there, all 57. Here's what we're doing. Some of them are repairing, apparently. Which reminds me, we actually need to tell the naval repair queue, we need to reserve, I don't know, like 10. Actually, right now we just need like 8 dockyards reserved for repairs. Top them off, do a little wear and tear. And then since we have 8 dockyards here, that's why I used 8, because they're all docked there. So they're getting fixed. And then once they're done repairing, those dockyards will go back to be used for other things. I'm about to start making some new ships and update our existing ship designs. But first, the values for which we stand cannot be defended by our riquetes alone. All who are loyal to the crown and bear the love of God in their hearts must do their military duty in defense of their ideals. Modify Crusade Against Democracy by recruitable population plus 2%. So it's 5% total. So we can go up to 7 points. So we're about to do a massive recruitment spree. Our eligible core population's 27 mil. Our non-core 16 or 17 million. So we really flipped that on its head. And we're about to go on a big recruiting spree. All right, and we almost have max tier radar. I think let's just go ahead and get the maximum. Look at the range of our level 4 radar. It's pretty good, actually. I'm probably going to want another one on the other side, because we have pretty good visibility over here, but we're going to want some, like, all the way around there. And on the Casablanca. I think this is a good... Let's do level 5 queued up. Okay. What are we... We're kind of running out of things, aren't we? We can either claim the French throne, which... We could go to war with Free France in Africa. which is still a thing, I guess. Be kind of hard to do with no supplies or supply lines, and they probably still have a navy. Or we could get air XP. Honestly, we're kind of like at the end of our tree. When you're done with the tree, then you do a continuous focus, which can be really nice, actually. So yeah, let's do claim the French throne just so we have the ability to go to war with them if we want. We have the units. I can just redeploy them from the German front to somewhere down here, you know? But supplies it's sort of a lesson in supplies to go to war in Africa, as you might expect. Passive defense. The Home Guard has the potential to be a vital tool to our intelligence. By training the Home Guard and garrison troops in the ways of espionage and counterintelligence, we'll ensure that we always have a defensive presence at home, even when our experts are otherwise engaged. So by increasing our counterintelligence, we're just making it harder if there are other agents creating webs, network of spies in our nation, that it's just harder for them to do that. Usually the other nations have such good spy networks that doesn't matter anyways, and you can stack as much passive defense as you want and they'll still kind of stomp you. But hey, we trying. Okay, in that case, I'm just gonna take...
Sí, señor.
We're gonna delete this front line.
Listo, señor.
We're gonna leave the front line here for the one that's primarily like... It's got some good backbone troops, but also riquetes. I'm gonna take the African warriors back to Africa, and then we have too many people, so we're getting a penalty for having too many divisions. So we're just gonna shift these around. Okay, so half of you are gonna have a front line here. I don't even know how to... It'd probably be easier to put them into a different group, huh? We need more generals! I need more command power! I gotta promote another general. Alright, sure. Let's give this guy another citation. What does he already have? Attack. Let's do supply consumption down. And then promote that nerd. 1114? Ooh, supply consumption gamer god. Infantry leader. Alright, sick.
Listo, señor.
Alright, this dude...
Listo.
These 12 divisions are gonna go to our North Africa holdings.
Sí, señor.
These 12 divisions are gonna be split between... this, and this. Chad, this is hard. We have a couple of dudes. We got like I have some people who might be able to. The Coast Guard might be able to hold these by themselves until help arrives. But I don't know about these down here. Where's France? Like, France doesn't have a border down here, so they shouldn't be able to get here unless they naval invade. The Coast Guard will hold! Like, this is probably a more important one. Not all of this land is places that we can walk. So, the desert right here is impassable, so fighting over Africa, you're really fighting around the coast, not around the interior. And then that goes to, like, here. So you can fight all up in this. So I was planning on just sort of pushing these guys all the way, you know, to the east to Cairo. Not Cairo. I guess it'd be to Tobruk. Classic Battlefield 1942 map.
Listo. Firme.
And then the other dudes down here, you know, we kind of like split push where we close the gap here and then redeploy these guys. How many divisions does Free France have? Probably not that many. We don't know. We don't know. They might have boats. So I'm trying to get all my people over there before they can start intercepting my convoys.
Sí, señor.
And I want to check on our supplies. So we do have naval bases here, which will give us a nice opening push.
Listo, señor. Atención. Listo. Listo, señor.
Okay. So you guys actually go join the other dudes. And then I'm going to pick a couple. Actually, these Coast Guard can probably hold, honestly.
Listo.
But Sweden has declared war on Manchukuo and Slovakia and Siam. What is... Okay, Sweden must have joined a faction. They did not join a faction. I don't know why they just declared... Maybe they got declared on? I'm not really sure. But they're now at war with everyone. I'm not sure. I don't know. They just did something to get war goals on all fascists. So okay. I see.
Sí, señor.
I'm gonna take half you guys, go down there. Jose Enrique falls ill. Why are there only 4 divisions? What?
Firme.
I said split in half. There we go. Sweden joined the Allies. Well, that makes more sense.
Listo. Listo, señor.
All right, we're preparing for a war in Africa against Free France. Because I didn't have enough coastline to defend from the British, you know? But why not annex Free France and just wipe them off the map? Personal and crew serve weapons! Okay. Tier 3 guns are possible if we want to commit the steel. That's the trick, because it's a huge defense buff, nice breakthrough, good heart attack, everything's just better. Except reliability, actually. We have 30,000 spare guns, which sounds like a ton, but it's kind of not. Not really. I think it's a good time to get infantry anti-tank, especially if we're planning on going to war soon, and that's just going to give us a little bit of a bonus for fighting against mechanized or tanks, but it only buffs our infantry. But it turns out plus 25% of like 1 heart attack is not that much, but something's better than nothing, I think. Okay, we're still building a ton of things, man. Advanced artillery tier 3. All right, we're catching up on 1942 infantry buffs. We are behind on all of our support companies. Even with 5 research slots, man! All right, our number 1 is probably field hospitals. That way we can keep more of our losses. Yeah, we need to do all of our support companies. Oh, God. Chat, I think out of all the DLC stuff I've got, I actually think the more I play with military industrial organizations, the less I like them. It just slows the game down so much for me. It's already kind of slow. I guess just get the defense. But I don't want to update them yet. You can queue up the MIO research by holding shift click and clicking on them, but then you got to go up, reapply it every single time. It's just too many things. They're also repetitive. Yeah, they're also repetitive, and like I just don't care about plus 2% thing and then having to update that thing every single time. Is that yeah, it's the most recent DLC that's come out, which I really think that's the only weak spot in that DLC. But it's just not like a fun level of progression. It's just annoying. Like I want it to be over with. It doesn't really make me feel more powerful. I really don't like any of these guys. Own operative detection, I guess infiltration. If you're better at infiltration, where you can maybe try and go build an intel network in Algiers, since we're planning on going to war with Free France anyways. Keep leveling up passive defense until it hits cap. If there were more choices for how to specialize and it wasn't possible to get all branches, it'd be more interesting. I would just prefer simplifying the entire system. Like, I actually preferred just choosing from this menu. Like, it was just simpler and better, in my opinion, to just pick which of the selections you want to buff your things, and then you don't think about it anymore. You already paid political power, so you have a resource, which I have too much of, you exchange it for the other thing, and then you gain benefits. And I don't have to, like, keep thinking about it all the time. I think if you didn't have to update on the unit sheet, it'd be better. Yeah, like I think it's twofold. The balance seems off in that now I have way too much political power because I don't have to spend on any of these things. And unfortunately, I'm short on army XP because I keep having to pay for the damn updates every single time. So I need to use my army. I never get to do land doctrines anymore because I'm using all of my XP on continually like paying 5 to micro 1% better defense. You know what I'm saying? Speaking of, we should spend political power, but you don't have to apply every single update. Yeah, but then, like, you're just missing out on then the upgrade's literally not doing anything. That makes it worse, right? Because you're like, okay, which upgrade do I want? This one? I don't want to use it. So I just decided to pick it for no reason whatsoever. And then later you have to remember it when you're like, well, now I do want to use it. Oh yeah, it exists. Let me go find that and then apply it. And then change my production line. Like, the fact that you don't even feel compelled to apply it every single update proves that it's not a great system. Right? Because if it were a good system, you would never skip it on purpose. Alright, anyway, kind of proved my point. It's probably a good time for agency upgrade time plus operative slot soon. But I kind of like all these guys. I guess we could lose the 15% PP gain guy, but he's aight. I'm just gonna get another military high command. I'm gonna get army regrouping for recovery rate.
Atención!
We got another 24 Shark Boys coming out. All right, this one's gonna be for the home defense front, I think.
Sí, señor!
And what I want them to do is update their area defense to also guard forts. So that way we can start building coastal forts all the way and make Fort Iberia. All right, it's time for designing a destroyer. We have a 1940 destroyer hull. Let's get our first destroyer. So we do have dual-purpose main battery tier 2s. And these have a little bit of... They have 1.5 light attack and 2 piercing. So we're giving up a little, like 0.5 light attack in order to get 2 anti-air. Which I'm using my light cruisers to do more light attack anyway, so I think that that's reasonable. And then we can kind of stack these with... We need to get higher tier anti-air as well. Give them a fire control system for even better anti-air. We have higher tier radar now, so it's tier 3. 12 surface detection, 6 sub detection. Got torpedo launcher 3s, which are decent. And we got light engine tier 3 for plus 20% max speed. Okay. Let's give them another anti-air. They need at least one torp. A second torp launcher, I think, to be effective. And then I'm actually going to give them depth charge. So if you give them depth charge, sub detection goes way up with active sonar. Unsurprisingly. I think I just need 2 different types. I like having 2 different types of destroyers. I like having one that's more focused on being like a above water destroyer and one focused on countering subs. So this can just be the one that's focused on the above water. All right, the 1940... Galician Guardian. Mark 1. Lock it in. All right, pretty legit. Use our rating fleet industrial org. And we're gonna need some more steel now. And 4 more naval dockyards. I had to do it to you, Ballistic Burrow. Okay, what did you say? I think I would like those research orgs to be more like, do I give my men dub machine guns, support suppression automatics, or a mix ? And then reiterating on those kinds of weapons. I imagine the actual stats would be like division speed versus soft attack versus breakthrough versus defense, and stack the preference until you get to a percentage that feels like it makes a difference for how the division performs. I'm having trouble imagining what you're imagining, but I'm glad that you thought it out. Thought it through. So true, bestie. Okay, I think we cancel the Coast Guard training right now.
Sí, señor. Listo.
We have 37 Coast Guard at home, all getting entrenched.
Sí, señor.
We have 24 Coast Guard abroad for a total of over 60. We have 61. I think that's pretty respectable. Just to make sure that we don't, you know, fall to an easy backdoor through one of our ports. Very important. I'm very happy with that. Okay, so we can probably start training more mountaineers. And then, how we looking on anti-air? 1.1k. If we added line anti-air, yeah, we'd be at a deficit in storage, but we should have enough anti-air for a support anti-air. We have 1,100 in storage. That'll lower us to 260. Okay, I mean, it's probably still worth. It's 20 anti-air per group, per division. And that is going to decrease our organization, but it actually, you can use those for heart attack. So it's +6 heart attack, you know, use them to shred some enemy armor. And it gives us air attack when we have 0. So, I don't know, I think that's worth. Do we have enough line artillery for, or enough artillery in storage for a second line artillery? We do. Spicy. We'll still have 3,300 in storage. That is pretty good. I think that's highly worth. So, our org goes down to 44. It's getting lower, but dude, that soft attack goes up by 50. Hard attack up slightly. Defense up by almost 20. Breakthrough up by over like 12%. Combat width is a respectable 22. I don't know. This is a fighting force right here. These guys are chunked. All right, lock it in. Upgrade our troops.
Sí, señor.
And then we're going to give them a little time to exercise. We're going to shift, click,
Firme.
shift, click, and get them all to level 3. I am very happy with that. Okay, I don't know if I should start making infantry equipment tier 3 or not. I guess not, because we're -22 steel at the moment. And it's gonna be a little bit before that changes, unless I change. Is it time to change the export focus? I think maybe it is. Let's see. How many are we gonna lose? We're extracting 303 steel and exporting 151. Changing to limited means we're only gonna give 25% of our resources to market instead of 50. Which means we're only gonna be giving like 75 steel to market. Okay, so what are we gonna lose? We're currently gaining 1, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. We're getting 17 civilian factories from our steel exports. We're gonna lose like yeah, chat, we're gonna lose like 10 to 12 civilian factories. It's probably better to just trade for other people's steel, to be honest. Like, Finland can hook us up. With 24 steel for 3 factories, and then we don't have to worry about that for now. Okay, let's sort the Navy. Here's our 1940 cruiser hulls. They're coming out. They exist. The 1940 Bilbao Battler. It exists. It needs to be updated, actually. So we're going to update that design here in a sec. We do have some 1936 designs that aren't great, but they're not useless either. We could retrofit them, but it would take a long time. Because it'd be like designing the ship again from the ground up. Because they don't have armor, they don't have secondaries, they don't have radar. I don't know, dude. I just don't like even messing with it. rather just take all of the stupid submarines. Put them in their own little group. Yeah, and they'll just slow down the fleet that they are in. Yeah. No, there's no 1940 designs in here, so these are all the old ones, which can serve a purpose. They can serve a purpose. We'll split them up into two. Okay. 17 destroyers, 2 light cruisers, 1 heavy cruiser, 1 battleship. Under this guy. Alright, and this is our cool guy fleet. So we're going to create a new theater for this fleet. Chat, what should I call my Spanish Armada? We're already getting a ton of steel from North Africa, actually. $104. There's 109 next door in Algiers. And then 52 in Tunisia. You just said it. Just that, the Spanish Armada. All right, if we're the Kingdom of Spain, how about the Spanish Crown Armada? Wait. And then the individual fleet. Royal? We don't wear crowns? Why not? All kings wear crowns. The Caaaarrrl. The Spanish royal crown may refer to either the heraldic crown, which does not exist physically, or the crown known as the corona tumular, a physical crown used during Spanish royal proclamation ceremonies. Since the 18th century, it is never worn by the monarch. Bro, Spain literally has a crown that they use in all of their royal proclamation ceremonies that nobody wears. It just sits on a pillow. It's a comfy crown. But they do have a crown. Okay, anyways, the Caaaarrrl. And then the individual group of ships in this fleet is going to be what? List 10 Carl themed ship group names. Okay, Chad, did you know ChatGPT can do this? And it's not good at it, but it can do this. I told it to create new words by incorporating Carl into the names of ship groups to make new Carl-themed words. And here are suggestions. The Carlvoy from Convoy. The Caaaarrrlgata from Armada. I don't know why it didn't just do the Caaaarrrlmada. It did Caaaarrlgata. The Carleteer from Privateer. The Carl-Envoy from Envoy. The Carl Naval from Naval. Great job, by the way. The Carlevoy from Flotilla. I'm not sure that one makes any sense. The Carligate from Frigate. The Carladdle Fleet from Battle Fleet. And the Carlian from Galleon. It's not good at this, but it can do it. Describes most AI things. Yeah. The Carlavels instead of Caravels? Sure. All right, anyways, the reason I'm doing this is because if we specify a name for our new ship group, where we're producing our ships, we can, instead of having them go to automatic, where they'll go into reserve, we can tell them exactly what fleet or task force we want them to join. Now they'll automatically join the Carlavels, so there was a reason for naming those things. This song, bro. Relax. Soviet, Latvia, Poland doesn't even exist anymore. How'd you declare war on them, dude? Wow, free military factories. Is that allowed? Since we're about to procure more steel, I think it's time to start shifting over to improved advanced artillery. And add that 6th factory. They're gonna have to spool up production again. It will go faster now. We have a higher total cap. But since we already have a nice stockpile, I think it's a good time to go ahead and convert that. Now we need 54 trains and have 106 in stockpiles. Aren't you glad we've been making armored trains this whole time? Maybe we need more. Also, we've almost maxed our passive defense on our intelligence agency. It's safe to declare war on a non-existing country. Too true, too true. Okay, so, our French fighters are down here still training.
Sí, señor. Listo.
Let's give them an offensive line. Kind of just arbitrarily drawing it so they can start planning. So again, this thick line is the border with the impassable desert. So what we're gonna do first is kind of like meet in Casablanca out to Iran, right? And then once we've consolidated this, these guys are gonna move south, and then these guys are gonna move east. We don't want too many of them to doomstack so that they don't run out of supplies, like these guys, who are doubled over in pain, because there's attrition. Because ain't no supplies out here. So we're gonna have to use some of our trucks. So what I'm actually gonna do, since we have a supply depot via this naval base, we have a motorization level that'll sort of dictate. Right now it's horses. If we change that to trucks and then extra trucks, it'll reach these farther places and give them supplies. But we can actually attach them to a general. So if I click the general, change the motorization level priority for his whole group, it'll automatically do that when possible. So you can see that that has changed the motorization level for them, even though it didn't change it for the port. And now they're starting to get more supplies. That can be dangerous, though. You have to be careful because it will burn through a lot of your trucks. You have to have a really good supply. I usually actually do manual motorization because if you have like 7 army groups, they're all doing double trucks. they will basically overwrite even when they don't need those trucks, and they'll still use them. And it can get really messy, and they can all overlap, and then it'll just slam your infrastructure on trucks, so just be careful. But it is useful in cases like this.
Atención.
Now, confusingly, the icon that they use for trucks level 1 is 2 trucks, and then trucks level 2 is 3 trucks. That's a little confusing as well. So it's horsies, then the double truck is tier 1 truck, and then the triple truck, you understand. There's only 3 levels.
Atención.
But we're gonna do it for these guys as well. The Spanish and French thrones have been dynastically connected for over half a century. Our present king is no different and also happens to be the legitimate claimant to the French throne. This is a state of affairs that simply must be exploited. This current focus has no effect. You say that, but I have an available war goal to annex Free France. Now we can cultivate fanaticism and modify a crusade against democracy one last time. It'll buff all of our forces. Viva! No, not Viva la France. Mary Scooper. No. Bad.
Listo, señor.
The problem is, now that we have a war goal against them, they know we have a war goal against them. Your agent was killed. This is why I hate the intelligence agencies, man. All I did was send this agent to Algiers, like a month ago, and she's dead. Okay. It appears that Rocio Letamendia, one of our agents deployed in Free France, has made the ultimate sacrifice and died in the line of duty. Reports from French sources are sparse. She didn't even get to do anything, man. That's what always happens. One of my agents just goes, it's like, I'm just gonna create a network. Ugh, I'm dead. Okay. Honestly, just keep them home and run counter intel. It's the only thing that makes any sense to me.
Firme.
All right, we're gonna just stop exercises because they don't have any plan attack prep. Actually, did I not assign anybody?
Atención.
All right, and this offensive line's gonna be like down to here. That way we can group up with these dudes.
Sí, señor.
And then those offensive lines are just gonna mesh. Hello, Algiers. Dies. It's that easy. All right, who's France? France is in the Nordic cooperation. I'm not too worried about that. I think Norway's got their own. Wait a second. If I declare war on Free France, I also declare war on the USA. I forgot. They're also in the Nordic alliance. And I'm gonna get naval invaded by the US. Oh, I forgot. Okay. Scratch that whole plan. Scratch that whole plan, dude. The United Kingdom declared war on Africa Nova. Ooh, I've never seen that one before. Interesting. Despite advanced radar, there are still ways for the enemy to avoid detection. New developments like the Pulse Doppler radar allow us to eliminate many limitations in our own equipment. Okay, new scintimetric radar. We have max tier radar, so the boats can have max tier as well. Level 5 radar stations and anti-air has a greater chance to hit. Love all those things. All right, July 1942. Let's continue excavation because we're short on resources.
Sí, señor.
Dude, America's gonna come in and mess me up, bro. America.
Atención.
Actually, let's just do this. I'm gonna bring these dudes back up there.
Sí, señor.
Take the new guys, put them in this army, but assign them to this front line. All right, a little confusing. That way we just have higher concentration on the actual front with Germany. Man, this is your typical Hearts of Iron, though. They just make it really hard to declare war sometimes because everyone has like an ally who's gonna kick your butt. Socialist Republic of Bulgaria has proclaimed the formation of the United Balkan Federation, which they intend to take the Balkan Federation of Socialist Republics one step further, appealing to the alliance members to unite under a central government. Okay, Turkey and Bulgaria have united. Under the banner of the United Balkan Federation. Oh, I've never seen that one before. That's new. That is a new one. All right, we have maxed counter intel. Now we're going to form the cryptology department. Get some more defense. What DLC did Bulgaria get a focus? That was a while ago. Greece, Bulgaria, and Turkey were all in the same DLC, which was Battle for the Bosporus. Okay, well, I've been pumping my infantry guys with more defense and breakthrough for, I guess, no reason. If we're not going to invade, let's go ahead and buff like the rest of our support companies because I've fallen behind on this. Engineers just get 50% more entrenchment, which is insane. Maybe that's the cool thing that happens at the end of Turkey's focus. Do you think that's Turkey's focus or the Bulgarian focus? I love that I picked someone who had plus 25% infiltration effectiveness also, and they still got murdered in cold blood in the streets. I guess reliability plus 5% is okay. All right, we have almost 40,000 spare guns. I'm just gonna bite the bullet, no pun intended, and start making tier 3 weapons because it's like 7 bonus defense, 25% more breakthrough. It's just gonna be expensive and reset our production efficiency. Now we're negative 43 steel in the hole. Oh, Finland's also not delivering our steel. Well, that's part of the problem. Nobody really wants to trade. I mean, I could trade with Germany, or the UK, or Sweden. I guess, well, if we trade with Sweden, will they shoot down the boats? I guess not. Not while we're at war. Not at war anyway. Okay, 6 factories. Technically, we need 8 factories dedicated to them. See, at what point is it better to just keep all of our resources by changing our export laws? We're about to get excavation 3, then excavation 4. So I'm trying to pump it up, and then we're going to have some more decisions we can make to develop, but there's no steel here. It's all tungsten.
Sí, señor.
We've been chilling on 4 times
Listo.
speed for a while.
Listo, señor.
Wait.
Firme.
No. I mean, whatever, it's fine. What DLCs would you recommend? I'd recommend the $5 subscription on Steam to all the DLCs. That way you can test them out. And it's cheaper than just buying the DLCs individually. And you get to play with all of them at the same time. And figure out if you like them. And if you don't, or you're like, oh, I didn't play this as much as I thought I was going to, you can just unsubscribe. Because it's $5 and it's a really good deal. And you could be subbed to it for a whole year and still have paid less than buying like 3 of the DLCs out of like 10. But I'm this campaign has been Spain, and so it's been very La Resistance focused because I like Spain, Portugal, and France, and they're all in that DLC. Don't really care. Shut up, song. Don't really care for the intelligence agency stuff, but I like the focus trees on these countries a lot. Okay, resource gain efficiency plus 10%. Sweden is not delivering steel. That's what I thought was going to happen, but I wanted to make sure. We have to wait to see what that 10% updates to, because it should have gotten us like 30 more steel, so we should have been plus 15. We just formed the cryptology department. And let's up our own cryptology level. And I want my synthetic refineries to start producing rubbers soon. But before then, let's up our military police and recon. What's up, Wampa Stompa? What's up, Hammer96? Welcome. Is war with Germany viable? This Germany? This Germany? With Italy and Yugoslavia and Hungary versus me? They just have, you know, 2 million deployed manpower alone compared to my 1 million. Not including their allies, of course. Yeah, we're in a bit of a pickle in this campaign, to be perfectly honest. Which is why we're kind of in, like, fast forward and industrialized mode. Arming our... Ooh, Latvia's at war with Denmark as well. Heart attack piercing. We got some anti-tank rifles. Which is like an imaginary equipment. We don't have to actually make those. They just exist. Okay, what's next? Yeah, I guess just recon. Catch up all of our support companies. The Poles and Romanians are both, like, basically dead. I mean, Poland doesn't exist, so I don't know what that alliance is. We have more tungsten than we know what to do with, chat. Tungsten is a rare hard metal mainly used for anti-tank munitions. So if we wanted to make the most use out of our tungsten... Chat, which parts... Obviously, it said anti-tank. I guess we can start researching anti-tank, and then that'd probably help us out against a potential war with Germany as well. But we'll have to start researching that basically from scratch. But yeah, we don't really need tungsten right now. I need steel! But we may as well expand the Madrid bauxite. Actually, I'm just going to do all the ones that are available because we have so much political power that I don't need. And then I'll get our... I don't really like the entrenchment guy. I'll get the military theorists. I want to start getting some, like, land doctrines. We can start deciphering an enemy cipher. Our best case scenario is just somehow avoiding war with the Reich. Building up our navy. Ironically, the UK is going to be the easiest because they don't have any allies. Like, they're the strongest in their whole alliance, right? And I'm certain that they're very strong.
Listo.
But are they stronger than all of the Axis? I don't think so.
Listo.
I doubt that, at least.
Sí, señor. Atención. Listo.
Alright, I think I got these confused a little bit. We need to do some
Listo, señor.
reorganization, clearly.
Firme.
I don't know why I have mountaineers in the desert. Alright, we'll reorganize that in a sec. Shocker727, thank you for the 45 months a little bit ago that said hi. What's up, Shocker? Good evening. It's Friday, and it's 1942, and I need it to be like 1945, because we got a ways to go. 5 research slots. 50 factories? 15, 30, 45, 50? Wow, 50 factories building around the clock. Got too much to do. We can even go 5x. Time for gamer death stretches? Yeah, I think it is. It is 6 hours. That's a good idea. Cipher tech going up. The reason we want cipher tech and cryptology up is because other people are going to be deciphering sort of our code. So, for example, I can do intelligence agency and start deciphering. The UK is going to only take 4,020 days to crack? Not bad. I'll see you in 2025 for that one. I'm doing good. Hope you're chilling, Tax. Yeah, we're chilling here. We're chilling.
Atención.
Tax, have you played X4 Foundations? RNGs. You've been subscribed since 2020, and you somehow missed the fact that we have streamed over 200 hours of X4 Foundations. Shame on you. Field Hospital 3. Surgery is among the most common emergency procedures needed in the field. Procedures and tools for this must be available closer to the front. How can you miss the road trip around all the sectors? Yeah, we did every single sector. X4 gets a new story-focused DLC. Yeah, it doesn't look very appealing to me. I was very excited for a new X4 DLC, and then I watched what it was about, and it was like everything that is the lowest on my priority list. And they need to fix the damn issues with the spawning in, off-map, pirate ships that just blow up your shit, and there's nothing you can do about it, even if you give, like, multiple ship escorts to your fleets. It's a really cool game that they just have a few things they need to fix. Can't hide from the cock. Can't hide from the cock. True words of X4 have never been spoken. The cock. Those are some fun streams, though. Yeah, dude, a Danny. And it's like this close to being, I don't know if I'd say perfect, but something that I would go back to again and again. And those frustrations. Oh, sorry. I'll pause it. Yeah, the frustrations with the Caaaarrrl faction. It's just brutal, man. Like, I don't even mind them attacking your ships. They just need to do it from a further distance away. Does that make sense? Like, they spawn on top of them and then blow up your shit before your escorts can even respond. Because I think the mechanic itself, the idea of it's fine. Like, they have ships that can warp and you don't, and they kind of, like, attack you. They just need to attack from further away and, like, come in, and then your guard ships need to actually respond to things and not be 3 systems lagged behind the ship they're supposed to be escorting because that's how the pathfinding works. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's no sustainable way. You should have ways to automate the defense of your fleets. And you currently just can't. The answer is don't mine anymore, which is stupid. And I don't agree with that as like a design philosophy. Okay, I'm going to take a GDB though. I'm going to take a GDB. Gamer death break. And we were going to start doing anti-tank, but I also need to do anti-air. Let's do anti-tank first.
Atención!
Oh yeah, I need to organize that. And then there's the person in chat who says L miners are usually safe from Caaaarrrl raids, further emphasizing the problems, because the way the game is designed, over 2/3 of the ships in the game, you're just a dumbass if you use. Which isn't fun. Like, large ships are too cheap, too affordable, and you just skip 2/3 of the content in order to invalidate the threat to the rest of your ships. It's bad design. Anyway, I'll be right back. Bad design. Duct tape over a glaring game design hole. Really cool game concept, but I can't go back until that's fixed. I'll be right back. I will come back here, though, even if that's not fixed. That's okay. I'll be your beat. Sorry for the extended delay. I had to order some food before everywhere in Vegas closed. Okay, we're back. Boop. Hi. Okay, let's get this out of the way. Not the song. You can enjoy that too, but I need to reorganize our military guys.
Listo.
All right, let's get all the mountain boys
Sí, señor.
here.
Firme.
This is our best offensive general. Okay,
Firme.
good to know. Let's get the Raquetes. Raquetes are kind of like Coast Guard with more power. I'm just gonna put them in the local Coast Guard.
Atención. Listo.
To be honest.
Listo.
Okay, and then where is our oh man, we do have a border with the UK, huh? Did they fix the radio? It depends on if a major event happens. Skipped Keelala. Oh my god, you guys. Okay, well now I'm gonna skip this one because you made me pause this one halfway through. And you can exchange this one for the other one. I don't even know where the hell it is because these aren't even in any kind of order. I don't even know what this. This. The reason it got skipped is because this song comes before it, and I probably double-clicked the next button. Because this song sucks. So it just got in the blender.
Listo.
Okay, anyway.
Listo, señor. Listo.
Trying to reorganize my front lines here.
Firme. Listo. Firme. Listo.
Which I'm not doing a very good job of explaining. But that's okay.
Sí, señor. Listo.
All right, bringing everybody back. Military-industrial organization. This is when the tutorial portion breaks down, is when I start to get tired of the micro. Plus, there's just so many things to do. There's just so many little things that, like, I don't even need to explain, because they're not making that much of a difference.
Listo, señor.
But if you have a question, feel free to ask. I'm not really sure what we're getting ready for right now. What we're doing is making sure that our fuel infrastructure is on the rise. Always make a synthetic refinery. Norway is dead. This is, for VOD watchers, this is what we're dealing with right now. Wait, where's chat? Oh, there they are. This is what we're currently dealing with in chat. For the record. They're having too much fun. Okay, but yeah, we're just gonna be chilling on 4 times speed for a while. Our manpower shot up because of a militarized the masses. Added plus 2% to our recruitable population, so we're actually at 7.5% total, which is still pretty good. Okay. Machine-assisted encryption is 15 civilian factories for 30 days. It's expensive, but we may as well do it before we change our trade laws and lose a bunch of factories. All right, let's fill. We got 48 divisions on the front line. Sweden is also dead. Oh no, dude. Main character. Come on. Oh, they're at war with the US? Yeah, no, they are. They are. It's like the Allies with extra steps, bro. And the Soviet Union has just been at war with the Provisional Russian government and Japan. But yeah, Germany is at war with the US, Canada, the UK, and all of that. They won't even let us join the faction either. Are the Soviets at war with the UK? Yeah. So, a little bit of difference there. Finland joins the Nordic Cooperation Alliance as Soviet Latvia declares war on them, and now the Soviets have another front. But can Finland? Okay, Finland. Oh, Finland. Citing increasing dangers posed by the ideologies to their east and west, the Romanians have announced the formation of the Cordon Sanitaire. The alliance welcomes all who find themselves strangled by fascism and communism in Eastern Europe, and already some countries are considering joining with Romania. Are they really? This Romania? Okay, good luck. I don't think anyone's considering that. No one's considering that. We're 45 steel short still. Oh my god. My choices are trade with Germany. It's gonna take 11 convoys per steel. Greece is not gonna have that for long. I guess I'll trade with Greece until they run out of steel. Okay, but yeah, we're making 1 destroyer hull and 1 cruiser hull. That's a navy, baby! Okay, we need to expand, otherwise we can't have a navy, but everyone we could go to war with has the backing of a super navy. We either fight the US, we fight the UK, or we fight Germany, who doesn't have a super navy, but they have like 3 million troops. The Caaaarrrlll soldier's most admirable traits are his tenacity and unflinching resolve in the face of danger and hardship, and the knowledge that God will reward them for their duty should they fall. This dedication and sacrifice of the fallen should be held up as an example to strive toward for all recruits. Our National Spirit Crusade Against Democracy has faster division speed modifier, recruitable population factor, which is different. The factor is just... I told you I was going to skip that. I told you what I was going to do. Also, I can't explain shit while that's going on, okay? Listen. So, our core eligible manpower is 27 million. So because of our laws and our national focuses, we can have 7.5% of that as soldiers. However, we have another modifier, which is effective total manpower modified, and that's at 120% because of our national spirit. They've made this a little too confusing, in my opinion, but I think it was necessary for some nerfs and balance changes. But this is not 20% of the 27 million. That's plus 20% of whatever our total manpower pool is, which is still good. So it would be 7.5% times 1.2. Chat, what's 7.5 times 1.2? Our effective manpower is 9% of the eligible. Okay, that's what it is. We get another attack bonus. We lose less experience when we lose soldiers. We have more breakthrough. And you can use last stand at a greatly reduced cost. I didn't even mean to click the skip button. Like, honestly, I was trying to click play. Too late. I ain't going back. You already heard that song. It's the Donu song now. I don't even know if we want to build fighters, to be honest. But we may as well have the option to. Okay, so we need to make more ships, but there's one thing that we've been needing to do for this whole time that we haven't done. Railway infrastructure. Madrid is our capital. From Madrid, all of our supplies to the front lines flow, wherever your capital is. So if we look, there is a capital supply hub in Madrid, and railways snaking out from it. Now, notice how every railway around it is only level 1. So we have a tiny rail connection from the capital that only allows 15 supplies as a throughput cap out to the edges. So how much supplies do we need? Let's see how much the front line here needs. Right here, we have 2.56 remaining out of 6.2, so we're using like 4. There is some supply remaining here, but the reason why the supply is remaining here is because it's traveling along a level 2 instead of a level 1. So we have a level 2 connection is a 20 throughput, and then a 20 throughput, and then there's other connections going across to the side, and that's what's keeping the troops supplied, even though they need more than 20, right? But what we want is a nice, consistent network that will ensure that our troops always get the necessary supplies that they need. So the more troops you have concentrated in an area, the more supplies they require. So if we upgrade, for example, this rail to level 3, it's going to increase the total amount of supplies that can be carried forward to this supply hub, and then again to this supply hub. So we'll start on that. And another thing that I like to do, because railways can also be used by your troops to fast travel basically across the map. I like having high-leveled rail, or at least like level 3+ rail, linking the majority of the coastline so that your troops can maneuver to repel naval invasions, or just maneuver even along the front line is really helpful. World War II fast travel, basically. So we're going to create a rail along the front. And we'll start as level 1. And then I'm going to create a rail also along the coast. And you have to have a rail connection from your capital hub to any supply or naval base or supply hub that you end up wanting to use. Otherwise, your troops will not be supplied. And it's very sad. All right, that'll get at least a level 1 all the way around the coast and the front line. And then we have many more spots that we're gonna need to upgrade. So right now, this is the front line up here, so I'm gonna want this to be level 2, this to be level 2, that to be level, oops, yeah, that to be level 2. I wanna have level 2 support, like, reaching from the naval bases back to the middle. And then, like, this base needs a level 2. And then there's a bottleneck here. Because that's level 2. So yeah, that'll work. All right, looks good. Machine-assisted encryption. Let's just keep doing that while we have use of our factories. Free dockyards. Is that allowed? Oh, we just finished the boat. Okay, we need to update our light cruiser model. Because we have... Oh, man, we need better anti-air. We should have just better radar. Yeah, level 2 to level 4 radar is like twice as effective anti-air, 4 times as effective hit chance. Sub detection goes up from 2 to 14, which is crazy, and the surface detection goes up by 2.5 times. Huge upgrade. We also have dual-purpose secondary batteries, which have less light attack and piercing, but they do carry some anti-air, which I like personally. And then we have cruiser armor. Yes, even more. More armored, more better. Okay, everything else I think is the same. So this is going to be the 1940 Bilbao Battler Mark II. So we'll save that as an updated design. And start building those into our new fleet, which has 5 ships right now. You know, you got to start somewhere. We got 2 light cruisers and 3 destroyers. I'm working on it, okay? We haven't fully spooled up the Navy building yet. We got to worry about infrastructure, and then after infrastructure, I'm going to do another round of 10. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9... 10, I guess. 10 more, and that'll be a whole nother destroyer for us. All right, steps in the right direction. Spain's looking healthy. We decided to do Caaaarrrlll Spain, which is a monarchy in Spain. And we united Iberia minus Gibraltar under King Javier I of Bourbon Parma, I think. Engineer Company 3. Excellent. Okay, so yeah, we're just playing catch up on all of our support companies. Engi's a very good one to have, because that makes us even better on rivers, forts, urban areas, and entrenchment is huge. Excavation 4 is even more resource gain efficiency. And it's almost 1943, it's December, so it's time to get that final rung of construction, concentrated industry, and all these goodies for the final leg. And we'll be operating at maximum capacity here. All right, concentrated industry 5 is a big one. The final 20% more space. And factories and dockyards to just go faster. As war has come to the Republic of Finland, many hunters Sojalukunta militiamen and shooting club marks, that's a dangerous word to say, have taken up arms to fight off their oppressors. The Finnish sisu flows through them as they stem off enemy attacks, utilizing the Finnish nature to their advantage. Something that has come to be known by enemy soldiers as the White Death. They sure know how to fight. How's that going for you, Finland? I'm sorry, I know, it's not funny. It's not funny, but you're kind of getting rolled right now. I played as Finland, and we were very strong. I think the White Death is supposed to be you guys killing the Soviet invaders, and not your nation has the white border right now, not you getting death. Okay, whatever. Don't try and waste too many brain cells on it. Capital ships, cruisers. I think we just want surface visibility down's pretty good. Production output's pretty good. Yeah, let's do this side. I don't know, dude. Automotive manufacturer. All right, we already have just hardness is fine. Just armor. I don't know. He don't know. Okay, we still have 630k troops, 37,000 guns. I kind of slowed down on recruitment because I was worried about our production efficiency gain on infantry equipment, but it seems okay. We have a reasonable amount of trucks, support equipment. We need more trains. That third train factory seems important. We'll start making that next. Otherwise, anti-air, we have a small amount. We need to start making more anti-air as well. Fifth factory on that soon. But yeah, support equipment's good. Artillery's okay. Infantry equipment's okay. I'd say we can make 12 backbone infantry simultaneously. And then another 12 Coast Guard at a time. Doesn't seem unreasonable. But yeah, I'm not short on trains. We have an extra 50. We have 54 excess. We need 85, and we have 133 in stockpile. So we good. We actually have 85 armored trains, which is very, very good. All right, military police 3 for that 10% suppression bonus. We should check on our occupied territories, because Equatorial Guinea is finally chilled. Maybe we can go civilian. And then let's get to final industrial. So it's between flexible and streamlined. Flexible has production efficiency retention plus 20%. So if we change the production line to something else, it'll remember more of its efficiency so we don't have to rebuild it. It's good when we're changing tech a lot. And then the cap is up 10%. The cap is also up 10% here, and then the growth is up 10%. So they're very similar, in my opinion. I feel like 20% retention is better than 10% growth. But maybe not. I don't know. I'll try streamlined and just try the 10% growth. Check it out. It's mostly about that final 10% cap. That's the main thing. There's just too many organizations, bro. He's not gonna shut up about this. I don't even like these ones. I don't want anything that raises production costs, so just ignore it. I don't want it. I literally don't want it. It's like a side grade. Recon Company 3. Reconnaissance plus 200%. We are going to know every move our enemy makes. All right, let's start pumping anti-air. I think we're real behind on that. Carl is Spain? That's the one, Yondering. That is the one. Rest in peace, Finland, soon. It's very sad. Also, we're actually going to be building faster once we stop doing so much intelligence agency stuff, which we're almost maxed on. The stuff that I want, which is defensive. Okay, we're trying to catch up on our anti-tank tech, which is kind of a tongue twister because we're way behind on that. Even with 5 research slots, I still feel like you have to prioritize. So, like, there will come a point where it's like, I don't know what's a research. I've done everything. And there's the time before that is, oh my god, how do I research everything that I want even though I have 5 research slots? And there is no in-between. You're on, I can't have everything until you're not, and suddenly it's, I don't need these, what do I do with them? Yeah, we have the Toad anti-tank now. All right, we got max level machine-assisted encryption, making the best ciphers that we can on the Iberian Peninsula. Plus 6 cryptology level, plus 2 cryptology level from government cipher schools. We could be decrypting better, but I don't really care about decrypting right now. I'm just trying to be defensive. There are some other mission types that are interesting, but they're really not good unless you start out as a major power, in my opinion. And I don't really want any of these right now. So I'm kind of just happy with what we have. And I'm going to use those factories back on construction because we got bam, bam, 15, 30, 45, 60. 66 civilian factories working around the clock to build our infrastructure up. I like it. The Caaaarrrlll's indomitable spirit rules supreme on land. It must now conquer the skies as well. One day we'll make an airplane, and when we do, we're going to have a really fast research for those airplanes. Real fast. Happy New Year, it's 1943. Chat, what are you guys playing tonight? How many of you have started a new Hearts of Iron campaign in the last 2 days? Denmark is dead. At last. So sad. Death Must Die. Eco. Nice. On like multiplayer servers. Stellaris. Pow World, of course. Rogue Trader. Foxhole. I got Foxhole, but I haven't played it yet. I think I played it a long time ago, but I don't remember. When it was in like beta or alpha. Cataclysm, some Dyson Spheres, some Dwarf Forts, some Star Citizens, more Rogue Trader gamers, The Last Flame, Gran Turismos, Kerbals, Project Zamboid, Alan Wake. Really? Okay. Deep Rock, Rock and Stone, Baldur's Gate. Very nice. I'm going to be going back to Baldur's Gate sooner or later. It's too good to not finish. It just feels like it takes 6 hours to do any, like, sort my inventory. War Thunder's Sad Face. E-Town would love Foxhole. I think I would love Foxhole, except for the part where everybody seems to complain that you can't do anything unless you get permission from the people who will destroy your shit on your own team if they don't approve because you didn't do what the clan told you to do or something. That's what like all the negative reviews are. They're like, it's really fun if you just want to be frontline guy and die, and if you want to do anything else, you have to get approval from like the super committee of wartime construction and building and infrastructure, aka the big clans. I don't know if that's true. That's just what all the negative reviews seem to say, which is interesting. Did I hear rock and stone? You did, yeah.
Firme.
I haven't really played that much. Dude, we're training so many dudes, I need a new army group. I don't even know. Maybe they should just hang out in Madrid until I have somewhere else for them to go, to be honest. I don't know where I'm going to need them to go fight. But look at how fast we're building. This page is clearing. We can also... Our radar coverage is massive. I really don't want to go to war with Germany, so just in case, I feel like getting level 5 forts on the border with them is a good idea. And then we need to fortify the Wada, because I want to go to war with the UK. So to fortify the Wada... we need, like, at least level 3 forts on ports. You know, forts on ports. You feel me? Because they're going to be naval invading the hell out of us. And that's an airfield, so I feel like that's important by itself. I'll improve the infrastructure there too. Where's my territory? Is there not a port here? How do we even... oh, that is the port. Okay. We'll work on this. These are 20%. Okay, is this the port? Is this the same place? Does this defend this or not? I don't know how to build a fort there. God. Okay, I think that's all we have other than these islands. Islands, man. Okay, and then this, of course. Which one is it on? The left or the right? That one, I guess. The one he's standing on. Okay, and then over here. And then over here. Done. All right, we have improved anti-air. Air attack plus 10%. Let's do it again.
Listo.
But yeah, they got some jobs now. All right, check. Give me one sec. I gotta go grab something. I think the food is here. I think the food's here. One sec. Finland, no! They're dead. Chat, Finland is dead. Gone. Okay. I'm not gonna eat right now. I just needed to, you know, not leave it at the door. Anti-tank upgrades? Don't even look at this. We got a long way to go. We're way behind on tanks. All right, we're building the dockyards now, though. Okay, what that means is it's time to create probably another destroyer. I like having more destroyers than cruisers. I don't know if that's actually meta, but it just seems nice. So we're gonna create a variant of our 1940 Galician Guardian. And this variant is gonna have... Actually, I'm just gonna check to make sure we have everything we're supposed to have. Yeah. Yeah. We could do radar tier 4 instead of 3, though. Which is like 50% better. Oh my god. It's like over twice as good at submarine detection. Oh my god, it's so strong. Radar 4 is crazy. Alright, but anyway, we're gonna leave off... One of the torpedo launchers is gonna become depth charge. A projector for a smaller depth charge with a contact fuse, allowing the ship to engage without breaking sonar contact. Okay. And it's still gonna have 2 anti-air, a torpedo rack, 2 dual-purpose batteries. And this is gonna be the 1940... We had the Galician Guardian. This variant has the submarine, anti-submarine tech. And then we're also gonna do active sonar for an additional 10 submarine detection, which loses us fire control. But I'm just gonna assume this guy's gonna get defended by the other dudes. And then I'm gonna drop one of the anti-air for a second depth charge. So might be going a little too ham on the depth charge. Possibly. So I wish you could make these at like half the rate of the other ships, because I don't want it to be 1-to-1. But we'll make a handful of them. Galician Guardian becomes... What? Chat, what would this anti-submarine Spanish submarine thing be called? You come up with a cool name. This is on you! I lied to you, chat. I did get a little food. I didn't get like a full plate, but I got a little, you know. I got a little, I gotta mix it up, but a little cheese naan, a little tikka, a little rice, small plate of food. Just a snack before real dinner. The Sidonia Sinkers. A little pre-dinner never hurt anybody. I agree, Grubbles. The Barracuda. The Sevilla Sinkers. All right. Now, we have to make sure don't save it or it'll overwrite the other thing. We have to click Save as New. And then save. Chat, why did that just overwrite the thing? Hold on. No, it's still here. It's still here. It just went to outdated designs. We're good. See, the game is dumb and thinks that this one's just better because this is how I made this one. So what we're going to do is actually just update the other one, give it better radar, and that's really the only thing that needs to change on it, and then we'll just call this one 1940 Galician Guardian Mark II. There. So every time you make an adjustment to a ship, it's annoying because you have to let that ship that's already being made be made. So say stop making it after it's done. Then you have to create a new production line, like so. And if we want to do it right, I need the... Now it thinks the Sevilla Sinker is old. It's confused. It doesn't know what it's doing. So basically, if we reserve the dockyards, it'll finish this one, the dockyards will dump onto this one, and then the dockyards will dump onto that one. And it'll all even out. But it thinks that it's like outdated stuff in production, which is silly. Even though it's not. But yeah, the making small naval changes gets kind of annoying and repetitive in micromanaging. You can just, yeah, I guess you could just mark them as not outdated. I don't know how to do that, though. Oh, you just recommission them. Okay. I learned something. Our pilots must be given the best machines our state can muster. What we lack in numbers, we must make up for in skill and bravery. Research bonuses, some air XP. We don't use it, but we can have it. We can get a conquer focus against the United Kingdom that we don't plan on using right now. Chat, you want some cheese naan? Okay, chat. What is your spicy level when you order out? If you have like a spicy order like 1 to 10 or 1 to 5. Well, actually, okay, we need to establish, let's say it's spicy levels 1 to 5. What is your spicy level? By the way, here's the cheese naan. I just ripped a piece off, ripped the husk off. It's good. Got a good consistency to it. Okay, chat's a 5, a 2, a 3. Really? You guys are at 3.5 to 4? From like authentic Indian food restaurants? That's insane. Like, a 3 spicy at the places, like, for example, this is a 1 out of 5 spicy. I don't like spicy food. And it's still got spice in it. Like, it's still spicy. Is it too spicy? No, it's a good amount. It's like, I did the minimum amount of spice, and instead of no spice, it's still some spice. But it also varies depending on where you go. Like, if you go somewhere new that you've never been before, you start at the bottom and work your way up. Because, like, Alice, for example, loves spicy food. Okay? And I think that, some of the places that you guys eat at just serve, like, baby shit. Okay? Because she enjoys the spicy pain in a way that I can't comprehend. Like, one of my Christmas gifts was, to her, was a full set of the, like, hot sauces, and that was just like the best thing ever, you know, like the spiciest sauces. Those are good. We got like a fridge full of hot sauces and spices, okay? And there have been times where we have ordered like the middle of the scale, because she's like, oh yeah, I want something that's really spicy, so I will just order like middle of the road. We'll go 3 out of 5, and that stuff comes out and it is inedible at the like actual super authentic places, to the point where it's just like only spice, no other flavor, no food. It's just only the hottest peppers and or face melting additions that don't actually add. It gets to a point where it's diminishing returns on adding anything to the food. So I know it's not just me. Because I have seen her recoil at like a 3 out of 5 from the super authentic places that like the cap fell off of their spice mix and it just dumped all in probably. And they just sent it anyways. That's my, like, that's how I measure whether something is truly spicy or not. If she won't eat it, then it's too spicy. But yeah, this is like, okay, on their scale, this tikka is a 1 out of 5. On my scale, it's like a 4 out of 10 for me. This is like a 2.5 out of 5 for me. Like, if it was like half a point higher, I would have to drink water after every bite. Why can't we have an international standard for spicy that's based on metric measurements? Scoville is useless. The Scoville measurements don't do anything.
Señor.
Where'd these guys come from? All right, let's defend our holdings abroad.
Sí, señor.
These 6 divisions are kind of just like waiting for instructions. We do have a free military factory though. Okay, so we got 3 factories on trains. That's good. We probably need to add 5 to infantry equipment. A couple more to support. And then an extra advanced artillery. Okay. We don't have enough. Listen, I think it's time. We have 15, 30, 45, 60, almost 75 civilian factories. It's time to close shop and limit our exports. So we're gonna take some hits to construction speed, research speed, factory output, and all that stuff. But we'll gain resources that we are no longer exporting. Suddenly, we have 50 surplus steel. Or 22 surplus steel in this case. Was it worth it? We're down to 15, 30, 45, 50 or so civilian factories, so we just lost a bunch of factories, but I think it is worth it so that we can build. It's hard to trade right now, because everyone's at war. So the stuff that we want to trade for is not guaranteed coming in.
Listo, señor.
And that's a problem. And the only way I can guarantee it comes in is if it's right there. And we're still almost out. We're making 3 ships at a time now. A cruiser hull, 2 destroyer hulls. And the cruiser hull's 60 steel, bro. Okay. The British... What? The Indian government has gone to exile and their main forces have capitulated to Iran. You reap what you sow, United Kingdom. The United Kingdom declared war on Iran, and look where we are now. Oops. May have bitten off more than we could chew there, Winston.
Listo, señor.
We need a new army group. Concentrated Industry 5. Max factories and estate plus 20%. Excellent. Yeah, dude, this teak is spicy, actually. This is like, this is not a 1. All right. And it's not because I'm a weenie. All right. I did the entire Hot Ones challenge, too. I went all the way. I did the dab. All right. I've eaten spicy on stream. I know how to measure spicy, okay? I've eaten the hottest hot sauce, world record holding hot sauce. Signed a release form and everything, all right? And this is more than a 2. This is probably actually like a 3 out of 5. Like 2.5, 3 out of 5. They kind of overdid it a bit. I asked for a 1, excuse me. I asked for a 1 out of 5. Mild. This is not mild. Okay, Taco Bell mild sauce, that's mild. Major industrial complexes giving us good stuff. We got both these at the same time. 10% faster construction speed. Factories are better, and we're about to hop onto the streamline line. Let's go ahead and do excavation 5. And then modern oil processing. And we need to continue creating synthetic refineries. I will miss having all those extra factories. But we're building some forts, we're building some sea forts, land forts. We've started building the Navy. We got 9 ships in our premier fleet. And what they can do if we have fuel is actually go do naval exercises. That'll give us a good idea of if we have enough fuel. So we're still gaining fuel. If it's green, that means the number's going up. It's good. Because, yeah, we don't want these ships to be fresh going into battle with huge debuffs. Unfortunately, while they're doing exercises and practice, they can take damage and need repairs. But you will notice an incredible difference when you have a veteran commander. Like right now, this dude's our best commander, and he is a submarine guy. He's a submarine guy. I don't really care about that. Let's do this bold dude. 10% speed, 5% damage. He's level 1. He's a baby. But he's going to be practicing too. Take an inventory here. Alright, improved anti-air upgrade. And then we can get the final tier of anti-air, which will let us build new anti-air for our support groups and upgrade our fleets of ships with higher tier anti-air. Okay, so what is going on in the world? The Provisional Government of Portugal. Chat, I think, is it worth giving them a provisional government if, okay, like, here's my question. This is a question only for Hearts of Iron super veterans. If I give them my blessing to make a provisional government, and we make a collaboration government, is it going to be possible to peaceably annex them by building up their territory and swaying their, whatever the hell that meter is called? I'm a little worried that it's not going to work. Or it's going to take too long. You could just not do that in Annex Core through focus. There is no focus for that, bro. Not on this side of the Spanish tree. I don't even know what I clicked! Okay, well, I didn't even mean to click it, and somehow it got clicked. But I'm pretty sure I was going to click it anyway. There's just Annex, Netherlands, Belgium, Luxembourg. We've already done Restore the Iberian Union, and they declined. Press the Gibraltar Claim, and then War of Vengeance. There is no way to core them via focuses. This is the last 3 focuses. You can ask them to peaceably join you, and then they decline. Okay, improved anti-tank. Shut up. You shut up. Okay. We need better dual-purpose batteries for our boats. Okay, so anyway, we have Spanish Portugal now, who is our puppet state. And they are now our subject, and they have an autonomy level that can be changed to annex, but we need 500 gamer points to allow to do that. We have 500 out of 1,000 until they can stop. So if they go all the way this way, they'll go to integrated puppet. Right now they're a collaboration government. So this is a little tug of war. If you were the Portugal player, you would be trying to become more free and go to integrated puppet. If we're trying to annex them, we're trying to go to annexed. And then but like if they're annexed, won't that just put us in the exact same situation we were just in? Can't they join their own random faction against you? No, because they're our puppet. They're puppet front government that we control. I wonder if letting them do their focuses is useful to us. Maybe. What are they doing? Mozambique? So I'm curious how much we lost from allowing them to separate. Chad, that was a terrible idea. Just an awful idea. Reload. Iron Man, baby. Okay, let's just build them up. Iceland declared war on Denmark. Sick. And Iceland joined the Axis. You would. You would. Yeah, I can trade them. I know. I'm just goofing around right now. The insult to our king that is the very existence of the Gibraltar Enclave must be avenged. Good luck with that. Okay, so what we're gonna do now is focus on construction engineering, which buffs land forts, coastal forts, infrastructure, all the things we're currently building and makes them get built faster. That's something that you research when you're running out of your existing focuses.
Sí, señor.
Which is where we're at right now. All right, where's our friend? Where's our friend Spanish Portugal? So since they're our puppet, we only have to give them 1 civilian factory. Instead of 8 resources, they're giving us 32. Because they're our puppet. They love us. And we can do the same thing for their chromium. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. So nice. But Chad, they took all my military factories. Yeah, that was a huge mistake. We lost 4, 8, 11 military factories, bro. I did accidentally click the button, but I kind of deserved that, I guess. That's a lot. That's a lot. Oh, man. We don't need that many factories on trucks, to be honest. The good news is we still have space to build. And quite a bit of it, to be honest. We're just kind of building other things right now. Kind of got our focus elsewhere. Okay. It's time to go 5x for a little bit. We have 600 political power? I guess develop your tungsten deposits. May as well use region-wide industrial integration and create a building spot out of thin air. And then just to prepare for a war in advance, I think it's a decent time to do improved worker conditions. It'll lower our factory output for a while, but it'll boost our stability. We can get closer to 100% stability. And then I can just get the entrenchment expert until we need something else, I guess. Or I could just replace that PP guy. The PP 15% guy. Trade him for... I don't know, agency upgrade time. We don't have really good... Carl doesn't have good advisors, chat. I'm starting to think Carl's not that good, bro. All right, production efficiency cap and growth up 10%. That's the final tier. We're kind of sitting... We're sitting pretty up here. We got the 100% ahead of time penalty on the cruiser hulls. Let's do that. So it'll be ready in 105 days. Get the final tier. We can get the most modern navy in the world, man. I love doing that. Traitor! Take that back right now. Carl is my hero. Spicy, bro. My weak, sensitive palate. I can't handle spicy, chat. Eat spicy. Improved to advanced anti-air. I mean, seriously, look at this, and then look at this. Okay, then look at this, and then look back at this. Which one would you rather be sitting on? Spinning that little wheel so that it turned before shooting that flak up into beautiful fireworks in the sky while metal in flames rains down around you. That one for sure. I like how its defense is the same. We don't care about the defense. We care about the air attack. It's +8. And then the hard attack, because it can shoot against pew-pew armor as well. And then we can upgrade our boats. And it even helps our static anti-air that's built inside of the states on the ground, which is cool. All right, let's get... What do we need to get? What don't we need to get? It's we're way behind, bro. We're way behind on everything. All right, I'll continue the anti-tank, and then we'll do another destroyer hull. We got another 12 land sharks.
Atención.
Okay, that's pretty good.
Firme.
We got a good amount of land sharks. Improved dual-purpose battery. So yeah, we got another upgrade to our ships. They can shoot boats and they can shoot enemy air. It's almost 1944, but not quite. Probably just want to get ready for 1944 by having the prereq for the final tier battery. What is the outdated thing we're making? The old anti-air? I mean, we can make the new one, but it's more expensive, and we're gonna have to start the production line again, which is a little annoying. We probably just want to shoot the factories up to the top, to be honest. And build those first. How much pew-pew is the flak? It's a lot of pew-pew. It's a lot of pew-pew, and we're currently using it in every one of our primary infantry groups because we have support anti-air. So it'll be utilized immediately, but yeah, that resetting the production efficiency is tough. But we have a total cap of 103% now, which is great. And it's climbing at 0.4% per day, so it won't take that long to get back up to speed. Everything else is almost peaked, which is awesome. We still have 30,000 spare guns, 6,000 spare trucks, 4,000 spare support equipment. That's awesome. Artillery's getting a little low. Anti-air's kind of low. So there's a few areas for improvement. Fuel gain from refineries is looking good. We're actually maxed on our fuel reserves until we make some more. And let's get the destroyer hull. We have a ahead of time bonus for that as well. Why do we have exiled divisions? Bro, did Portugal just focus me out of... Wait, why does the UK own the Azores now? Nothing happened. I was assuming maybe Portugal, because I think that was that Portuguese territory? Previously? Whose was that? I don't know, maybe the UK has a focus to just, like, steal? But I have no idea. But they're the UK's now. We're not even at war. Hold on, I'm gonna Google it. Hearts of Iron, Spain, Azores went to UK. Can someone explain to me why the Azores isn't Portuguese? Because the UK can enact a decision which allows the Portuguese to lease the Azores, so it gives Azores to the UK if you play UK and are in war and check decisions, you will see it. It starts Portuguese, but the UK can take it over. Happens quite often in my games where I strip the UK of their colonies and occupations on day one. The UK can, like, rent the Azores from Portugal. Well, okay, I guess. How freaking dare you? Unbelievable. Okay, we're not giving up any more provisional governments right now. No more provisional governments right now. Paradox didn't think that maybe someone else would puppet Portugal. Who would do something silly like that? I know, right? Who would? Not this guy. Okay. Piercing shells, we'll do the same thing for you. We made some more factories to try and catch up. We're a little short on steel again. We have so many things to build, but these will actually go quite fast. You give them freedom for 5 minutes and they start gifting their land over to strangers. Can't let them out of my sight. I need another commander as well. We can also add some spirits of the academy, which I think would be a good idea. What do you already have? Division attack? All right, we'll have supply consumption. Promote to a new general. Infantry leader experience factor up 2131. Level 2. But yeah, we need that extra general. Okay, we actually have a pretty substantial fighting force right now. Where we don't want to go too far below this. Maybe like one more group of backbone infantry and that's it. And then it'll be kind of dependent on us getting a navy before we can do anything. Or we can just go to war and say, if the US wants to fight us, then come on over, but that'd be bad. Like, because the UK, we can't really fight unless we have naval power. They're just over there. France is the only target that we can fight besides Germany. And Germany, well, they're doing pretty well for themselves, I'd say. You know, only up to 4.5 million manpower deployed, not including their allies. This is just one of those campaigns that happen sometimes where you wish that Germany had gone Kaiser and then you might be able to do stuff still. Instead, it's like, oh, Germany won again. The country that's so easy to play, even the AI can do it. Excavation 5. Resource gain efficiency plus 10%. All right, we maxed that. Okay, we're getting all this good stuff. We could buff our ships more, but I say let's just buff the artillery, max it out. Ding, 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 ding. Because I'd like to do something with this campaign. But this is the second part of Spain, and this is actually why I like it as a starter nation, is because you have all the fighting at the beginning, that's the huge civil war, and then after that, if you could survive that, it's all figuring out how infrastructure works. How do you supply your troops? How do you upgrade them? And then you get to do the bulking and the building and preparing to take the battle on your own hands, because everyone kind of leaves you alone for the most part. Gives you some time to yourself to plan and plot a little bit, you know? Okay, there's a 1944 cruiser hull. Takes even more people. More surface visibility is bad, but it's more reliable, further max range, better engines, and more space for stuff. All right, let's catch up our infantry, because we're a bit behind on like night vision attack. Small caliber piercing shells for our boats. We'll get anti-tank 2.
Sí, señor.
Okay, then you guys, we've almost got a full,
Listo.
our land sharks are plentiful, but the Iberian Peninsula is very large, so we have a lot of ground to cover here. And there will be naval invasions all over the place, no matter who we attack, which is exactly why I'm going to start building even more coastal forts. But we don't have to build those. We're already building coastal forts in our ports. Then I want coastal forts on just every inch of coastline. Because the way that you lose this campaign is declaring war against the UK, and then they're just like, okay, I invade here, and there's nothing you can do to stop me. We have 15 divisions, and now we're moving toward the capital. Too late, you lose. You suck. Get good. I wonder where all the German divisions are. Like, where are they? I also haven't seen the UK actually launch any naval invasions anywhere, so I don't really know what anybody's doing in this campaign. Because the US is theoretically also at war, and I don't know what the AI is prioritizing right now. They're just kind of... But yeah, Germany and everybody else in their weird, funky alliances has made this quite difficult. Okay, so we need to make a new cruiser. This is the 1944 design. We're gonna do light cruiser battery 3. We got anti-air 4 now. Fire control 3 is still good. But now we got radar 4. 18 surface detection, 14 sub detection. Those are high numbers. Cruiser engine 4 is 40% bonus max speed. We also have new dual purpose secondary batteries, tier 3. They're about 33% better. Maybe more. I just like going hefty armor. 15% HP instead of 10. We'll do another light cruiser battery to kill the other destroyers. Need some torpedo launchers. Probably 2 of them. I'd say another... Okay, so it's 5.5 anti-air for the dedicated. Or 3 anti-air for dual purpose. Yeah, I think I'd rather go with the dedicated anti-air. These are all stacked up on the front. I don't think it matters. I'm just curious. Okay, it looks better visually. It'd be funny, though, to do this. Just like all dual-purpose secondary batteries and like 4 cannons, and this thing is just like... That'd be kind of insane, though. Who needs torpedoes? Do you think it's smart to have different types of destroyers and cruisers? I think it depends on your fleet composition. Like, I usually don't want any ship to not have torpedoes, because it just lets them fight above their weight. I do like having a small portion of my force dedicated to anti-submarine. And then I enjoy heavy cruisers as well, to punch up the battleships. But they're not 100% necessary, but they're fun. They just take a long time to build. Okay, so, but yeah, I don't know if I would have, like, specific torpedo boats. Under the hood, the naval combat is a little confusing, to be perfectly honest. Typically, I get wrecked by naval bombers, and I like to just kind of overdo it on the anti-air just to try to mitigate that. Because naval bombers tend to hit you without penalty back to them, for the most part. I don't think it'd be bad to have, like, 3 dedicated light. Two dedicated anti-air tier 4. Plus we have the secondary dual purpose, which can hit anti-air as well. 3 cannons, 2 torps. This thing's gonna be kind of a powerhouse. All right, 1944. What about the, the Castilian cruiser? That's not really a great name. But that's what we're gonna go with. That's a pocket battleship, kind of. It just shoots, light attack. Okay, so it should get anti-air and light attack bonuses. And then we wanted to stop building the old 1940 cruiser hull and start building the 1944, so we're only going to make 1 more. Our fleet is getting larger, which is cool.
Firme.
We got 16 ships doing practice. All right, we've got some of the ships have been trained. Let's send them back and let them repair, because some of them have taken some damage.
Sí, señor.
Okay, we've recruited almost as much as I want to recruit, because we have about 400,000 free manpower, and we've deployed 1.6 million, so we want to have some reinforcements, you know? It can go pretty fast. I'd say we can train, like, that many more, and have like 350k left. Are you gonna play Power World? Probably not. But I'm glad other people are enjoying it. You're not the first person to ask about that today. I don't know if people are interested in it because they're already playing it and they think it's fun, or because they're not sure if they want it and they want to watch somebody else to see if it might be their cup of tea or not. I just think I get bored of Palworld after like 6 hours. Once the novelty of explosions and shooting kind of like boring combat wore off. So, I don't know. I think that there's a potentially more interesting survival game coming out next Wednesday, and I'd rather just wait and play that. I think that the developers are incredibly ingenious, though, of Palworld to monetize the meme so effectively. Supposedly, they sold over 1 million copies. Kudos to them for figuring out how search engine optimization would most benefit them, I guess. Advanced artillery upgrade. But yeah, it doesn't do anything for me. To me, Palworld is like a SNL skit. You know? It took a 30-second joke and turned it into a 5 to 10 minute skit. Do you think you've learned anything from playing this? I have learned a lot about the geographic location of 1930s era nations and the tensions that existed between powers big and small. So it definitely teaches you a lot about World War II history, because there's a lot of like flavor text as well, especially with the national spirits giving you background on the nations. Okay, we got a research slot available. What? I don't know. I guess we're not caught up on like everything naval. Like where it's December, we should go ahead and do the super advanced dual purposes for both of these to get our ships in tip-top shape.
Firme.
1944 destroyer hulls, excellent. Okay, another thing I wanted to do is have level 2 rail infrastructure between each of my supply depots. Wait, what? 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 What is that? Not a was that not a rail that existed? What happened here? I just clicked on this to upgrade it, and then I don't know. Okay, but yeah, I want level 2 rail stretching out to the extremities. Improving the infrastructure. It's like trying to build rail, not just upgrade. I've learned and retained more about geography from Hearts of Iron and Crusader Kings than I ever did in history, but it also means none of my knowledge is up to date. Yeah, I have the exact same problem. Same problem. All right, final tier of anti-tank. Go and... the final tier of advanced dual-purpose batteries for the small guns. Okay, we have to make a new destroyer also. Okay. I'm just gonna wait until we've got the research on the new dual-purpose, so we don't have to keep updating it over and over. which I think is a good idea. Enshrouded looks cool. Yeah, we're going to try that out next week. We're going to give that a shot. Okay, every time we get close to finishing the things I've queued up to build, we end up with more. Chat, what are the fastest ways? I'm supposed to be telling you this, but is it just building stuff? I guess you can trade or give things to your puppet to make them like you more. I used to build a bunch of, like, sea forts. Yeah, I only have 500 convoys, so give them convoys doesn't work. They don't really care about my 500 convoys. Infantry anti-tank. Okay, so we got maximum infantry anti-tank. The reason that everyone says give convoys is because you guys have been playing major powers for too long. And you have 10,000 spare convoys. Okay? And you don't know what it's like to play minor powers anymore. Who the hell's Javier? What's up, Nabisco Trisket? That's the king of Spain. You will respect it. Or you will go into a very dark pit. Deep underwater. All right, let's actually, yeah, depth charge mortars? Why not? What have we achieved this stream? You're looking at it, baby. Spain is cored again. Civil War 1. Portugal's our puppet. Because I accidentally misclicked and I'm playing Iron Man mode. Classic. We're upgrading all of our infrastructure. We deployed millions of manpower. 1.5 million manpower deployed today. We got a navy being built, sort of. I mean, it's 3 boats. That's a navy. Still counts. All right. Advanced dual-purpose batteries. We're gonna go into torpedoes. Yeah, max torpedoes.
Sí, señor.
Okay, we have so many divisions, dude. So we've stopped training for now. They still haven't recovered from the Armada sinking, correct? Tier 3 anti-tank. And then, sorry, I'm just clicky. Clicky. I don't really think we'll use railway guns because we don't have enough factories. It's 1944, so I guess improved infantry equipment 3 for that final 10% soft attack. Well, 5, I guess, for leg infantry. What's your favorite campaign so far? Anarchist Spain was a lot of fun. It's less fun if this is what your map ends up looking like. Like right now, Caaaarrrlll Spain is kind of got just... We got choked out by the German Reich being too strong, so we couldn't invade France. We can't invade Gibraltar because we could, but then the United Kingdom is just going to send all their stuff over. Like Gibraltar is the only thing we could take from the UK. And then we can't invade Free France because they joined the Nordic Cooperation Alliance with the United States. So sometimes you just get backed into a corner. And it is what it is, but... Build up a little coastal anti-air to protect against carriers. And also in the capital's good. But yeah, we need lots of military factories, lots of dockyards, all those things. Another synthetic refinery for sure. Another fuel silo probably for sure. And then we just need to fill every single slot on that map. You know what I'm saying? Like, every single one of these slots needs to be full, basically. So let's queue up, like, 5 military factories. Another, like, 10 dockyards. And let them cook.
Listo!
Let them cook. All right, max tier advanced medium dual purpose batteries. I love it. And then we probably want our synthetic to start making some rubber. We haven't even started down this. Rubber for airplanes, maybe? He thinks he's gonna make airplanes. That's so cute. But yeah, everything's kind of stagnated in this campaign, to be honest. Everyone's at war with Germany. Nobody's naval invaded yet. Soviet Union's been in eternal conflict with the Provisional Russian government. And let's actually just take a little look-see. How's the war doing? Here's the German-British war. You know, only 1.5 million German right casualties inflicted, 1.3 million Italian, 350,000 Italian Yugoslav, 140k Hungary, 1 million Iraq and Iran soldiers, United Balkans 600k, Poland lost 500k, UK lost 2 mil almost, British Raj lost 630,000, Greece lost 700,000, where'd they even find them? Swiss lost 320. The German-American War, 5 million German casualties. What? Denmark inflicted 1.5 million casualties. Oh my god. Oh, wow. Free France inflicted 1.1 million. Jesus, dude. Greece, yeah, this is the same 700,000 to Italy. Denmark lost 660k before they capitulated. US is down 900,000. Yeah, some of these numbers overlap with the ones we just looked at. The Russian-Chinese war, I'd say both Chinas have lost 5 million combined. Japan's lost, with Provisional Russian, like 1 million plus. The Russian Civil War by itself, almost 1 million here, 600 here. That's the same 5 mil. Soviet-British War, yeah, these numbers are going to kind of overlap. Everyone's running out of troops? Kinda. It would just be so hard. This is so much land, dude. We wouldn't have a front line. It would just be the whole of Europe. That's why I almost say our best bet is just, like... We don't have to go far to naval invade the UK. We'll need naval supremacy of these 2 tiles, and we can engage anywhere down here and work our way up. But we need a big enough navy to get naval superiority, and that's tough. We don't even know how many boats might be there. Just control the English Channel. Yeah, no problem. But yeah, UK is our easiest target, because, like, we could take Free France, but then we have the US. The US hasn't suffered that many casualties yet, you know? They'll easily naval invade us. We are close. They only have to hop, skip, and jump over here. Okay, we got night vision tech, which will help us fight during... There is time of day in this, you just can't tell because I turned off the filter. Nothing really here. Smoke screens are good, I guess. Fleet speed while retreating, why not? We have 800 PP. I guess region-wide, industrial, and then you just kind of run out of stuff to spend it on, honestly. I guess commendations. You just mass commendations if we go to war. With as many different commendations as you could throw at them, I suppose. But yeah, the construction's going pretty fast. We're back to 1530, 45, 60. 60 plus civilian factories all working at the same time. And I've been building a lot of things. Look at, dude, I've been building stuff in Spanish Portugal, and look how much of an impact it's been having. That's kind of crazy, actually. King Caaaarrrl abdicates of Romania. Fled to Mexico City with his mistress. But yeah, we're down to 202 puppet points. Different kind of PP. And it's pretty fast to build anti-air, and it's useful anyways. This is the best anti-air in the entire world. Okay, if we went to war with the UK, we'd be struggling down here in Africa. We'd have to fight Belgium and South Africa here. We don't have any air power. We'd be struggling for supplies. Improved depth charge mortars. Tier 4, baby. All right. I guess let's start making the Navy undefeatable. Damage control, so there's a lower chance to receive critical hits. All right, we already built all those anti-air in Portugal. That was like 75. It's pretty good. Forts and ports, chat. That's not Portugal. I'm aware. We also built them some like actual legit factories, did we not? I'll build them some dockyards. As well. Livonia joins the Allies. Okay. And now we wait.